Hello everyone and welcome. We are live at King's Resort in Rozvadov, Czech Republic. This is an exciting moment. We're at the final table of the 2022 World Series of Poker Main Event Europe final table. It's going to be an amazing day. We can't wait to crown a champion. It was a record-breaking field, 763 entries, generated over 7.2 million in prize pool, with 1.4 million going to our winner with the World Series of Poker Europe main event bracelet. I can't wait to see who's going to win, but first I'd like to say thank you to our gracious hosts here at King's Resort, Leon Sukernick, Michael Hanzik, Tarkin Karatis, Federico Brunato. All of the staff here at King's Resort has done an amazing job to welcome players from around the world for this historic event. It could not have been possible without their hard work and dedication over the last several weeks. So how about a nice round of applause for everyone here at King's Resort? Now, without further ado, I'd like to introduce Andy Tillman, who is going to do the player introductions and get today's play started. So good luck to all players. Andy, let's take it away.
All right, welcome to the WSOP final table. Coming in seat one, Barney Boatman with 7,725,000. Good luck today.
All right, I'm here with UK poker legend Barney Boatman, two-time bracelet winner. Barney, I don't want to take too much of your time talking about strategy and whatnot. The only thing I want to know... It's got nothing to do with that. I don't want you to give away any of your secrets. Right. But the thing I want to know is the difference between this main event and main events from back in the day when you were playing. How have you stayed on top for this many years to be competing here in 2022 for a gold bracelet and 1.4 million?
Well, I mean, actually, funnily enough, this main event feels a lot like the main event in Vegas, more than any other tournament I've ever played in Europe. And that's because of the nature of the field, I think. There are a lot of qualifiers. I mean, normally, if you play an EPT and they say qualifiers, you think, okay, internet whiz kids. But, you know, this was quite a mixed field. And you know, a lot of it was about figuring out who you were up against. A lot of people I didn't know. So, you know, in that way, it felt like a bit like the old days, actually.
Well, you've managed to fill out the players and navigate your way here to the final table of 8. Coming into this, I mean, you've got the most experience when it comes to playing tournaments out of the entire lineup. How are you feeling coming in and playing for 1.4?
I feel fine. I mean, obviously I've got 100 million in the bank, so ICM pressure won't work on me. No, I feel fine. Yeah, I do know. I have been here before. I think Sean D probably, perhaps, on the big stage more.
Yeah.
But you know, I know what I'm dealing with, and I'm relaxed because, you know, what will happen will happen, you know.
Because you've got 100 million in the bank.
Because I've got 100 million in the bank.
Barney Boatman, ladies and gentlemen, two-time bracelet winner. Best of luck at the final table today, mate, and all the best.
In seat two, Alexandre Riard with 5.3 million. Bon chance.
I'm here with Unibet Poker Ambassador Alexandre Riard. Alex, you've been on a bit of a tear the past year or so. You took down the 5K 8 Max in Vegas last year. Fast forward to today, biggest final table of your life, 1.38 million for first, and obviously a gold bracelet. You've been getting a lot of respect from the viewers at home from all over the world because you've just been so aggressive with your play style, and it's led to this final table. So my only question for you is, how do you feel about coming into today with other aggressive opponents, and how are you feeling about your game as well and your confidence?
So before in the last day, it was different that today, because today there is the same exactly, so I have to play more passive. But the other day I have a good feeling. I have trust of me, and I don't want any regret. So I have to play my game. I have experience now because I play since 10 years ago. So if I have to bust, I have to bust. I want to take a pleasure, and that's why.
Any family or friends watching at home?
Yes, obvious. I'm very happy to know that. So for me, it's very grateful. Yes, and I am very happy for that. I want to win for them too, and French people, my family, my wife Aurélia, and my friends. Yes.
Well, shout out to your family, your friends, the French poker community, and best of luck today.
In seat 3, Vladis Tamasokis with 5.9 million. Almost. I choked in the middle. Sorry, man. One more.
Vladas, I've had hundreds of people asking me to call you the Gladiator if you make the final table of the World Series of Poker Europe. One of them being a good friend of yours, Fat Sushi Poker, I believe. Where does Gladiator come from? Are we talking like Vlad the Terminator about to terminate this final table? What's going on there?
My favorite movie is Gladiator,
Okay.
and I just like the energy of the gladiators, and I like killing people at the poker table in general, so I think that's why.
I love that. You've been so stoic and serious in all of the big spots. You've been running huge bluffs and just applying a ton of pressure. And now that you've said it, it does kind of come across as like a gladiator-style type of poker. Can we expect to see the same from you coming into this final table today?
That's for sure. That's for sure. I'm gonna do my best and leave the rest to the universe.
1.38 million for first, gold bracelet. Did you manage to get much sleep last night?
Actually, yeah, last night was probably the best night in terms of sleep, because nights before was way tougher for some reason, I don't know. And last night it was just, I got like 6 or so hours, which is nice considering the circumstances. So yeah, feeling good, feeling relaxed, and ready to play.
It makes sense, right? It's the final day for you to bag, and like you said, whatever happens today happens. I want to wish you the best of luck. 1.38 million for first, a gold bracelet, and shout out to all your friends and family and fans at home rooting for the Gladiator to take this down.
Thank you very much, man.
In seat 4, we have Omar El Hatch, our chip leader with 19.7 million. 475, but close enough. Thank you. Good luck, good luck. Good luck. Good luck. Chip in 16.
Omar, listen, man, I don't want to keep you for too long because obviously I want you to use your time to do whatever it is that you need to do. But this is a spot that you've been in already this festival, big final table at the World Series of Poker Europe. You came second in the 5K PLO. You're known for being just an incredibly impressive Omaha player due to your aggression. We're in the 2-card Omaha streets here. Yeah. It's the WSOP Europe main event final table, and you're coming in as chip leader. What's the game plan, man, going in? What can we expect to see from you today?
Well, I can't reveal too much, I'm afraid, but I'm just gonna enjoy the moment and play my best, pick my spots wisely, and just, yeah, have a good time. I mean, this is an incredible spot. I'm just gonna try to enjoy every second of it, and what happens, happens.
We didn't get the chance to see you too much at the feature table yesterday. You were doing your thing on the side tables, and I was keeping an eye on the chip counts, and a lot of people would be like, Henry, refresh the feed. Omar's up to 7 million, now he's up to 9 million. All of a sudden, you got 15, and it just seemed like you were, I don't know what you were doing over there, man, just like an absolute wrecking ball. This slightly different, obviously, because of ICM, and you do have a very competent Sean Deeb on your left. Anything on that? Anything about the overall strategy or what's going to be, you know, focused on with the ICM pressure that you can exert as the chip leader?
Well, I'm gonna pick my battles wisely, let's put it that way. And yeah, like I said, just try to play rationally, don't let emotions get the best of me, just make the best decisions I can, and yeah, see if I can do what I did yesterday.
Best of luck, mate. WSOP gold bracelet up top, 1.38 million. And
in seat 5, we have Sean Deeb with 16.6 million in chips. Second in chips for today. Good luck, buddy.
I'll be buddy.
I'm here with 5-time gold bracelet winner Sean Deeb. Sean, you're going for bracelet number 6. You're coming in second at chips. You've got the family and friends at home fighting for your corner. They're rooting along, watching the streams. Confidence seems to be at an all-time high this entire series, man. How have you been doing it, and how are you feeling coming into today, main event time?
You know, I'm just really happy. You know, I always say that I'm not that good at No Limit, but I'm good at tournaments. And, you know, that's just kind of what people have been watching the stream the last few days see is I'm relentlessly aggressive. I put fear in my opponents, and they know I don't give a fuck. So, you know, I'm here to gamble. I'm here to try to win the bracelet. I might ICM punt like I did in the 50K, and everyone knows that, so it definitely comes to my benefit in a few spots. But having the support at home is awesome. It sucks that, you know, this place is so far away because, you know, a couple relatives, my wife would love to fly out, come out for the final table, but it just can't get here logistically quick enough.
That's fair, man. I mean, talking about the wife and the family, they've been in the chat. Ashley's been in there talking about how much has Sean got in terms of overall percentages. I believe the boys at home are asking how many chips has Dad got. I'm aware that you've made a promise in order for you to come here, if you win 2 bracelets, is it? That they both get 1 each?
Yeah, so unfortunately my wife was telling me last night that my kids think because we have one of the bracelets is at the house, the one I gave my wife from my first 25K PLO win. And so the kids, I always try to keep it fair with 2 kids. And so I said, I can only give one of you a bracelet if the other one gets it at the same time. So I said, if they get it in the same year, I'm trying to make the most money and have the most fun.
And in seat 6, we have Paul Kovacic with 9,125,000. Oh, good luck to you, my friend. 9.925. 9.
Adrian, you have come a long way since I first met you here at Kings, which feels like many years ago. You've got so many fans on the Kings stream because you are a regular here. Kings Resort is your home casino where you play poker. And you mentioned something on stream yesterday that I really wanted to cover, which was during these long festivals, you thrive under the lights, you thrive under the pressure. How has that mental game helped you prepare for an event like the World Series of Poker Europe and has ultimately got you here to the final table?
Okay, this is gonna be a long story.
Please, we got time.
My mental game, man, in the last year I work a lot on that aspect. There is a group of people with which I'm working for this, you know, and it's called Gurdjieff Group. It's about mental, developing yourself, like knowing yourself, this type of thing. So through that teaching, I every day read, meditate, and follow the instructions piece by piece, and it got me here. Yeah, much stronger, my friend.
But honestly, it feels that way. You've been so stoic and calm in some high pressure spots. I mean, even the first hand of the final table yesterday with the Ace King, you were just calm and composed and collected, and you're like, if it's my time, it's my time, I have to go. Coming into today, biggest final table of your career, World Series of Poker Europe main event, bracelet up top, 1.38 million up top. How are you feeling?
Man, I'm feeling very relaxed. I don't want to put extra pressure on me, you know, because if I think about the money or what it will be if I win or something like that, it will just damage my game. So I'm trying to stay present, don't think about the money. I'm playing like I'm playing 200 buy-in tournament, my friend. And I'm just coming here to win it. So I will take into consideration ICM for sure. I will not play that aggressive like I did before, but still I will take my spots, and I would not let Sean run the table. Like it's not possible.
Absolutely love to hear that, man. Honestly, it's been a journey the past 3 or 4 years, and to see someone such as yourself who has just grown with time, Kings regular, you have so many fans rooting for you, so many people who have seen you on the streams time and time again. I honestly say best of luck today, mate, and I know that you are going to treat it the way you would treat it any other tournament, and honestly, man, best of luck, Adrian.
Thank you very much.
All the best, man.
And in seat 7, we have Jonathan Pastore with 9.925 million. Bonne chance, John. Bonne chance, John. I mean, look at good luck. 2.2.
I'm here with bracelet winner Jonathan Pastore. And Jonathan, I don't want to take too much of your time, but I just wanted to speak about the fact that you must be feeling pretty confident about your game at the moment. You took down the 5K 6 Max during the World Series this summer, and now you find yourself here at the World Series of Poker Europe main event. How are you feeling coming into today playing for 1.38 million?
First, I feel very grateful because I win. When you say I win the bracelet this summer, and I played now the biggest final table in Europe, so I feel very first grateful, and for sure I will play for the win. I just want the bracelet, so I mean I play for the win, and I would like to be the first French player to take 2 bracelets in No Limit Hold'em, so I will try to do the best.
A lot of people, when it comes to tournaments, they talk about winning big flips, they talk about running well. Yesterday, with 17 left, you made the sickest call of the entire tournament. Can you explain to me a little bit about that hand leading up to the final table?
Yeah. The thing is on the river. You want to? I can explain the river or just yeah. Ahead. Yeah. The thing is, I take a lot of time because I saw he was very not confident, or so I take a lot of time, and because I check the carotid, some like. Physical tell, yeah. And I call only, especially for this reason, because I probably fold if I didn't, if I don't have the information for the physical tell and things. So yeah, I take a lot of time. Like I think it's the first time I think.
10 minutes.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, normally I like I call the time every time, or so I'm not a tanker, but. I feel like confident about my call, and yeah, I just follow my reads. My combo is close because you don't have so many bluff, but just time, just the tail, physics tail, and yeah, I just follow my read. And
you trusted your gut, you followed your read, you made the epic hero call with 17 left. Now you're at the final table. Jonathan, best of luck, mate. 1.38 for first, WSOP gold bracelet, and doing it for France. Best of luck.
And in seat 8, we have Armin Rezai, 2.2 million. Choked in the best already. Good luck.
In your game, in your play, so today is another like big final table. I will try to do my best. Hopefully like the luck will also be a little bit on my side, because you need some luck also on these big final tables. Also good players left, so I will just try to play my A game and then see how it goes.
Now, we all know that things in poker can change within a couple of orbits. You're coming in as the shortest stack, but if you do find that early double, if you do manage to chip up to 30 big 35 big blinds, what's the game plan? Have you been studying some of the players? You've been looking at ICM spots?
Yeah, I mean the funny thing is like the last 3 days, I think from day 2 till now, I was already like between the 20 to 30 big blind region, so I literally never had like a big stack, but I'm just cruising, chilling, like waiting for my spots. Like I had a friend for me running like the whole last night, like ICM spots, and we already went through them like in the morning. So I'm pretty confident, I know what to do, like, and I said I will just try to play my A game and hopefully the luck will be on my side.
Mate, best of luck. WSOP Europe main event final table. European gold bracelet.
Today with 100,000, 200,000, 200,000. First one.
Ladies and gentlemen, wherever it may be that you find yourselves tuning in from around the world, welcome to the World Series of Poker Europe final table.
Still work though. Glasses are not the right prescription.
For now. I go to
Thousands of hands been played over the last couple of weeks. 15 bracelets have been awarded, as well as millions of euros. And here we are, 8 left. Final bracelet of 2022. Going to one of these final 8 players. And, you know, the 1.38 million that comes with it. Chat, who are you rooting for? Let me know who you are here for. Looking at the chip stacks, feels like it's going to be a bit of a cagey final table. You have Deeb and Omar kind of way out in front. Only 2 players with more than average. Well, I do apologize, Pastore sat on 11 million. Kings regular Adrian Cavaccio from Romania. The best of it, blind v blind. Chat, I am very aware there seems to be quite a bit of lag. And it is getting looked into by the team, technical team, doing their best to get it fixed. Pastore rivering a pair of 10s, 1.2 million in the middle. See World Series champ Hussein Ensign on the rail. Maria Lamproporis as well. Right, chat, let me know. It looks like it's fixed now. Apologies. Memory's capping, apparently. Adrian in the tank with the Queen Jack. Just Queen high. Needs Pastore to have a hand like 7-3, 7-8, 8-6. I feel like those hands actually, I mean, maybe those hands do bet, check, bet. The Ace of Spades certainly favors Cavacho more so than Pastore from the small. Those just joining us, 2 hands in to this final table. Sean Deeb eyeing his 6th gold bracelet. Pastore looking to become the first ever Frenchman to win 2 no-limit Hold'em bracelets, as is Alexandre Riard, which it does eventually fold.
We'll never catch on.
Barty Boatman going for bracelet number 3.
I hope the commentary's good, I said.
Oh yeah, to fill the time. Yeah.
Selling a few jokes in there or whatever.
Yeah.
I had the chance to speak with all of these final tables.
Poker's gotten so much better the last few years.
Yeah.
Your generation was pretty good at entertainment.
This is what it was then. Literally, that's what it was.
I think a lot of the new generation have become a lot more sociable, and it's not as. 5 years ago, it was awful.
Yeah.
It was.
Let's dive into this blind v blind.
Spade, please.
Spade?
Just both your suits are live. Don't worry about it.
Rose in great shape to get an early double, especially on the King 9 deuce.
Get some cool chop out for us.
Chat, we are about to restart the stream. Please bear with us.
It's an uphill battle.
6 of hearts on the turn.
5 of...
You gotta be a Barney.
There's a heart draw. It was close. But Armin with the double.
He's got the way she flips it, he gets the first sweat. The club as well. Ooh. Little 2-side club action. Yeah, 50-50.
Everyone currently guaranteed 138,702 euros for their efforts.
Wait, please. Okay.
Was that 1970 or 2 even?
What?
I wasn't sure if it was 1975 or 2 even.
It was 2.205 I started.
Okay.
So it should be 2,000,005, right?
Well, we colored up the 5Ks. You lost the race clearly.
I'm lucky. Never lucky.
Never lucky.
Well, at least you outdid your brother, so you're luckier than him. You guys get together for family occasions, like, oh, how'd you do in the World Series, man? Yeah, that's.
Yeah.
Right, chat, we did restart the stream. Let me know. Let me know. I apologize, haven't been able to call the action or keep up to date with you guys because we've been trying to sort this nonsense out. But yeah, it seems to be better. So let's try again. Let's try again. World Series of Poker Europe main event, final table. Welcome to the stream, ladies and gentlemen. My name's Henry Kilbane. Going to be calling the action for you all the way down to a winner today. 1.38 million for first, as well as WSOP Europe main event gold bracelet.
Thank you.
I'll take a fruit platter.
Once more, for those of you that didn't hear,
Did you want to order?
everyone is currently guaranteed
you wanted to do
138,702 euros. 42 2K ladder between 8th and 7th. We'll obviously keep you guys updated as and when we lose a player. So here we are. Coming into today, Sean Deeb eyeing his 6th gold bracelet. Omar Eljak coming in as chip leader, just came 2nd in the 5K PLO bracelet event here.
Anything good?
Feeling good about his game, feeling confident. Jonathan Pastore coming in 3rd in chips, fresh off that bracelet during the World Series. He won the 5K 6 max, which for a lot of poker purists is kind of deemed one of the best bracelets you can win. The 5K 6 max. Tough field. Coming in 4th is King's Resort regular and friend of the stream, Romanian Paul Adrian Kovacic. 5th is the OG UK legend Barney Boatman, 2-time bracelet winner, who managed to spike that 2-outer on the river against Timothy Adams yesterday on the unofficial final table of 9. They did get it in pre as a flip. Flop came ace high. Barney found the 2-outer to double up. 6th in chips is the Gladiator. Vladas Tamasakis coming with 6 million. 7th is Unibet Poker Ambassador, and just, I mean, relentless beast at the table. Frenchman Alexandre Uriard, and shortest that we saw just double up. Armin Reze coming in 8th in chips. So those are your final table lists, ladies and gentlemen. Jungle said amazing. I have one friend in the commentary booth and one friend on the final table. Go, go, Omar. What's up, Jungle Dong? How's everyone doing? Going to do my best to obviously not talk over the players when they're talking. Do my best to keep up with you all in the chat as well. My main focus is going to be on the Poker Room Kings Twitch channel chat. So for those of you watching anywhere else that want to get involved, feel free to come over there and get involved in the chat. Is Elke joining? He is indeed. At least he plans on it. Diving back into this. Eljak defending the big. With the button open, ace 8 with the ace of diamonds. Queen Jack 6. Couple of hearts and 1 diamond. Eljak coming with the check call. On the 6 spades turn, and Eljak gonna win this one at showdown. See if he can squeeze out some value. A lot of draws do brick. I guess having an 8 isn't great for Alexander. Blocking hands like 10-8, 9-8.
In the back.
We're going to be
That's okay, perfect.
Very aware of Eljak's play style, very competent, aggressive opponent. Comes with the River Pro for half pot, no messing around. Unibet Ambassador
Always nice in the first
marks the ace high.
I always have it. I only showed the nuts yesterday, almost.
For my son, it's a fantastic head of hair on the
I don't know
Swede.
where I get this
Strong, mate.
reputation from.
Maybe that you're a Swedish guy living in Germany.
Playing piano?
Solid combination of spew.
Okay, fair enough.
Location tells are still a thing.
Fair enough.
If you went somewhere nitty like where Barney's from, then I would believe you. Surround yourself with like-minded play style.
Belarus?
There's a crazy stat on Belarusians. They were the only country in PokerStars' ecosystem that actually had a net withdrawal.
That had a what?
Net, like there was more money went to that country from the site than was deposited. Every other
really?
country was losing.
Oh wow, that's crazy.
They're fucking grinders out there.
Yeah.
A lot of bot farms too.
For sure.
Some banter between Sean Deeb and Omar. Boatman with the raise and take from the hijack. For those of you that missed the interview, Barney did say he doesn't care about ICM. He's got 100 million in the bank. Parisian legend said, commentator, you're doing great. Simple piece of advice. Alexander is pronounced Alexander. Thank you. Try my best. It's up time to be anger. Good morning, all. Frank asking, is the old man a crusher? Firstly, the old man's name is Barney Boatman. He's an absolute legend of the game. Two-time bracelet winner. The original and the mob. Capaccio not going to get pushed around. Obviously a lot easier rather. Top pair. Brad is saying, I hope I'm still playing poker when I get to be Barney's age. Just loves the game, chat. 2 bracelets. He's been playing poker for longer than I've been on this planet. Deep with the give up on the river. Bora asking what country was Deep talking about? Belarus. Belarusians are known for being crushers. Gibraltar Hammer saying his first cash on the Hendon mob is from 1998. Like I said, chat, he's been playing poker since before I was born. Dean saying, Henry, who do you think will win? I'm going to have to go with the chip leader, Omar. Just because he's a PLO crusher and just seems to have a great great instinct for the game, just great awareness. Seems to be really dialed in when it comes to like stack off thresholds and how leverage changes across, you know, from flops to turns to rivers. And he's going to be really good at leveraging the short stacks at the table as a sort of aid to him in order to lean into the middling stacks. And like I said, he's a PLO player. He's from Sweden. Apologies for just picking the chip leader. But in all honesty, after what we've seen over the last few days from all of these final 8 players, they've all played tremendously. I mean, Riyad has just been so aggressive from before the money until down, you know, down to the final table. Gladiator, super stoic, seems very calm and confident. Deeb, obviously, 2 final tables already this World Series. 5-time bracelet winner going for bracelet number 6. That man right there, Cavaccio, again, just an all-round crusher. Pastore with the hero call of the tournament, without a shadow of a doubt. Final 3 tables. And then Armin Reze, he's Austrian, chat. He's feeling good about his game. It's been a tremendous year for him. And lastly, you know, Barney Boatman, more than capable of closing this one out. Focusing, and I was saying the hero call from Orpin against Victor Blom was pretty impressive as well. It was indeed. Well, nice to see you keeping up your end of the deal with me, Henry. 100%. I spoke with Vlad, obviously, interviewed all the players, told the story of how that name came about. His favorite movie is the movie Gladiator. I mean, arguably Russell Crowe's finest performance of all time. How could it not be? Duke saying, Barney on Wikipedia credits a near-death experience he had on a motorcycle accident and the death of his younger sister Jo give him a sense of perspective in life. He's certainly a man that has really lived life to the fullest. Have a look at this, chat. Barney Boatman comes with the 3-bet from the small with the 5-4 of hearts. Get in the bin, you youngsters.
Producer.
Get in the bin with your solvers, chat.
Them? Who are them? The queens, the kings.
Yeah, keep guessing.
Ace-5 suited. Yeah.
Queens, kings, ace-5 suited. Yeah,
The
keep
old school
guessing,
guys.
guys.
I love their offsuit hands. Ace-jack off for sure.
Yeah.
keep guessing, guys.
We
All right.
need 4 colours even to know whether we're suited or not.
Makes it harder to call you when we're not sure you're bluffing when you don't know
Well,
what you
exactly.
have.
Exactly. That's the biggest part of my game.
You looked at the same ace twice that hand.
Janana says blocking the 4-bet bluffs. Exactly, guys. Welcome to the stream. I have to say, what's your name, Mr. Commentator? My name is Henry Kilbane. I'm also being asked if I'm a poker player. I would like to think so, although it's been a pretty break-even year, not going to lie, as Red Open Jams.
Potential.
23 bigs from the small. Almost said I've had the pleasure of Barney commentating on a streaming table I've played on. Yeah, Barney has certainly spent plenty of time on both sides of the table. Here he is on one of the biggest stages in modern poker history. He's also spent plenty of time in the commentary booth.
Do you call Queen 9 offsuit? Spot. Maybe blind. Yeah.
Very close.
Yeah, okay, okay. That's fine.
Very close.
He bumping things up with the 8s from under the gun. Still no eliminations as the players settle in to this final table. Barney Boatman off to a great start with the 3-bet squeeze.
Oh, we don't want to get to play pot?
Nope.
Soon.
Sooner or later.
You guys already agreed to chop it. Is that what's happening there?
No.
No one will think I was chip dumping with some of the hands I was dealt to start these 2 orbits. Very sad.
Sean and Omar. The inevitable
We decided
collision
to
chat.
if we get heads up, we're just switching to PLO though.
Oh,
It'll be better action.
let's do
I'd
that.
like
Let's
to
do
go
that.
right now to PLO.
I'm okay with
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
1 round each.
4 guys each for us, please. Do that. The rest get. Yeah, right on the beach. That would be perfect.
Well, apparently Omar and Sean have agreed to play PLO if they get heads up. Throw with the raise and take. Time to be Angus saying, Henry, when are you considered a poker pro? And you're really trying to rustle some jimmies, eh? I consider poker pro when your sole income source, your main focus and profession is poker. I am.
Sorry.
With the pocket queens in the hijack, 25 bigs. He is one of the shortest stacks at the table, but he won't mind getting involved here. Oh, wow. Cut off V hijack. Vladas played for several hours yesterday with Reed. Going to be very aware just how aggressive the Frenchman is. See if he takes this spot for 22. Obviously a lot easier for us at home when we can see the cards. This feels close, but I think it's a fold. Dice, yeah. Yeah, good lay down, mate. Oh no. Omar Eljak has woken up with aces on the button. Can you believe the sickness of this dealer? 10 hands in to the final table. And we have one of the sickest setups possible in poker. Riyad tables the queens and gets shown the aces
Come on, why you play with aces?
of Omar Eljak.
My pair's going to make a set. Cracked you.
Good that I didn't flat it then.
How brutal.
Which did you?
5 to come.
Dangerous.
Chat, we have seen time and time again the queens have been incredibly hot throughout the World Series of Poker Europe. Well, ace, high, flop. Going to be tough this time round.
I'll take a jack of spades.
We're drawing to runner Broadway. Three of spades on the turn, and he is dead. Fist bumps all round from Alexander Riyad.
Love when I get bailed out.
Brutal caller for the Unibet Poker ambassador.
Thank you very much, sir. Yeah.
Won his first bracelet a year ago.
Like I said, I don't know where to get the spew image from.
So it seems like the best spots, like
5K
okay,
8 max.
free money.
Final tablers here, the WSOP Europe main. But his final table experience, short-lived, 138,702 euros for the Frenchman. Running queens into the aces of our chip leader. And now things get really cagey, chat. Look at those chip counts. Omar Eljak in a tremendous spot to just steamroll this final table. Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. Everyone guaranteed 180,867 euros. So sick. Pistore coming with the defend, now the big. Flopping trips. Hero call of the tournament. This young man. 17 left yesterday. Good bar saying, but Henry said, look at these chip counts, about 7 seconds. Yeah, I did. Just keeping you guys on your toes. No lag, no delay. I just have 3 different monitors, and some of them are kind of like 10, 15 seconds behind. Meljak calling the check raise. 10-10 deuce. Now drawing dead. 6 of hearts turn. See what size Story brings.
I have a card that will swipe it. Yeah.
.5 into 2.7. A swift fold from Meljak. No mucking around.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Story back up to 11 million after a small setback against Armin Reze.
Hi, Alex. You're out in the 8th place for 130K. What was your experience overall about the tournament? How do you feel?
I feel good. It was a very big tournament, a very nice tournament with a structure very beautiful and great players. So it was a very good tournament. I'm happy to play this tournament.
How did the last hand go?
It's the queens against aces against the ship leader. So I think it's a setup. It's a game.
What was your most memorable hand of this tournament overall?
I think tens. I won tens against queens, maybe at 60 or 70 player left, and I think it's a very good moment because I can lose, and after I go to the table final. So yes, I'm happy.
Nice. Was it pre-flop or was there some extra?
That's why on the table TV. So that's why.
Are we going to see you at Petit Prague?
Yes, for sure.
Good luck to you there.
Thank you so much. Thanks.
8th place finisher, Unibet ambassador and French poker ambassador Alexander Riard out in 8th, running queens to the aces of the chip leader. Proud of saying, love the commentary throughout the tournament. Thank you, mate. It's not just me. All the team that make my life look easy, the production crew, the dealers, floor staff, as well as obviously the players and you viewers at home, the mods. Who are you, Donkey? Jay Whistler, Apocalypse. Shout out to everyone. There's tuned in over the last, what, 19 days now? Poker Palace saying, did you just yawn, Henry? I wish. Got way too much energy at the moment. But give me another 12-hour stream and we might start cracking some out. Or a 14-hour stream. I have got a mute button in here as well, so. Apocalypse saying, I don't remember life before the WSOP Europe. Yeah, I know how you feel, man. Diving back into this. Boatman. Did the big blind defend?
Is it? Yeah.
Boatman snap asking, 300 is it, and then reaching for raising chips. 10-3 deuce. Does come with the check raise. Little check rizzle to 1 mil.
Did you take one from there? I dropped one off and made
You
it
had
9.
11 originally and you dropped
I had 11 originally.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Counting's hard.
Oh, yeah, it is.
Just take your shoes off, get to 11.
It is when you've got these. You get distracted.
Chad, what is going on? Boatman with the speech play. Bit
I just
fidgety.
noticed something I've never seen before. See, the flop is exactly the same as the picture on the wall. What are the chances?
What are the chances?
Just talking
Amazing.
Yeah.
throughout the hand.
Thanks.
Exuding confidence, chat. 7 left. Check raise with the ace high.
Not sure if.
Sorry? Well, you say you had a 3. You had a pair.
Oh,
We will see
chat.
on the stream.
I was hoping you didn't have a pair. Right, I'm not bigger than 10s anyway.
Oh, chat. Welcome to the final table. The World Series of Poker Europe main event. Barney Boatman. Just having a casual conversation with everyone. Dupington said Barney Goatman petition for Barney to change his name by deed poll when he gets back. Just for that speech play alone. Rikic said this is what 50 years of poker experience looks like. Oh yeah.
Deja vu. It keeps happening and happening. The same thing. I think 3 rounds in a row. Oh no.
Yeah? Was it always?
Yeah, yeah. 2 maybe. Not 3.
You're only 100 on the small.
Bangkok 2010 saying, Henry, I've watched every minute of the stream since Monday. Great job. Appreciate it, dude. Thank you. Not only to you, but to everyone that has tuned in at some point over the last couple of weeks. Had a lot of you reach out to me on Instagram and Twitter as well. Show some support. As always open to constructive criticism and feedback on how I can improve your poker viewing experience from the commentary booth. Thank you as always, chat. Lap in poker. How's it going, mate? Jack with the big blind defend. Ace Jack, ace of clubs, 9-3 deuce, 2 clubs. Story with the overpair knuckleback. Bit of pot control. Currently 3rd in chips. No club in hand. See if it comes with a delayed c-bet here on this board pairing turn. .7 in the middle. Elshak may station down here. Hijack v big blind, check, check, flop. Delayed c-bet for 1/3 on the turn. Significant ace of 5 of spades on the river. Let's see what Pastore brings. Comes to 300 again. Trying to get a crying call from a deuce. 4-5, ace-5, 6-5, 5x of clubs. Big fan of this sizing. Especially given that Elshak has ace high. And he gets away from it. Discipline lay down, chuckles to himself as he makes the fold. But I'm saying, Henry, can you ask Bowen for some stories?
Not working.
He's kind of, you know.
I try to the Sean style, but it's not working.
Sounds been pretty successful.
What is the Sean style?
For you? Because I'm a beginner, that's the reason why.
He's kind of playing a final table right now, brother.
I'm sure I will.
Dana and DK Tubb saying, early happy birthday to me. Thank you, guys. Would have been cool if the FT was on my birthday. It's the day before. I mean, it might be. If we're here for 9 hours, which is definitely possible. Commentating on WSOP Europe main on my birthday, that'd be pretty cool. The flopping best after defending the big with the 9-5 of clubs. Story with a nice hand to start. Barreling off. Ace of diamonds, 10 of hearts on the king, 5-3. 2 hearts, 1 diamond. Gonna turn equity on a lot of turn cards. Any queen, jack. 2 overs to the 5 and the 3. Well, there's the jack of clubs, ladies and gentlemen. .9 in the middle. It's like a very natural turn card to continue firing on. Really lean into those weak bottom and middle pairs. He's reaching, chat. A healthy bet, around 1.3 million, 2/3 pot. To apologise, 1.2 into 1.9.
You're deviating from my style.
I need against you. I need because you can outplay me after. I like you against you.
That means you bluffed me to give me that speech after I fold.
Steve does let go of 3rd pair.
So the small bet thing, huh? That's you.
Prague pokes in, no worries. The last hand is going to be around 8 p.m. Incredibly optimistic. New Hartman saying, Henry, when you reach my age, you won't want birthdays. Well, you know, you only live once. Might as well enjoy at least one day out of the year. Thank you for all the birthday wishes. Do appreciate it. Voltaire's head. Come on, Barney. Please do let me know who you're rooting for, where you're tuning in from. Potential spot here. Taras Boatman has been one of the more active players. Players still haven't found out about that 5-4 of hearts hand or the ace-7 on the 10-3 deuce board. Tippy rooting for Canadian Deep. Butters rooting for Deep. Castor rooting for Tamas. Vlad with the non-all-in 3-bet. All-in 3-bet to 2 million, Boatman. Here's Jacko. 20 effective. The Gladiator has put in half of his stack. Does make the fold. Barney doesn't like it.
Looks suspicious.
Staring him down.
No, I like my hand.
Me too.
I'm never suspicious. I think the best of everybody all the time.
How have you been a gambler for 40 years and believe that?
I've been a losing gambler for 40 years.
Okay, believable now.
Okay, so GL, Barney, old school. Wilpo say Cavaccio, FTW Europe for Romania. Oh, Boatman, after letting go of the ace-jack, looks down at the aces from +1. See if anyone behind wakes up with something deep. Wants to get involved, wants to tango on the button. Queen Jacko, the blinds are going to get out of the way. Heads up to a flop. OG UK Pro against OG American Pro. And it's Queen Jack 4, 2 spades. Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. Sean Deeb has flopped top 2. Boatman with the overpair. And this could potentially be a chip lead pot, depending on how this runs out. Less than 3 orbits into this final table. Boatman opening up the aces off of 50 bigs. On +1. Deep flattening the Queen Jacko on the button after chip leader Omar Eljak got out of the way. 1.7 out there. Price of poker has just gotten more expensive. Deeb's made it 1.4.
1.4.
3.5x. Barney obviously not going to go anywhere just yet. With his aces.
I'm all in.
No! Barney ships it in the middle. Deeb with the snap call, chat. This is a chip lead pot between second and third in chips. Look at the reaction on Adrian's face.
Look, sir.
As the rest watch on. If Deeb can hold here, it's going to be chip leader with 6 left and in a great spot to close it out and win brace at number 6. Barney Boatman needs a 4 or an ace.
4 of clubs. Close.
5 of hearts on the turn. 8 outs once for the OG of UK poker. An ace, a 4 or a 5 needed. 7 of spades, not gonna cut it. Barney Boatman bows out in 7th place. going to walk away with 180,867 euros. And Sean Deeb, with one of the biggest holds of his career, flopping top 2. Snap calling the 3-bet jam for 50 bigs, and he finds the hold.
This corner suck.
Now it changes.
Armin Reze, by the way, coming in with 10 bigs. Laddering 100,000 euros.
Not yet.
Wow.
Nice.
I stood up out of my chair for that entire hand, chat. I thought Barney just, you know, come with the cool. See a turn.
Is it? Or is it 4 minutes, huh?
I was looking at the wrong clock.
Do you have 8 and 500s?
Huh?
Do you have 8 million and 500s?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. How much are you got?
25.
25.
Small cover.
I mean, Deeb and Barney both said in their interviews that they don't care about ICM. And they were like, good luck. I mean, Deeb even said, you know, he's like, look, I might ICM punt like I did in the 50K. Barney was like, look, you can't scare me with ICM. I've got 100 million in the bank account. So, you know. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen. 2 overwhelming chip leaders. Omar Eljak and Sean Deeb. That's what 1.38 million looks like in cash.
Hi Barney, congratulations for finishing in the 7th place and cashing 180k. How was your feeling overall about the tournament?
Well, I think it's a fantastic tournament. The structure, very much like the World Series main event. It felt like that in many ways. Like, I mean, the other one in America, not the real one like here. And, you know, I thought the field was mixed. A lot of good players, a lot of players who I felt were probably not as experienced. And it suited me very well with the amount of time you had to play. Yeah, it's a great tournament, great place.
And tell me about the last hand. You had aces, right?
Okay, yeah, it's the first big hand that I've had, and Sean Deeb, obviously, you know, he's in position. He's got a lot of chips. He wants to try and catch me, but obviously he doesn't know I'm as strong as I am, because it's the first time I've had a strong hand. But he just hit, and it was a cooler really. He hit top 2 pair. It's a draw heavy board anyway. He can be making a play with nothing. He can think he's ahead with one pair, with top pair or whatever. He can have a draw of all sorts. There isn't any way that I don't think that I can get away from aces in this situation. I mean, I thought about just calling it, but I don't really see the point. You know, if he was, you know, if he had one pair, then he had the decision now. You know, but obviously once he's got the hand he's got, they go on the backs. I need a running pair or an ace. It's not impossible, but you know.
And how many big blinds do you have pre-flop?
Okay, I had over 10 million chips. Yeah, about 50 bigs. Yeah. Oh, no. I have far too many chips to shove pre-flop. You know, I'm making the same size raise that everyone is with every hand. You know, I'm not going to raise different amounts and give away what kind of hands I've got before the flop.
True. So what is the plan now for you?
I'll go home and wait for a year and come back.
You're not coming for the EPT Prague?
No, too close to Christmas.
Okay, enjoy your Christmas and good luck.
Thank you very much.
Once again, GG's. Barney Boatman, true legend of the game. He's been playing poker for about 4 decades. out in 7th, aces against top 2 on a Queen Jack 4. As we dive back into this, we will be going on break after this hand. Short break. Happy 180k Christmas, Barney. Well said, Senpei. Quick lead from Omar. 10-minute break, chat. Don't go too far. We've already lost 2 players inside the first hour of this stream. Reze getting the 100k's worth of ladders. My name's Henry Kilbane, and I will catch you guys on the flip side of the break. World Series of Poker Europe main event, Final 6.
What's up?
Good morning.
Are you ready for today?
Yeah.
See you at Kings.
Seat 8, we have Armin Rezai, 2.2 million. Choked in the best already. Good luck, man.
I'm here with final tableist Armin Rezai. Armin, I don't want to take up too much of your time. You've got a huge final table to prepare for. But what I do want to talk about is your current confidence, especially given that this year you made the final table here in the Czech Republic of EPT Prague. How does that help you come in and prepare for today's FT?
I mean, yeah, obviously it was a pretty nice year for me till now. And also like coming here with already like a big main event final table like a few months ago gives you like a little bit more confidence in your game, in your play. So today is another like big final table. I will try to do my best. Hopefully like the luck will also be a little bit on my side, because you need some luck also on these big final tables. Also good players left, so I will just try to play my A game and then see how it goes.
Now, we all know that things in poker can change within a couple of orbits. You're coming in as the shortest stack, but if you do find that early double, if you do manage to chip up to 35 big blinds, what's the game plan? Have you been studying some of the players? You've been looking at ICM spots?
Yeah, I mean the funny thing is like the last 3 days, I think from day 2 till now, I was already like between the 20 to 30 big blind region. So I literally never had like a big stack, but I'm just cruising, chilling, like waiting for my spots. Like I had a friend for me running like the whole last night, like SEM spots, and we already went through them like in the morning. So I'm pretty confident. I know what to do. Like, and I said I will just try to play my A game, and hopefully the luck will be on my side.
Mate, best of luck. WSOP Europe main event final table, European gold bracelet up top, as well as the 1.38 million. All the best, brother. Take care. You end up gagging and almost throwing up at the smell of your own, you know. So to counter that, this 12-hour solo commentary stint, felt like you guys would give me a bit of space, a bit of leeway.
You just love poker.
And let me off the old sock and sandals grind. You know, like my one-time pass. Bamlam saying never an excuse. Boots saying agree, sock and sandals is brutal. All right, chat. Okay.
But apart from that, I'm all good. And issues with our central nervous system. But other than that.
Celebson saying getting paid millions for it. Millions. All right, chat. All right. Okay, no more socks and sandals. I see how it is.
Or society.
So we jump back into this.
Other than that,
Button open from Nikki P. Deep with the 3-bet out the small with the queens. This could be a chip lead pot, ladies and gentlemen.
5 seconds.
Orpin has woken up with ace queen O in the big.
One time
Button v small blind v big blind. Chat, does Orpin just rip here? It's for 33 bigs. Oh, wow. Oh, boy. 3.1 million from Orpin. The cold 4 out of the big. Sean Deeb looking for bracelet number 4. In a great spot to either just pick up this 5.6 in the middle or get it in with the queens and be a 3-1 favorite to have over half the chips in play. Hand number 102. Nail biting stuff here. Can't fault Orpin for 4-betting out of the big. Deep with the 3-bet out the small. Nikki P on the background saying he's going to shove over the top of this 3-bet. Does announce all in. And Orpin with a snap fold. Sean Deeb picks up a monster pot without even having to sweat 5. Up to 14 million in chips.
I see, yeah.
It's history about to be made here. Big fan of all of these 5 players, have done so much for the game already in their own respective ways.
Absolutely. I think Sean Deeb is the main man to go on and challenge Phil Hellmuth's 17 bracelets.
Yeah, I've got a bet.
Oh, you have?
Yeah.
What's the bet? Oh, hold that thought. Hold that thought, guys.
1,000% in the 8 game.
Daniel comes with call.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, let me think about it.
2.3 in the middle.
Oh, she's boring.
Ace in the window, ace 7-4. Couple of diamonds, saying with the jack of diamonds in hand. Came with the 3.3x pre. Gonna continue for small. Don't really see Daniel doing much other than just call here. 3.5 in the middle, Pourquoi. Jack of hearts on the turn, would you believe? He has turned a set of jacks, and Daniel Negreanu in rough shape here at this stack to pot ratio. What a sick turn card.
Henry celebrating that one like never before.
Not celebrating, pal, I'm just sickened at how tournament poker works.
Check on the turn. 5 of hearts on the river. Backdoor hearts getting there. Daniel has the ace of hearts though. So I think if we see a bet from Foix, Daniel might well have to pay this one off.
Sick turn. Running hearts. Especially with the ace of hearts in hand. Negreanu likely to hero here.
2.8.
2.8. 8.
2.8.
Just hoping that Paul's turning a hand like King Queen, King 10 with the King of Hearts, Queen of Hearts into a bluff. Does make the call. Chip lead pot. Seng up to 11 million in chips. Dean Eggs down to 15 bigs. Nothing he can do. Blind v blind with that run out.
Okay. We like that turn just a little bit, right? I was not going to give up. Yeah.
I tell you who loved that turn. Sean Deeb, ladies and gentlemen. Sean Deeb loved that turn. Do apologise. Pourquoi up to second in chips. 36 bigs. 32% of all the chips in play. Big fan of all of these 5 players. Have done so much for the game already. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. 2022 World Series of Poker Europe main event final table. We've already lost 2 players here today. We're down to the final 6. And it is 5-time bracelet winner Sean Deeb leading the way. Everyone now guaranteed 239,000 euros for their efforts. Welcome back to the stream. 1.38 million for first bracelet up top. My name's Henry Kilbane. Going to be calling the action for you all the way down to a winner.
Andy, can we get a drink serve when you get a chance? Oop, don't fall. Stage has been there all week.
I do believe going to be getting Elke in the commentary booth.
Thank you.
At some point. That is the plan. Chat, as always, whilst I have you here, if you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the like button on YouTube. Help support the stream, the free content being put out. Free poker content, ladies and gentlemen. Last bracelet event of the year. If you're not already, make sure you follow King's Resort on socials. With the button open. Pocket fours, Sean Deeb. Fly out the small. Adrian going to get out of the way in the big. Chip leader against chip leader. That doesn't make much sense, does it? First against second in chips. Checks through. Ace on the turn. Giving Deeb the best hand. Leaving Eljak drawing to 2 outs. He's coming for a delayed c-bet on this ace of diamonds turn. Half pot. No. Deeb's not going anywhere just yet. But I was saying poker content should be free, would get more views. Well, it is free, Bradders, so you know. Nine of hearts rolling off on the river, diamonds bricking, as well as the king queens, queen tens, king tens of the world. Eljak known for his aggression, known for applying immense pressure. Knuckles back the fours, gets shown the ace-10.
Good give up.
D with the good give up. Comment. A little bit of salt. You know? Wouldn't have it any other way.
Any bit of soda value.
King 10 or King Queen?
No. A pair.
Oh,
a tiny pair.
Do you have another one? I guess it's a sticker. This one?
This, yeah, I printed it at the reception, but if you want, we can do it in the break.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. You too?
Queens for the Gladiator. Oh, wow.
4.3 before the hand.
Adrian in the small with jacks. It's been cooler after cooler at this final table. Klopp on top saying, put the kettle on. King's Resort regular cutting out a 3-bet from the small. Looks like 1.7 million. Pastore going to get out of the way from the big, and Alice with the relatively quick jam for 4.4 million. So 18 big blinds apiece for both these players. Tamas can hold here. He's going to move up to 4th in chips. More importantly, he's going to leave Adrian on just 12 bigs. Five to come. Hand number 259. 8-4 deuce rainbow. Not even running cards for Adrian. Needs a jack and a jack only to eliminate Tamas. Otherwise he's going to be down to 12 bigs. It's going to be the shortest stack left at this final table. No dice, 8 of diamonds. And the Gladiator, ladies and gentlemen,
Thank you, sir.
gets the full double.
I posted with my email to the reception there, like stickers like that. And they can print it, and the guys asked me if they can give them over. Yeah, they already have it. They printed it for me also.
So chat, a lot of you that have been here obviously for the entire week will know that Gary Blackwood, I say the entire week, for the entire festival, Gary Blackwood was with me at the start of the series, helping me in the booth. Covered 9 streams alongside me. He left the WSOP cap.
Thank you very much.
Authentic WSOP cap that he just bought. And I found it in the commentary booth. I reached out to him. It's a premium curved visor snapback. And do you know what he said, chat?
No sweat, huh?
He said, give it away.
No.
Give it away. Of course he did. It's Gary B. It's Gazzy Blackwood. Now, chat, I'm leaving tomorrow tomorrow morning. I'm going to have to take this cap with me. But I am going to give it away. Deeb opening the ace 5-0 from the cutoff. We're in poker saying what happened to Barry. He opened aces, Deeb flop top 2. They got it all in on the flop. And Barney couldn't get there. Sean Deeb extends his lead. 27 million, over a third of the chips in play. Pastore looking to become the first Frenchman to win 2 No Limit Hold'em bracelets.
Proud of my fold.
8-7 off.
Oh, I would have been happy to open that one.
So 2 incredibly short stacks. Sub 15. Deeb waking up with a legit hand. Playing well and running well. We all know it's a lethal combo. Reze down to 10 bigs. Adrian sat on around 12.
Did you show something?
What's that? I'll play you guys.
Ace queen?
Yeah, it's ace queen. Yeah.
That's what 1.38 million looks like in cash money. For those of you just joining us, already lost 2 players at this final table. Alexander Riard out in 8th, ran queens into aces. Walked away with 138,702 euros for his efforts. 7th place, UK OG, legend of the game, Barney Boatman. Walking away with 180,867. His aces no good against the top 2 of Sean Deeb on a Queen Jack 4 two-tone board. Everyone here now guaranteed 239,000 euros.
11? Yeah, 12.
11-5 looks like.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Pastore opening the King Queen O rather, from the hijack to the big blind of the chip leader. Deeb always going to defend in this spot. Can obviously leverage the fact that Armin and Adrian are sat on 10 bigs and lean into Pastore, who's comfortably sat in 3rd. Unfortunately for Deeb, complete whiff. You can see that a 10 would now give Pastore broad weight. swift check fold. Our chip leader.
I can see your cards when you look like that.
Did you see a good one?
No.
Showing you guys how I'm playing. Put some fear into you. Thank you, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm usually more cautious when the people I'm riding are in a hand.
I've seen all your hands. That's why I gave up against ace 10.
Interesting turn bet then.
True.
Easy now, Lappin. Good cheer saying everyone knows Gladiator is going to win. Everyone with their fans. Story's just check calling with his top pair. See if Deeb waves. The white flag on this 7 of diamonds turn. Does indeed. Pastore with the check mark on the turn. And unfortunately for him, to be able to squeeze anything else out of Deeb here. Comes with the bet size that he likes to call the Sean Deeb. trying to get hold of Elke. I don't think he's hungover. I think he finally had a good night's rest. He texted me about an hour and a half ago saying he slept for 11 hours.
Oh.
I think it's just
Not low. Not low.
2 weeks of tournaments and the high-stakes cash games in the Yo Virals game.
It is so weird to hear your brother's voice and then not see his face at the table.
That's so true.
You get-
That is
They
so
sound
true.
identical.
I hear them pretty often, actually.
Huh?
I hear them pretty often, actually.
Armin and Daniel do sound identical.
Yeah, he's a very chatty guy, so you hear that voice a lot in the room.
Shout out to the Rezai brothers. Good friends with Daniel. Never met Armin before today. I said to him, I was like, mate, how have we not met each other? That was his brother in Miami just a couple of months ago. Here he is. 6 left. The WSOP Europe main event. On to his final 8 big blinds. He's got jacks on the button. Interesting at this stack depth. I mean, I don't think you're meant to. Chat, 8 big blinds. You're allowed to have raised folds, right?
All in.
It does just jam. It's gonna say like limping doesn't make sense. Don't think you have many raised folds off of the apex. Wow, Omar's woken up with ace queen, snap call.
Come on.
What is going on today, chat? We could be down to 5 in less than 2 hours. WSOP Europe main event final table. Everyone else just watching on, rooting for that €80,000 ladder. Omar Eljak can find an ace or a queen, and well, there's an ace in the window. Ace 9-7 rainbow. Reze looking for running straight cards. One of the 2 remaining jacks, and with the 3 of diamonds on the turn, he is down to 2 outs once, chat, for his tournament life. Armin Reze. Him 6th in EPT Prague earlier on this year. He's going to come 6th at the World Series of Poker Europe in Rozvadov.
Good game.
Main event.
Good game, man.
Great year for that young man.
Okay, so it's
What a run.
It's, not
Had the chance to speak to him earlier on today. Said he was short for the entirety of this tournament from day 2
They're not going to let you move.
all the way down to this final table. I'm sure he's going to be thrilled with that result.
Oh, it's okay.
And just like that, ladies and gentlemen,
Go this way now. It looks like.
Pray for me.
and then there were 5. And then there were 5. 321,838 euros locked up. Sean Deeb leading the pack, 106 bigs. Eljak with 99. Then a massive drop-off to Pastore, who's comfortably in 3rd. Tamas also comfortably in 4th. King's regular Adrian Vaccio.
No!
The
A 3-bet.
immediate short stack. Tamas in the cutoff. 4 of 5. That's the two chip leaders
1.7 behind.
on his left.
Yeah, he's got 300 Ks on the side.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, wait.
Thank you.
Jay Whistler saying average stack is 60 bigs. Will it slow down now? I mean, one would assume, chap. One would assume. Thomas getting through the two players that could send him packing. And Adrian has woken up with King Queen in the big. Sub 8 big blinds. Thomas with the 2.5x open from the cutoff.
625.
Adrian is the shortest stack. Quite some margin. Does make the call. 1.6 in the middle. 1.4 behind for the Romanian. 8-6-4. A really interesting spot. Does have fold equity. Potentially fold out some ace highs. Comes with the lead jam with the 2 overs. Tamas just gets to click call. And he needs to fade the 6 outs twice to secure the elimination and ladder an additional 120,000 euros. Can Adrian get there? 4 diamonds on a turn, no help. 6 outs once for the Romanian King's Resort regular. One card away from being 4-handed. The river. It's the 8 of clubs, double paired board, handshakes all round. Get some GGs in the chat for Paul Adrian Covaccio. Career record score for him. 5th place in the WSOP Europe main event. 321. 838 euros. 321,838 euros going his way.
I don't mind.
Chat, everyone now guaranteed.
Like just for, it's okay, okay.
438K.
Hi, Adrian. Congratulations for finishing 5th in the main event. How is your feeling after this tournament?
I'm okay with it. I mean, I had nothing else to do. I was card dead for the first level, and after that, yeah, you saw jacks against queens, and I'm okay. It's just fate, so I cannot control it.
Was it pre-flop jam or was it on the flop?
I just called pre-flop because I thought if he has ace jack, ace queen, maybe I can fold on the flop if I jam, because I know he plays very tight and he's not opening light in me. So I just wanted to play like this the hand. Normally you have to show off pre-flop. I had like 9 big blinds, so but I tried this line.
What was your most memorable hand of this tournament?
Yeah, I have two hands I played badly. So one was against the French guy. I don't want to talk about the hand, but that hand I will remember. Yeah, I didn't make a call, and my logic tells me to do it. So it's okay.
Okay, so what is your plan now to play?
APT Prague for sure. Next stop, Bye, Petit Prague.
And see you there.
So a quick word with 5th place finisher and King's Resort regular Paul Adrian. We dive back into this hand, button v big blind. Both players flopping top pair. Story with the top pair, better kicker and a gut shot. Deep turning an open ender, does not want to see a jack. But he wouldn't mind a 6 or a spade. GG's once again to Paul. $4.3 million in the middle. As the deuce of clubs rolls off on the river. Deeb now got to be somewhat concerned about his kicker issues. Unless he wants to turn his king 8 into a bluff. Kind of feels like you have enough showdown value. It's too strong to bluff, too weak to value bet. Does knuckle it back, and he's going to get shown the king queen. Pastore up to 15 million. Deeb still chip leader. Only just. So a quick break, chat. Four-handed here, WSOP Europe main event final table. When we come back, on the flip side of this break, we're going to be playing down 2, heads up. Don't go too far. I'll see you guys shortly. The top, did you?
I know I didn't. I just thought it was a leather jacket. I'm not a fashion kind of guy.
Fashionista.
8-3 deuce on the flop. Espen flopping top pair. Ivan was second pair. As Henry's going to step out for just a few seconds. He's going to go spend his 10 euros he's just won.
How much is that?
32. Always 32.
Small enough to aggression.
8-3 deuce with 2 diamonds. Of course, rocking the gut shot as well does not come in, but the jack of diamonds does roll off on the turn. Espen has made 2 pair. Ivan has also made 2 pair. And Goj is the man stepping out here. 4,400 in there. He's going to rep that turned flush. That's 3.3k. Could buy 60% of that jacket. It's called LV Chic Leather Blouson. Sounds awesome. Sounds a little too expensive for me, as Espen, of course, makes the call.
2.3.
Whereas Malika, probably spending her winnings from last night. She was a big winner last night. She will hopefully be joining a little later on. Oh my days! Oh no! Ivan makes a boat, Espen makes a boat. There is no way this doesn't go in. Running case jacks. And Goj is in there with 6 high. 10k is the bet, boys and girls. Espen with the stone cold nuts. Ivan with the second nuts. I can't believe this has run out the way it has. Espen Classic Beef is dreaming of Vegas and the beeping Mirage right now.
8-3, don't play. plays, half plays. No, I'm just trying to explain. Like
Mr. Cobain coming back into the booth. What timing, Henry? We've got boat over 6 high. Gojin there firing for 10K with 6 high. And it's come running jacks, Henry. What do you think about that?
Disgusting run out.
There's the all-in from Espen. Ivan snap rejams.
No, I told you to fold, yeah.
Wow.
A-Jack?
Nuts against second nuts.
That's insane. Wow. And I'm bluffing with 5-6.
Hi Armin, congratulations for finishing 6th in the tournament. How is your feeling for winning now to 60K?
Pretty nice. I mean, it was a pretty decent run. Fun tournament. I mean, I started with 11 big blinds, so I had not like that big of expectations, but still like everything can happen in poker. I got 2 pay jumps, which is also nice with my stack, and it was a fun tournament. Will be next year here for sure.
Nice. And what was your most memorable hand of this tournament?
Phew. I mean, like on day 4, I had like a kind of biggish pot where I won like with ace king suited against kings, which was pretty good for me obviously, and yeah, general like ran not pretty bad like on day 4, so yeah, it was a fun tournament.
Did you win with ace king pre-flop?
Yes, pre-flop ace king suited against kings, so sometimes you need the luck to be on your side. So
that's true, you didn't have the luck with jacks unfortunately. So what is your plan now?
Probably now going home, having like some time off the tables, and then like next month being in Prague for EPT.
Nice, then see you there. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to King's Resort. We're down to the final 4 players, would you believe? Just 2 hours into this stream, 2 hours into this final table. World Series of Poker Europe main event final table. Average stack around 80 big blinds now, 4-handed. I've got a funny feeling we're going to be 4-handed for quite some time. 4 very capable players here. Sean Deeb looking for bracelet number 6. Eljac came second in the 5K PLO. Pastore won the 5K 6 max in Vegas earlier on in the year for his first golden bracelet. Gladiator popping middle pair on the 10-9-4. Thomas taking his time before firing out a bet.
To bet 875.
Of 875 on this 5 of diamonds turn, and a swift fold from Omar Eljac. For those of you just joining us, it's the last bracelet, 2022. Sean Deeb looking to make history. Pastore looking to make history to become the first Frenchman to ever win 2 No Limit Hold'em bracelets. Deeb looking to join a very exclusive club. Become a 6-time bracelet winner. I mean, what a way to achieve that, eh? Don't get me wrong. A bracelet's a bracelet. automatically become a part of poker history, but there are a few events, you know, there are a few events where...
4 players in 1 hour and 15 minutes.
Yeah, it's also sick that the average is like 75 bigs or something.
Yeah.
It's like an unwritten agreement between poker players. We all acknowledge that there are some bracelets are worth more than others. Main event bracelets certainly up there. 50k a Players Championship comes to mind. 10k PLO Championship comes to mind. 25k PLO. All of the 6 max events. Of course, not to do with this service to you mixed game specialists out there. Dota Kaiser saying I'm all in on Omar. Certainly capable of closing this out. Deep just calling with the top 2. 10 of clubs on the turn. Does now present card to pair of 7s, pair of 3s. Kind of lean into those hands that call 1 and have to fold turn. I think the Ace of Hearts isn't great. Does knuckle back. Wants to see a river. 9 of clubs changes nothing.
Check.
So checks through on the river. Deep tables the flops top 2. Extends his lead of these 4 players. I heard Pastore mention that he went from 8 to 4 in an hour and 15. Hour and 15 minutes. To ladder 300k. So prediction in the chat for those of you that want to get involved over on the Kings Resort Twitch channel. Who's going to win the WSOP Europe main event? A lot of points on Sean Deeb at the moment. Poker Palace saying Gladiator will win, Henry. Booby saying, Henry, who do you have your money on? Honestly, mate, I think all 4 of them are good enough to close this out. See, Deeb has a lot more experience playing for this kind of money. Pastore, fresh off that bracelet, young French poker pro. Got to be feeling incredibly confident. We saw Vladas more than comfortable enough to run huge bluffs when necessary. Put Pastore in an incredibly tough spot, final 2 tables. And of course, Omar Eljak, just world-class PLO player, and proven himself to be quite the Holden player as well. Trips for Tamás on the 7-3-3. Deeb with backdoor spades. And a backdoor straight draw, 5 of clubs. Presenting Deeb with a gut shot. Apocalypse saying, Henry, what percentage of your pay do we get for modding? Wait, you're getting paid for this? Isaac asking if Deeb wins, will he win Player of the Year? Have a look. Yeah, I don't think Europe's counting towards, WSOP Europe's counting towards Player of the Year, from what I can see. Which makes sense. Makes sense given that, you know, Korai didn't come, Weinman didn't come, Dan Zach didn't come.
No, raise.
You know I'm going to have a good hand when you finally play.
Yeah. I had you crushed. 10-3 double suit.
Great question. People are saying Deep can't lose. Running well, playing well, chat. It's a lethal combo. Whippinies are saying hi, guys. Vlada's still in, he is indeed. 4 left here, WSOP Europe main event. Gone awfully quiet out there now after the departure of the first 4 players. These guys know they're in for the long haul. Average stack is 80 big blinds. A funny feeling we're going to be here for potentially 2 or 3 levels. $5 million in the middle. Tamas peeling out the small with the Jack 10-0. Flops best on the Jack 9-4. Interesting flat out the small. Omar behind in the big. So saying some rule changes were introduced this year, including WSOP Europe events don't count for Player of the Year, as well as casino employees, tag team ladies, and seniors events don't count. Thanks, Todd. Learned something new. Story with the C-bet. Thomas obviously not going anywhere with top pair. Frenchman. Backdoor spades are 1 over. The 5-8 run out. And that's with top pair. We got the song All By Myself on in the background. I'm all by myself in the commentary booth. Still haven't heard from Still haven't heard from Elke. This song feels incredibly fitting. Four-handed. WSOP Europe main event, final table. Who's got the blip tain saying the battle of the most active check motions? Poker Palace and Elke will join when we get down to 2 people left. Elke going to come in for the heads-up match. There's a look at our chip counts. Deeb and Eljak way out in front. Both playing around 100 bigs. And a drop off to Pastore and Tamas, but if either of them double through Omar or Sean, they'll trade places. Queen 10 of clubs for Deeb. Story with the Queen 9-0. I guess we're going to start seeing widen up a little bit, four-handed. The nerves and the dust has now settled. Everyone's been feeling each other out for a while. Story banking the 3-outer to outflop Sean, who I don't think is going to be going anywhere. 2 overs, backdoor clubs on the 9-6-3, depending on sizing, obviously. Looks like half pot. This might be the size that scares Deeb off. Well, this time it's going to stick around. 2.8 in the middle. And well, chat, the 4 of clubs on the turn, giving Deeb the backdoor flush draw. Story not going to slow down with Deeb picking up backdoor clubs. Don't think we're going to see him going anywhere, especially against this size, less than half pot. Looks like 1.1 into 2.8. Deeb getting almost 4-1 on a call. He bricks out. There is now a 4-liner on board. 5 million in the middle. Deeb with just queen high. Hasn't checked yet. Thinking about doing something here. Okay, he did defend from the big. Check called flop. Check called turn. Now leads river for 40% pot, 2.1 into 5 million. Pastore can make the call. It's going to be up to 19 million and close. Let's say closing the gap on Deeb. Just has to click call, and there's only going to be 8 bigs between them. Story not one to waste time or to tank just to get some airtime in. It's been playing incredibly fast throughout the tournament at this feature table. The only hand where he really tanked for a long period of time was for his tournament life. He does make the call with the Queen 9, gets shown the Queen 10, and Pastore is up to 19 million chips. Winning nearly a 40 big blind pot, crucial at any stage of the tournament, let alone four-handed. 1.38 million for first. The
You
juices.
didn't listen to your own advice. You said don't bluff him, but
It was a good hand to bluff with, though.
good run out too.
No.
Juices the gap between himself and Sean Deeb. Tamas now the immediate short stack, but short in the sense that he only has 50 big blinds. Good call and great for confidence for sure. He'll kind of shocked that everyone's being results oriented. Surprised. This is Twitch chat. A lot of people in the chat would have just gone all in. Would have just gone all in Sean's shoes. Because that's what you're supposed to do with the nuts, right? You're meant to just go all in and get no value. Deeb going to keep Pastore honest for at least one street. There's king high, 1.4 in the middle. Hearts and spades brick. Jack of diamonds on the river. Pastore with bottom of range. Knows he's going to have to bluff at this one. He wants to win. Got to knuckle it back. And going to get shown king high. Over on Tamas. Kind of just chilling down there. The left-hand side of the table. Little tug of war between Sean Deeb and Pastore. Joker saying, how much sleep did you end up getting last night, Henry? About 5 hours. You guys know how it is. Crazy Swede saying, we've got a Swede on the FT. Go Sweden. Do have a Swede on the FT. Surprise, surprise, he's very good at PLO. Tamas thought about it for a second against the larger sizing. He's going to mark the gut shot. Scott saying, Henry, why is it that you guys have positions as under the gun instead of Cub? Believe it or not, Scott, I'm actually a commentator. But I know what you mean. I know what you mean. You'd rather have it as cut off. I get it. But he is still under the gun. He's four-handed. Is UTG4 a thing? I don't know, UTG7's a thing, right? UTG6 is a thing. Why don't you call UTG6 the low jack? Lightning Soul saying I think it should be called the mandatory straddle. I agree. How about this for a flop, ladies and gentlemen? 1.8 in the middle, Jack 7, 3, 2 clubs. Tamas with top pair. King, kicker. Eljack with 8 high clubs. And Sean Deeb with the nut flush draw. Action flop. Potential fireworks incoming. Tamas electing to lead into the field from the small blind in the form of quarter pot. Picks up 2 customers, 2.9 in the middle. Setting the price himself. 8 of hearts on the turn, giving Eljack a pair of 8s. Deeb picking up a gut shot to go along with his nut flush draw. Eljak looking for an 8 or a 4. Checked around 2 deep. Did open from under the gun. Flat called on the flop. So he elects to proceed on this turn after being checked to. $2.9 in the middle. Tamas, the effective stack, playing 11 million. He is reaching for chips. Just north of 2/3, 2.1 into 2.9. Closer to 3/4 pot. Chat, is there ever a world where Deeb gets 2 calls here? Those are calling chips from the Lithuanian Vladas. With top pair, flatted out the small pre-flop. Led for 25% on the Jack 7-3-2 clubs. Carlos in the chat, big fan of Deeb's bet. Has to exert max pressure on his opponents. Action on Eljak, must be somewhat concerned as flush draw is dominated. He has picked up a pair on the turn. Blocking Jack 8, 8-7. Going to get out of there, disciplined fold from the Swede. 7.1 in the middle. Tamas with 9.1 behind. And it bricks out. Deuce of diamonds on the river. Tamas going to be up to at least 16.2 million. This goes check, check. Deep with just ace high. Does block 9-10. That does feel like having clubs in this spot. Not ideal, right? You want your opponent to have brick clubs. Feel like you'd rather bluff with ace-9 of hearts than ace-9 of clubs.
On.
Wow! Sean Deeb has gone all in on the river. And Vladas is being asked the question for his tournament life. And that question is, are you prepared to stack off with top pair and potentially go home in 4th? What a sick jam from Sean Deeb. Wow. Let's reverse engineer this hand once again, chat. Sean open to 500k. from under the gun. Tamas flat out the small. Omar Eljak completed with 8-4 of clubs in the big. 1.75 million in the pot going to the flop. Jack 7-3. Tamas led for 3-7-5. It's around 25%. Omar called with his 8 high clubs. Deeb also called with his ace high clubs. 8 of hearts on the turn. Checked round to Deeb, who fired 2.1 million into 2.9. Only Tamas called. And Sean Deeb has now jammed on the deuce of diamonds river. Overbet jammed, might I add. 9.1 into 7. Vladas in the tank with his top pair. It's never easy, let alone when the entire poker world is watching. What do you call with here, chat? Everyone going absolutely insane. He does make the fold, and Sean Deeb back up to 26 million.
Show the bluff? No?
No. For the 10 of clubs.
Vladas asking him to show the bluff.
10-9 club.
And Sean Deeb says no. Very well played by Sean Deeb. Karras, an incredible hand by Deeb there. Lightning Soul saying you don't show a 50% of all the chips in play bluff at the FT of a main event. Not Deeb. Carlos saying that was a tournament winning play right there, Mr. Deeb. We will see if he's woken up with pocket jacks here in the big. Nothing to see here, 3-bet. Takes it down. Well, 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 ladies and gentlemen. Final 4 players. The WSOP Europe main event. For those of you just joining us, welcome to the show. Everyone currently guaranteed 439,000 euros for their efforts. Mojo saying thanks for all the hours in the booth, Henry. Mojo, pleasure's all mine, thank you. It's been quite the series here in Rozvadov. Millions of euros have been won. 14 bracelets been handed out already. This is the big one. Bracelet event number 12, 10K main, final bracelet of 2022. Pastore looking to become the first Frenchman to ever win 2 Holden bracelets. Sean Deeb going for bracelet number 6. A quick look at the current standings now. Deeb did lose a bit back to Pastore. Omar Eljak was a chip leader for what felt like maybe an orbit. He's regained the lead. Tamas now the short stack by quite some margin. Still 34 big blinds. Plenty of time. Sean Deeb, the hand that he bust Barney Boatman with.
That was not a good card.
Omar flashing the deuce of clubs.
Ace-2 suited again?
Not. Oh, no. Can't do it twice. Last time it was ace-3.
No. Figure you like fold no suited ace. So 3-bet. You're a 4-bet or fold guy.
Bit of a different spot last time.
Omar Eljak just getting a walk.
10-8 suited.
What a day it's been so far already. 4 eliminations. Alexander Riard, Unibet Poker Ambassador, bowing out first when he ran his queens into the aces of Omar. Then Barney Boatman bowing out in 7th for 180,867 euros. His aces no good against the top 2 of Sean Deeb. Armin Reze couldn't win a flip. Those final 8 bigs.
Just give it here for free. Anytime.
Jacks against the ace queen of Omar. And our 5th place finisher, King's Resort regular Paul Adrian Kovacic, out in 5th for 321,000 euros. Oh, limped pot here. And we're getting cheeky from the small. Deeb checking back in the big with the Jack 10-0. Deeb just doesn't take a day off, does he? Staying in 6th gear, limped pot, blind v blind. Omar betting 500k into 800. Deep with the 2 overs and the nut gut shot. Makes it 1.7 to go. 6 of clubs on the turn. This board just getting worse for Omar now. Chat, if you are looking for recaps, you can head over to the kingsresort.com live blog. See if Deep fires again here. 4.2 in the middle. Chat, he is reaching for chips. More than half pot, 2.6 into 4.2. Elzek going to get out of there. Sean Deeb up to 30 million now. Just in absolute cruise control, looking for bracelet number 6. Came 3rd in the 25k Platinum High Roller during this series. Then came 3rd again just a couple of days later in the 50k Diamond High Roller. Now finds himself chip leader with 4 left in the main event. Pastore asking if Deeb wants to chop the blinds.
Nope. Oh, sorry. Try to fly my chips. Try to fly my chips.
Seeded link to the Kings Resort live blog in the chat. Shout out to all the people watching over on Fury TV as well. So we've got 2,700 of you over there. We'll see everyone watching on the Kings Resort channels on Twitch and YouTube, as well as the WSOP channels. That's going to stick around with his gut shot. King of Diamonds on the turn. Kind of still with the best hand. Going to be difficult to stick around. Should Deeb fire again. Tamas down to 25 bigs now. John saying with this chip lead, Deeb is just going to continue to turn the screw. Great player. He really is. Jigglypuff saying, what's the next tourney Henry will be covering? I would love to let you know, but it's somewhere else. And, you know, as a freelance commentator, I don't want to promote something else, you know, on someone else's stream. But you can follow me over on Instagram or Twitter, Henry_Kilbane. Got a couple more events booked in this year. I appreciate all of you that kind of follow me around from stream to stream to show your support. Eljak just leaning into Pastore here, 3-bet out of the big. Trying to exert some pressure due to the fact that Pastore is comfortably in third. And Tamas is so short. 9-9-4. 2 spades on board. Eljak currently with the best of it. Flopping 2 pair, Pastore with the 2 overs. King high spades. Story obviously not going anywhere just yet. Chat, 8.8 million in the middle. Going to a turn. It's the ace of clubs. Pastore bricking. It must be somewhat of a concern for Omar Eljak. Although he may now decide to barrel twice here and try and fold out some pairs. 7s, 8s, 10s. Hands like this, King 10 of spades, King Queen of spades.
How much is it?
3.5 on the turn. Setting up a very natural river SPR. He did have value that he wanted to jam with. People in the chat calling for a jam. Feels a bit punty to jam unless you just have like a sick read on Omar. You've got Tamas sat there on 24 bigs, difference between fourth and third, 162,000. Look, sorry, I do apologize, 170,000. Reaching for calling chips. He's got out the 3.5. We're playing a 15.5 million chip pot here. Going to the river. Tamas just looking on from the sideline. Loving this one play out. It does break out. 7 of diamonds on the river. There's somehow 16 million chips in the middle, ladies and gentlemen. 20% of the chips in play. Omar Eljak waves the white flag. Little does he know he has the best hand. SPR at 0.5 and Pastore gonna check back.
I don't bluff because I think I have the best hand, but...
Well, well, well. We are going on a 10-minute break, and Sean Deeb and Omar Eljak, between them, have 80% of the chips in play. Don't go too far, ladies and gentlemen. We're going on a 10-minute break with 2 chip leaders and 2 short stacks, 1.38 million to play for, and a gold bracelet. I'll see you guys shortly. John looks very interested, and no surprise, he's got ace king. Lupu's open to 2,600. I believe that is because we're playing 100, 200, 400, 800. I stand corrected. Wow. Ivan has just ripped it in with ace-4, and we have real potential here. I don't think Lupu's going to fold. Lupu's had enough, and John is waiting behind with ace-king.
This could be huge, Henry.
This is absolutely ridiculous. Hand 49.
Ivan has shoved a few times and shown complete garbage.
No.
And Lupu might think, you know what, my Giant 9 suit could be ahead here. Does he? What's he going to do?
No, 2, 7, 8, 3 this time. Trust me, no.
Lupu can't put John on a hand as strong as ace
You
king.
will see anyway.
He's currently stuck. 150k, does let it go. Snap call from John, who has Ivan in terrible shape.
Why you didn't free bet him? 2 times? Ace 4. How much is it?
Ivan running into it yet again. John having a wonderful night so far. Could be about to get a little better.
Go. How many times? 2 times. 2. Let's go. I had Jack 9
2
of
times is the answer.
I know I was winning.
Let's listen in.
Let's go, let's go, let's go. I like the flop for Lupu. I need 40 more.
You do it once or twice?
7, 6, deuce, deuce, 6 or 7 to shot, 4 to win outright.
I take it, I
Can
take it.
Ivan find
I take it.
a miracle river here? King of clubs on the river will secure the first one for John. He is now free rolling for half the pot.
I didn't free bet him.
Ivan's not happy that John got trappy pre-flop.
Scared? Okay.
That's a not terrible flop for the ace-4 of Ivan. 3 or a 4. There it is.
Easy money.
Don't celebrate. Easy money announced.
I won. 4 of the river, it's a split. Come on, you're too professional, come on.
Easy money.
We are not so professional.
Love to see it.
Look how much the French are winning today.
3 hours into the stream tonight, guys and girls. Hopefully you're enjoying the show.
I'm actually losing. Yeah, but 40 more.
Do click that like button on YouTube. Click that follow button on Twitch, both of which are completely free. Up to 74 likes on YouTube. We're aiming for at least 100. If y'all could oblige, that would be delightful.
He's down 200k, Jack, not 400k.
Pass.
Couché. There's one flop in my life.
One flop in my life.
Can I
One flop in my life, dealer.
C'est dommage. Moi, je trouve qu'on devrait faire une règle pour ça, tu vois.
Where's my flop?
Jack 7 tray. Isn't that a flop we just had?
Previous flop.
Close enough. Lupu with the gut boy. Goes with second pair.
4 clubs for max entertainment value.
Like some ice. Yeah, only ice. Thank you.
No need. Lupu's going to take it upstairs.
Gold ain't folding.
Not in a million years.
Not in your life. Not in your Nelly.
19k in the middle. This is what the stand-up game causes.
King of diamonds on the turn. Gold checks it on over to Lupu.
Just keeps bleeding.
Tough old night for Lupu. We've all been there, Henry.
Have indeed. Wow, John sniffed this one out correctly so far. Makes the call.
Lupu can only win with a 4. Is the Quattro going to slide on in there? No, it doesn't. Ace of Hearts. Good card to keep bluffing, though. Lupu can't win if he checks back. He is bottom of range. Generally, want to be bluffing hands like this.
4k out there.
What do you think gets it done? 28, 29?
100k.
100k, yeah, that might get it done. I want to say I think Goja's snapping here.
I think Goja's snapping.
Not necessarily snapping, but I think he's calling. I think we'll say a bet of about 28. Oh, wow.
Checking the itinerary.
Sorry, can I also get one salmon fillet, please?
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Surely that's not all going in. Okay, looks like the smaller pile is going in.
27.
27.
On this run out.
En haut, c'est game. C'est du classique maintenant quand Léon va arriver.
Ça, c'est l'échauffement, ça.
Rose just showed Lupu his hand.
Do you think he was trying to get a read?
I mean, he knows how to get information out of people, and he knows how to get people to make mistakes against him.
Just slaps the pot.
If anyone's going to make this call, it's going to be him. He's blocking a lot of the value that raise flop, Jack 7 suited,
yeah,
7s, loses to 3s. On this run out,
yeah,
10-9, it sucks that we have a 9.
Blocks 10, 9, 9, 8, you're absolutely right. Unblocks the 6, 5, 6, 4, 5, 4s of this life. And what ace-X, I mean...
I know Armin's good enough to find the call here. I'd have to be ace-X of diamonds, right? Like what, ace-4 diamonds?
Yeah, I think he's just going to call this, to be honest. The ace-4 diamonds is, you know, a real reach.
Oh! Yes, mate! Yes! 9-7 is good. Hand of the day, hero call of the day.
HOTD.
Insane.
Jimmy Bluffett sums it up. These DJing games are so swingy. Kalki with King 10 of clubs.
Warm welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to King's Resort. It's the final table of the World Series of Poker Europe main event. We are down to the final 4 players here. As we take a look at the chip counts, Sean Deeb out in front with 42% of the chips in play. Omar just 9 bigs less, 39 bigs. And Jonathan and Vladas, the sub 30 big blind territory now. 438,978 euros guaranteed. These final 4. Difference of almost 170,000
Can I have
between
pink one
fourth
against
and
blue
third.
Want a pink?
Ah, sick.
Still a long old way to go. 250 bigs in play.
People will be enjoying the stream. A lot of cool pots going down.
Oh, yeah,
Deep
sorry,
saying
my phone on me.
people will be enjoying the stream. A lot of cool pots going down. Couldn't put it better myself.
Yeah, I mean, this final table is very dynamic, so it's cool to, I think it's cool to watch.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's cool.
Definitely think we had the most skilled people remaining, so more cool shit can happen.
How much is it?
$8.7?
8.5.
6.6.
Thanks.
Just waiting for floor to come over. Tell the dealer to shuffle up and deal. So 150,000, 300,000, 300,000.
Oh, big one? Okay.
It's about that time, ladies and gentlemen. It's about that time.
Last 10 had my head spinning.
Final 4. The WSOP Europe main event. Final bracelet of the year 2022. That man right there looking to become the first Frenchman in poker history to win 2 no-limit hold'em bracelets. That one's popping things up to 2 bigs on the button. 22 bigs. Jack 8 of diamonds. Right. Omar's reaching for 3 betting chips from the small. And Sean Deeb has woken up in the big blind with King Queen of Hearts. Straight back in the mix, ladies and gentlemen. No rest for the wicked. See how Deeb wants to approach this spot. There's all the options on the table for him. It looks like he's going to come with the cold 4. It's that fold from Tamas. Omar Eljak. Maybe a bit frustrated that he didn't just flat out the small. It's like such a waste of a pretty hand. See how he proceeds against this 4-bet. 2.3 million to call, 6.6 in the middle. Out of position against Deeb. He's going to let it go. He chuckles to himself. Sean Deeb extends his lead over the rest of the field.
I think it dealt good hands. It's brutal. Good hand in a good spot. Very unfortunate.
Good hand in a good spot, indeed. Deeb firing into Pastore on this 6 of spades turn. 3.1 in the middle. Pastore with the 2 overs and gut shot. Kind of tied at the bottom of the pack with Tamas. Four bet was almost a shame, to be honest with you. I would have liked to have seen the flop. Sean Deeb now has Just shy of half the chips in play, four-handed.
All in.
Oh, wow. Deep opening on the button. Pastore with the small blind jam. So just shy of 25 effective. And Tamas, with the shortest stack, has woken up in the big with pocket nines. 18.3 effective.
7. All in.
Does make the call. Cards on their backs.
Twice, please.
Tamas, the all-in player at risk, but he does have the best of it.
Good luck.
4-1 favorite.
I have the skill to double up in this time normally.
To more than double up.
Can't double up.
Yeah, I know.
Pastore says he's got the skill to do it, to pull this off.
When are you going to open the orange? When you bust?
I'm going to keep it the next tournament.
5 to come, chat.
I'm not gonna
The
bust,
Frenchman
so that's the problem.
looking for some
Bust
hearts or an 8 to get us three-handed. Wow, Ocho in the window. Queen 10-8. Pastore flops bottom set.
No, then no need.
That doesn't change too much.
Tamas with the gut shot. Queen on the turn. It's not over. 4 outs once for the Lithuanian. He's a queen or a 9. Whereas he's going to be eliminated in 4th place in the World Series of Poker Europe main event. Deuce of hearts, not going to cut it.
Again.
One plane. Plates up top, man.
Again. Again.
And shakes all around. GG's in the chat for Vladas. I think
incoming.
just ask Sean what he had in that ace-9 spot now that he's busted.
We'll probably induce 9, so 8 is probably my bottom. Yeah, 9. 8 I can induce. Do jam ace 10 offsuit, right 3 bet? Sean? No? Okay,
Do you think I think you're light there?
I'm not sure. I just ask her. I'm an asker, so I'm not a thinker.
Pretty sure the 200K page jump meant a lot to you, so
No.
you have them covered.
I don't care about the page jump.
You have that little of yourself?
Sorry?
You have that little of yourself?
No, I have a big one, but I don't care. I just want the bracelet. That's it.
Wow, Pastore saying he's got a big piece of himself. Doesn't care about the money, just wants the bracelet.
The money come.
Oh, single big.
Because Sean, if you win, people will I mean, I don't know the name in English, but when you finish your career, or I don't know exactly, but you are in the only big blind. The people who don't really, in French it's retenir, don't know the name.
Like remember who got second?
Yeah.
That phrase?
Just remember your bracelet.
Congratulations for finishing 4th in the main event, Vladas. How was your experience about the tournament?
Well, overall experience was nice, but the finish is disappointing, of course. I think could play some spots better, so that's the most disappointing thing, but overall tournament was very nice, great organization, great structure, enjoyed it a lot actually. Yeah.
Yes, today is full of bad beats, unfortunately. Who was your toughest opponent during the tournament and why?
Toughest opponent? Good question. I'm not sure actually. Tough to say. A lot of different hands during 5 days, so can't say that any player like stood out. Like there was some tough spots for sure, and against a lot of players.
And what about your bluff yesterday against Jonathan with tens?
Yeah, that one was very interesting. I think I like how it was played, but I don't like 100% how I executed the river, because he might picked some live read on me, I think, because it took like 20 minutes on the river. I was gone for, I didn't know, it could be 5 minutes, it could be 10 minutes, 20 minutes in my head. I didn't know what time was it, and yeah, I think I could execute that better, but I like my play there.
It was an amazing play. I think I would have folded in his case. There is an interesting thing about you that you're always holding your tangerine in your hand. Is there any like luck or something in it?
Oh yeah, I just couldn't lose all in with it in my hand, so I just had to continue. It's must.
No, I mean you're mentoring that you're holding your hand all the time.
Yeah. I was holding it only during all-ins because I did it in one of the all-ins before. It worked out, so I had to continue to do that.
So it's your lucky charm.
Yes, exactly.
Great. So where are you going now after this WSOP?
Tomorrow I'm going home just to relax a little bit, recuperate, and get back to Prague, actually, coming back in a couple of weeks.
Cool, then see you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Does it go to 255 next? 255 next or 360?
2-4?
I meant after that.
Oh, yeah.
55, okay.
Yeah, thanks.
Welcome back to the stream. We are three-handed in the World Series of Poker Europe main event, ladies and gentlemen. Everyone now guaranteed 607,000 euros for their efforts. Playing for 1.38 million. Pastore looking for bracelet number 2 of the year.
Thanks.
Sean Deeb looking for bracelet number 6. And Eljak in second in the PLO 5K.
Play like 13 now, or?
Funny feeling we're going to be here for a while, ladies and gentlemen, three-handed.
Tack, 6, 7, 9, 11. Yeah, approximately, yeah.
Average stack more than 80 big blinds. Story the shortest. Playing 45. Monzel saying feels like a long three-handed and a short heads up. Potentially. Potentially. Although these three, yeah, out of all the final table lists, I'd say if there was ever going to be a huge collision, it would be between these three players.
No, always forget. Goes fast now. Yeah.
Who have you got, chat? Who are you rooting for? Whereabouts in the world are you tuning in from? Only 3.5 hours in, we're down to the final three. Blind v blind confrontation. Omar with the stab on the king 4 deuce, picks up a gut shot on the turn. Not going to slow down. Deeb obviously going nowhere with top pair and a gut shot. Eljak drawing to 2 outs. Jack of spades on the river. Frontal spades does complete. Eljak just 7 high and no spade. 3.5 in the middle. Well, well, well. Okay, that's not going to work. That one's not going to work, chat. That bet wasn't designed to get a king to fold. Trying to get a deuce. Deuce are at 4. Some high card backdoor club floats. Sean Deeb extends the lead, chat. Still saying still my money's on Deeb. Lot of love. Lot of love in the chat. Right, chat. Seeing as this could be over and done with in, you know, I mean, it's gone really fast today. It could be over very shortly. I'm going to give away this WSOP snapback. Okay, Mel saying any Romanian players still in. Easy to tilt sound. I'm going for Eljak. He's fire. He is pretty cool.
Call.
Deeb one card away from extending it even more. 5 of hearts on the river. Deeb going to be up to at least 38 million. May even cross the 40 million chip mark. See if you can squeeze out some value on this board pairing river.
Sixes. No good.
Going to check through. Omar announces sixes. Deeb. The snap no good. Up to 38 million. Right, chat. Real simple one. This is a bit of a fun one to get you guys involved, I think. Got to give away that WSOP snapback to one of our viewers. Shout out to everyone on Poker Room Kings Twitch channel, over on Fury TV on YouTube, the WSOP Twitch and YouTube. I know there are thousands of you
home without a little bit of equity.
all around the world. That's just a little fun way for me to give back to you guys, get you a piece of merch direct from the World Series of Poker Europe. I've posted a picture of the snapback on my Instagram, and all you need to do is respond to the story with, you know, favorite piece of advice that you ever received, whether it be in poker, life, whatever it may be. Tomorrow's my birthday. I'm going to take the day off and scroll through all of the responses, and I'm going to pick a winner, and we'll get that shipped to you, regardless of where you are in the world, if you do win. So best of luck, and again, massive thank you to the thousands of you that have made this as fun and entertaining as it's been over the last 19 days. Can find out my details in the chat as we dive back into this. Story with the 2 overs. Not going anywhere just yet. Wrapped around that 9 of spades with the Jack 10. Ace of spades on the turn. Flush draw gets there as well as an over to the board. See if Deeb continues to fire. Waves the white flag. Pastore with Jack high, no spade. Runs out ace-ace. Deeb blocking some of the folds, the 7-8s, the 7-6s they obviously already had beat. Has a decent amount of showdown with king high. See on the flop there are a ton of gut shots and open-enders. Deeb trying to get his king to showdown. The Frenchman's going to try and stop him, Pastore. It's 1.2 into 3.9. Just shy of third pot. Shaun Deeb cuts out a call. Quick call from Deeb with the king high, chat. What is going on today? Shaun Deeb up to over 40 million in chips and now looking like it's going to be incredibly tough to beat as he goes for bracelet number 6 here. World Series of Poker Europe main event.
You have time to call, Sean, you know?
Huh?
You can take your time, you know?
I didn't want to roll you.
Nice one.
Deeb didn't want to slow roll Pastore. Pastore with the light-hearted banter. Shaun, mate, take time before calling.
Go.
I said WTF. Yo, Viral's hat. What do you mean? Why WTF?
Thank you.
A quick look at the chip counts. Pastore bottom of the pack. Still 39 bigs, three-handed, 90-minute clock. We're going to be here a while, chat. One would assume. Story with a couple of important pickups. Three-handed, ladies and gentlemen. Three-handed. For those of you just joining us, we came back with 8 today. First elimination of the day just a couple of hours ago. Alexander Riard bowing out for 138,702 euros. His queens into the aces of Omar. Then it was the UK OG legend Barney Boatman out in 7th for 180,867 euros. His aces were no good on the Queen Jack 4. It was up against the top 2 pair of Sean Deeb. Short stack coming into today. Armin Reze got in his final 8 blinds with jacks. Couldn't hold against the ace-queen of that man right there. Omar Eljak, who has woken up in the big blind with a potential 4-bet spot. Button open. Pastore with the 3-bet from the small. There he is, ladies and gentlemen. I told you, you know, if there's ever going to be a huge collision, these are the 3 guys
4.5.
that could clash. Omar with the cold 4. The ace-5 of clubs out of the big. Pastore just checking the itinerary. $7.4 million in the middle. Does have fold equity as well if he were to find the jam. He does announce all in. Fades the snap call. Take a bow, Pastore. Chat, what is going on today? What is going on?
I might have had the best hand, I don't know. Maybe not.
Oh yeah, this kid's here to play. He said he doesn't care about the money, has a large piece of himself. He just wants to make history. Wants to become the first Frenchman in poker history to win 2 no-limit hold'em bracelets. Took down the 5K 6 max during the World Series this summer for over 700,000. Now finds himself three-handed here in the WSOP Europe main event. And with plays like that, you can see why. Doodle Zombie saying, Henry, can you shortly explain why players give a piece of their action away? Oh yeah, there are different ways. You can obviously sell action prior to the event. Obvious reasons for that are just bankroll management and to reduce variance and whatnot. You can do giveaways on social media. We've seen a lot of that in recent years. And then another way you see people kind of give away action. It isn't necessarily, it's not giving away, obviously. More leaning towards the swapping side of things. Say you get down to the final 2 tables and you and a friend or you and another good player have a similar stack. You'll often see a lot of pros, swap between, I don't know, 1 and 10%. Oh. Again, just for variance purposes. Doodle saying, yeah, but then if you win less. That's true. Yeah, of course, you do win less. But all the times that you don't win, Also saying I'm always selling a few for a couple of friends so they'll sweat with me. That's also a fun reason for it.
Anyone need a drink?
No, I'm good. Thank you. Good.
My parents
Get
keep
drinks if you want something.
No, it's okay.
begging me to buy action, but I keep telling them that I play cash. I think as of next year, I'm just going to give them like, I don't know, 1% for the year or something, just so they stop nagging at me. Doodle saying you mentioned that Espen had around 50%. Yeah, I believe he had like 53, 54. It's been very transparent. You can check out the countless articles and updates of the reigning world champion. Espen Jostad has also put a post out on Instagram, I believe. Mohi saying, Henry, outstanding entertainment. Appreciate it, Mohi. Glad you're enjoying the show. Thank you, guys. You're far too kind. Where have you all been hiding, eh? Final 3 players here. 15 bracelets during the World Series of Poker Europe 2022. We've already handed out 14 of them. This is the final bracelet of 2022. Sean Deeb with 2 third-place finishes. Came 3rd in the 25k. The one that Triton boss Paul Poir won. 3rd in the 50k. One that Orpin took down. Number 1 on Turkey's all-time money list. Looking to go 2 spots further here in the main to win bracelet number 6. That 5-bet jam from Pastore with the King Queen O. Moved him on up into 2nd. Still think he made the sickest call of the tournament. 17 left for his tournament life. The final 3 tables against 4th place finisher Vladas Tamasauskas. Now he's made one of the sickest jams, although that's Sean Deeb, ace-9 of clubs hand. It's pretty spectacular.
You play cash game normally, no?
Huh?
You play cash game normally, no?
Yellow.
Yellow? Yellow cash game?
Yes.
Tell us if you need to fork on. We can.
Yeah, I would prefer it. For sure.
But we need 6. I mean, I need 6. Yeah, probably. I just know the rules of PLO, so.
Sounds like we're playing a cash game after this. Sounds like we'll play a cash game after this.
Yeah, 1K, 2K blind maybe.
Juicy. Should make it winner take all.
Any cash games after this chat? Winner take all.
Huh?
Where'd your purple? Okay. No, you had some still.
Yeah.
Pastore
You
just
hold those
asking.
things on very tightly.
Asking
Not when
Eljac.
I 4-bet bluff.
Happens to the best of us.
It does. Some maniac shoves king queen. And you sit there. Well played.
Apocalypse there, 1K, 2K cash game. Bring back Barney and you're on. Winning on live 7. We're waiting for you, Henry, over on the 5-5 PLO game. You may just see me, mate. Depending what time we get out of here.
Check.
Sick river for Deeble, though. And we're not getting the violins out, chat. 10 of spades. Out-pipped by 2. Pastore going to win some chips here.
Ten.
You probably got out-kicked.
10 is good. And no deals in WSOP jobs, ladies and gentlemen. No deals allowed. Just got a message from Gary Blackwood, who was here for some of the commentary during this event. So never use another man's hat that you bought for a giveaway as a giveaway. I mean, is that on me, chat? That's not on me, is it? Shouldn't have left early. KML saying, Henry, wasn't Elke supposed to join you? He was, but you guys predicted it. He's probably going to arrive when we get heads up. We dive back into this. Eljac. Bet one big on the flop. Deep kept him honest with ace high. Runner straight. Deep betting half pot once checked to, and Eljac with a swift fold. Discipline lay down there. Second pair against someone that is more than capable
of finding bluffs. John saying Elke never wakes up before 7 p.m. I saw him about an hour ago, just ruffling about the casino. Elke doing Elke things. I told him to bring his sunglasses to the booth. Blind v blind confrontation. Deeb with the best of it currently. Bottom pair. Pastore with the nut low. Does have a spade in hand. Offsuit 10 would now chop it. Lightning Soul saying both have a backdoor royal flush draw. They did. They did on the flop. Still getting one through, eh? The old 3 high. Deeb with a legit hand. And unfortunately, for Sean, either Eljac or Pastore with enough to continue with. It's been a long old grind. 6 cashes already before making the main event final table. Over 10 million in total live earnings, best live cash. 1,402,683. That largest cash came in the 25k PLO high roller back in 2018. Won that event twice. Won it back in October as well for 1.25 million. Beating Kalau heads up. His 5th bracelet. Just looking at all of Deeb's results. First career win coming back in 2007. 2008 won some $560 tournament. Continental Poker Championships in Verona for 14K. Fast forward 14 years. Look at him now. Deep turning trips. Pastore not going to go anywhere with his gut shot and ace high. Can't say I blame him, especially given that he's up against Sean Deeb. And how about a deuce of diamonds on the river? The 3-outer for the Frenchman. 3.1 million in the middle. Deeb in trouble here. No reason for Sean to slow down. Feel like he can still get enough value. King X and 3X hands. Goes with 2/3, 2.2 into 3.1. Story just double checking his whole cards. Did I really just river a straight? I did indeed. What size do you make it in Pastore's shoes, chat? Do you just call? Make it like 3x, something like between 5.5 and 7 million. The 500k chips. That's 6.3 million. Deeb doesn't like it. Now, chat. It's made some great bluffs. It's made some great calls. Can he make a world-class fold?
And deuce 3? Or you just call that combo?
Asking Pastore if he's raising with a hand like deuce 3. Do you just call that combo? Pastore giving nothing away. $12 million in the middle. Deep calls.
Don't have a good feeling about this hand.
Practically tied for the chip lead. Deep's gut. Just telling him, doesn't feel very good about this spot. Is he going to trust it?
This may be a bluff. Probably not. Pocket 5s. Reasonable. Pocket 6s. Maybe. Those hands.
Deeb not one to tank. You know when he's in the tank, it's a legit tough spot.
Or raise worse for value. Don't think so.
Sean think this one through out loud. The only worse for value is like 4-5, 4-6, right?
5-7, 6-7. I want a 5 in your hand to be bluffing. 3-5, deuce 5, reasonable. And a lot of hands I can beat. Almost, I don't think you have one of those.
Story still giving nothing away.
Apologies if it ends up being a slow roll.
He's apologizing in advance if it ends up being a slow roll. The trip falls.
Never fold hands is good. Three, 8, 22, 62. Ugh. 3 notes.
Potential tournament trajectory shifting spot for both these players. Sean Deeb. Turn trips, bet flop, bet turn.
Don't bluff anything. 3's full makes sense. Got deuces. That'd be gross. More value.
See if Deeb can trust his gut here. He's already said on several occasions that there are plenty of hands that he beats, but it just doesn't feel like Pistori ever has bluffs in this spot. The chips have gone back onto the stack.
Good.
Wow, chat. Oh my word. Sean Deeb. Sean Deeb, ladies and gentlemen. Made some fantastic calls over the last couple of days. Some incredible bluffs. And to top it all off here, three-handed. Makes an outstanding fold against Pastore to keep the chip lead. Three-handed World Series of Poker Europe main event. Going for bracelet number 6, and with folds like that, I don't know, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not good enough. I'm not good enough to comment, you know. Woo! Chat just popping off today. Sometimes you just gotta trust your gut, ladies and gentlemen. Lucky Dreamer TV with the raid. Appreciate that, Lucky Dreamer.
Don't look me, John.
Huh?
Don't look me, Sean. You can't see nothing, so you can't read something. Nothing.
I don't know. I folded that hand, so obviously I saw something.
Wow, Pastore asking Sean if he has a read or if he can see something. Sean saying, well, I folded, so I must have spotted something. Some mind games going on, chat. Jack, the limp from the small deep. at 3.3x with the ace-7. Omar coming with the limp raise to 3.5 mil.
How much did you start this hand with roughly? 4 stacks of 100Ks? Yeah, okay.
Three-handed play has not been treating Omar Elzhak too kindly. Deeb makes the call. Has come king, 7, deuce. Top and bottom for Elzhak. Middle pair, backdoor clubs for Sean Deeb. Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. This could be a big one. Carlos saying this has been an amazing final table. Couldn't agree more, mate. It's been an amazing festival. 14 bracelets already awarded here at King's. It's the last bracelet of 2022. 8 of diamonds on the turn, so Deeb now drawing to just 5 outs. 3 aces and 2 sevens to win him the hand. So Elzhak going small, small, wants to play this hand across 3 streets. Gone with a sizing that would set up a very natural river SPR of around 0.6. If Deeb were to make the call. Just south of 1/3. Yeah, I think this is more likely to get paid off, I agree. Completely different spot compared to the previous hand. 18 million in the middle. 9 of diamonds on the river. We've got ourselves a new chip leader, ladies and gentlemen. It's Omar Elzhak. $18 million in the middle, 9.2 million behind. Elzhak with the non-all-in sizing, announcing 8 million. And Deeb in the blender again. Back-to-back hands.
I don't have a very good hand to call with. still end up calling.
Sean D bet 3 streets for value on the previous hand. Pastore rivered him.
That.
This time, Omar Eljak limped from the small blind. Deeb made it 1 million, 3.3 bigs from the big. Omar Eljak with the
Bring some equity, barrel.
limp 3 bet to 3.5. Flop top and bottom. Deeb middle pair, backdoor clubs. Deeb really needs Eljak to have a hand like Ace 10, Queen 10. Ace 5 of hearts. What do you think, chat? 1 in the chat if you think he's going to call. 2 if you think he's going to fold. Either way, it's going to be tight three-handed. And number 328, and he makes the call. Get shown top and bottom. And Omar Eljak is the new chip leader. After making a world-class fold the hand before. Sean Deeb couldn't get away from it. That has changed things, ladies and gentlemen. Sean Deeb down to 16, but still 50 bigs. Pastore up to 25 million. Omar Eljak with the chip lead. Deeb a bottom pair. Pastore with a gut shot. Those of you just joining us, we are three-handed in the World Series of Poker Europe main event. €607,531 guaranteed, with 1.38 million going to the eventual champion. Let me know in the chat who you think's going to close this one out. Four of hearts on the turn. Deeb still with the best of it. Certainly has more nutted range in this spot, in my opinion. Gonna have more traps, more two-pair, more sets. Get the completed from the small. Pastore checked his big blind. He bet one big on the ace 9-6, 2 spades, 1 diamond board. 300k into 900k. Pastore made it 1.1 million to go. Deep called, and 4 of hearts is rolled off on the turn. Pastore firing again, 1.5 into 3.1. Deep going nowhere. And Pastore just gets there on the river. 7 of clubs. 6.1 million in the middle. What a sick 3 hands for Sean Deeb. King 6, no good, pal. Makes a massive laydown with a 10-4 and just gets punished 2 hands in a row. That's poker, ladies and gentlemen.
Rivers.
There's a look at the chip counts. Omar Eljak, the chip leader after that king deuce of diamonds, blind v blind hand to 115 bigs. Pastore second in chips. Still plenty of time. For things to change for all 3 of these players. Just quickly, once again, chat, doing this last giveaway of the World Series. My co-commentator for the first part of the World Series, Gary Blackwood, bought a WSOP snapback cap, and I'm giving it away over on my Instagram. Feel free to get involved. It's my birthday tomorrow, so I'm going to go through all of the replies and pick a winner, and I get that sent out to you. Henry_Kilbane. It's a little thank you, giving away some merchandise to you viewers for keeping me company for the past 3 weeks. Whatever happened to Elke? Elke is MIA, chat. Kind of chuckling to himself.
I think you will bet more polarized on the turn. I guess you can discount. Don't bake.
Pastore can sniff this one out.
No.
He's gonna let it go.
Hmm? Well, I think you can use like heavy bonds, heavy sizing.
clip saying Elzhak was chip leader coming into today. Chip leader again now, he is indeed. Rough couple of orbits. Sean Deeb, Elzhak not going to slow down. 9-8 of diamonds on the button. Spicy turn card, 9 of clubs, giving Elzhak third pair. Pastore picking up a flush draw. Checks all the way down to the river. See if Omar tries to squeak out some value. He doesn't. He's going to knuckle it back. Up to 37.
Don't see the 9.
You thought you beat the 8?
Hmm? No, I just check. I'm tired, so sometimes I prefer just show my hand and we'll see if I win or not. I'm just tired sometimes.
Don't blame you, mate. It's been a long couple of weeks.
Cheers your Annie already.
Oh, yeah, right.
These two hands could collide on certain board textures. Pastore with the Queen 10. Omar Elzhak with King Jack. 2.5 in the middle. First and second in chips. And they're not going to collide on that board. King 8-6, top pair for the Swede. Continues for around 35%. Pastore. 2 overs to the 8-6. Got to continue. Queen high, some backdoors. His hand's not over and done with yet, chat. 4.3 million in the middle. 9 of spades on the turn. Now giving Pastore a double gut shot. And ladies and gentlemen, we all know there are 2 cards in the deck that would cause absolute fireworks. Non-spade jack. As Omar fires twice, and it looks like a sizable barrel. 3.7 into 4.3. Could hear a pen drop in this commentary booth and at the table. So tense. As these 3 battle it out. The WSOP gold bracelet and 1.38 million. Story with all the options available to him on the table. Don't hate the fold against the large sizing. Nothing wrong with calling, does let it go. Someone asking if we can rabbit hunt the river. Omar Eljak, 131 big blinds, 51% the chips in play. Eljak not interested in shifting down to a lower gear. Great couple of orbits for him. It's the shortest stack three-handed for quite some time. He has regained the chip lead. He's flopped best on the 9-4 tray. I believe we're going to be going on a short break after this hand. Ace of diamonds on the turn, presenting Pastore with a gut shot. Looking for a 10 or a 5. Delayed c-bet by Omar. Pastore with 10 high. Does eventually let it go. So 10-minute break, chat. Don't go too far. We are still three-handed here. The World Series of Poker Europe main event. When we come back, we're going to be playing down to heads up for the bracelet. It's going to be rolled out and presented. 1.38 million for first. I'll see you guys in 10 minutes. Don't go too far.
What's up? Good morning. Are you ready for today? Yeah. See you at King's.
Good boy saying, yeah, I've been using the no fold quite often. It's pretty cool. It is pretty cool. I'm not going to lie. He's just like, yeah, nope. I'm out of here. GG's. German just like, we've spotted the tanker, chat. We've spotted the tanker. Red Misty said, Poker Room Kings, good afternoon, sir, and thank you for the great coverage. Red Misty, welcome to the stream. I understand, like, tanking and whatnot in marginal decisions, but the tanking with, oh boy. The tanking with, you know, the Queen 7 from +1 earlier, now to 10-4, it feels a bit. Poker City now saying, hi Henry, great job as per usual, keep it up, greetings. Peter from Poker City, provide Dutch commentary for Kings every now and then. Shout out Poker City, and now shout out to all the Dutch community members. A lot of love for the Dutchies. They've been a big support over the years as we dive back into this, ladies and gentlemen. If a club finds its way to the river, could be losing a true legend of the game very quickly here on day 3. See what Open brings on the turn. 72k in the middle. I'm going to slow down. Comes with B50. Two-tone broad texture. Feels like a dicey turn proposition against the big blind range. Although Orpin is going to have, you know, every combo of King 10 suited and King 10 offsuit, and then I guess every combo of 10-8 suited from the cutoff, as well as set advantages on this board. But Victor going to attack this smaller sizing. Did feel like an attackable size B50 odd. Takes it north to 147.
Thank you.
Been getting laid 2.5 to 1 on a call. Obviously doesn't know that he has the best hand. Nine clubs in the deck. I suppose the 3 10s, 12 outs once, getting around 25%. So not really getting the direct odds on a call from a mathematical point of view. That's if he assumes that, you know, his ace and king are no good. Victor Blom just picking up on this weak turn barrel. I say that with the utmost respect and love for Orpin, you know, fresh off a bracelet. Just felt like a turn sizing that's asking to be attacked. I don't know, chat. Feel free to weigh in, by the way. Feels like a turn card where we don't want to be half-potting a lot. But again, zero authority from me in the booth here. Just felt like a natural big size or a check. Orpin does make the call. 3-6-6 in the middle. Brick rolls off, and Victor Blom with the snap jam on the river with 8 high. Says Isildur, ladies and gentlemen. The fact that Orpin has taken this long with this decision here, with just ace high, actually thinking this one through. I mean, this isn't posturing, chat. This is one of the best players in the world. #1 on Turkey's all-time money list. Competes festival in, festival out with some of the best players in the world. typically see him traveling the circuit with Daniel Dvorak, Sam Grafton, Timothy Adams. Orpin is legitimately considering this spot here. He's thinking of making this call. He's reverse engineering the way that this hand has played out. You've got to think about the range of hands that check raise turn and jam river for value. Blocking King 10, that's obviously one of the immediate good things about this as a bluff catcher. Unblocking diamonds also feels nice. Is Blom ever turning a hand like King 8, King of diamonds into a bluff? Tip of my hat.
And 5 of diamonds or something.
Yeah, see, Orpin's dialed in, bro. 10-5 of diamonds. This isn't TV table time. He doesn't need it. This is Orpin just doing what Orpin does, man. Note the shift in body language from Victor as well. An immediate smirk on his face. The last thing you want to hear from your opponent when you're sat there with 8 high is 10-5 of diamonds or something like the soul read. You're just turning a hand on the turn into a bluff. I tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, if he makes this call, am I allowed to go out there and just give him a hug? Am I allowed to do that? He makes the call, ladies and gentlemen, with ace high. Hand number 13.
Good luck, guys.
Number 1 on Turkey's all-time money list. What did I just witness, chat?
We really had bad hand to call as well, but
Orpin, take a bow, my friend. He wasn't posturing on the turn.
I was afraid of that. That's some risk there, but
Smelt like 10-5 of diamonds, something like that.
Ten, 8.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, pretty cool. Not for me, but.
What?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Three-handed here in the 2022 World Series of Poker Europe main event.
Yeah.
Day 4 chip leader Omar Eljak has held on to that chip lead. You can see he's responsible for eliminating 3 of the 6 eliminations in this final table of 9. Has half the chips in play. Rough few orbits for Sean D, but a 10-minute break has hopefully allowed him to blow off some steam as we come back to 200k, 400k. Everyone guaranteed 607,000 euros for their efforts.
11.675.
Story cutting out a 3-bet from the small. Eljak going to get out of the way. Apocalypse saying, Henry, I just saw Orpin's ace-king call during the break, all timer for you. I mean, it's up there. It's up there. They are all crushers, chat. All three of these.
Oops, sorry.
Pastore looking to
No, it's okay.
Oh, it's there, okay.
He's there. I push it.
I knew it was somewhere.
make history here.
Not where it was supposed to be.
Become the first Frenchman to ever win 2 Holden bracelets. It's king for Pastore in the small blind. People kept saying, a wise man once said, as long as you have chips, still in it. Yeah, don't count Deeb down and out just yet, chat. And let's not forget, Eljak was down to, was it 11 million? Lightning Soul saying Pastore was well below 10 million not too long ago too. That is true. That is very true. It's down to what, 7.4? Four-handed? Deep jamming out the big. Down to 9.2 million now. There's your chip leader, ladies and gentlemen. Omar Eljac. Limp raised the king deuce of diamonds. Blind v blind against Sean Deeb's ace 7 of clubs. Came king 7 deuce, 1 club, 2 hearts. And got 3 streets from Deeb. Story obviously not going anywhere with bottom pair just yet. Turn does present a gut shot for Eljac. Chat calling for a queen. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Pastore gonna keep Eljac honest for 2 streets. 5.4 in the middle to close the gap. King of spades on the river. Frenchman with the check mark. And Eljac gonna give up. Gets shown the queen deuce, and Pastore up to over 30 million now.
No queen after. No queen of a club.
Not looking for a club?
No.
Everyone guaranteed 607,000 euros for their efforts in this World Series of Poker Europe main. €245,000 difference between third and second. The eventual champion will be going home with 1.38 million. Of course, gold bracelet.
A little over 8.
Okay.
Jigglypuff with the euro exchange rate. Apparently €1 is now worth more than $1. Next pot, blind v blind, Pastore flopping best in the form of middle pair. So if he tries to squeeze out some value from Deeb now. Things looking pretty bleak. Sean now down to sub 20 bigs. He's facing a 2/3 pot size bet. On the turn with king high. Gonna keep him honest. Brick River could potentially cost him more, and well, how about the 7 of hearts on the river? Really add a stain to Deeb's three-handed experience. Had a world-class fold against Pastore. Just 3 or 4 hands in a row. He goes from chip leader to 7 million in chips, and if he makes the call here, Sean's going to be down to 12 big blinds. And he does make the call. Pastore shows the queen 8. Sean Deeb down to 12, chat.
Non? Ouais. Merci. On.
12 big blinds and a dream. Sean Deeb just jamming the 7s, picks up the blinds in the big blind ante. €607,000 locked up. Omar and Pastore tied for the chip lead. Omar queen 3 from the small, gonna move all in. Deeb with the ace jack. Makes the call for his final 13.5 bigs.
I mean,
That's fine. I have not played my best. I still think I made a good full version. Still think I made a good full version. I'll get that in a second anyway.
I love that, given everything, Sean first to admit he's not played his best, but still getting it in good here for 11 million to get right back into the mix. Well, 7-4 tray, bottom pair for Omar Eljak. If he can hold here, we're going to be heads up for the World Series of Poker Europe main event bracelet. Ace jack or a 4 needed.
No, you didn't fold an ace at least.
yeah, no.
One to come. We're going to remain three-handed. We're going to lose Sean Deeb in third. Deuce of clubs on the river. Handshakes all around.
as Sean D bows out in third for a third time during this series.
Take a break for toilets. Let's do that. It's okay?
The third place curse rather. 607,000 euros, came third in the 25k Platinum High Roller, third in the 50k. He's now come third in the main event after a series of unfortunate hands. And just like that, we're heads up.
Here we have Sean Deep. You have been running really deep this tournament. How is your thoughts overall about the tournament?
You know, it was unfortunate. Got a big chip lead, three-handed, couldn't close it out. Maybe made a bad fold, made a bad call. Just unfortunate, you know, we're super deep and I don't know. It was what I wanted.
Do you have any thoughts about particular hands?
I mean, I'm a little the ace-7 king deuce. I knew he was light pre. I should just jam or 4-bet. I shouldn't just call and play in position, but trusted my instincts that he was wide, and then I called him down post flop for that exact same reason. Unfortunately, he flopped 2 pair, and so that's just kind of an unfortunate flop.
What means more for you, the trophy or the money?
This one is one of the few that money matters more than the bracelet. Most events will take the bracelet, but when it's 1.4 up top, you know, you're going for the money first.
How did you like the field overall of this tournament compared to the field back at home?
The field is very great here. Unfortunately, I wasn't too happy with the people I got four-handed with. I thought they were all very good. There were some other people I was rooting for to survive or win some all-ins. And so, you know, I was slightly outclassed, but that's going to happen. I don't play that much. I don't try that hard at Hold'em. And so, you know, 3/3 is pretty fucking ridiculous in these fields.
And who was the most toughest opponent for you?
I think they're all equal. I don't think one really stood out. Everyone played back at me just a little bit. Everyone put me in some spots. There was, you know, a lot of battling. There was some cool stuff going on. I ran some cool bluffs. They ran some cool bluffs, I'm sure. And that's just kind of the way tournament poker goes.
Okay, so it was nice to see you at Kings and see you back soon.
Yeah, for sure.
But this is a spot that you've been in already this festival, big final table at the World Series of Poker Europe. You came second in the 5K PLO. And you're known for being just an incredibly impressive Omaha player due to your aggression. We're in the 2-card Omaha streets here. Yeah. It's the WSOP Europe main event final table, and you're coming in as chip leader. What's the game plan, man, going in? What can we expect to see from you today?
Well, I can't reveal too much, I'm afraid, but I'm just going to enjoy the moment and play my best, pick my spots wisely, and just, yeah, have a good time. I mean, this is an incredible spot. I'm just going to try to enjoy every second of it, and what happens, happens.
We didn't get the chance to see you too much at the feature table yesterday. You were doing your thing on the side tables, and I was keeping an eye on the chip counts, and a lot of people would be like, Henry, refresh the feed. Omar's up to 7 million, now he's up to 9 million. All of a sudden, you got 15, and it just seemed like you were, I don't know what you were doing over there, man, just like an absolute wrecking ball. This slightly different, obviously, because of ICM, and you do have a very competent Sean Deeb on your left. Anything on that? Anything about the overall strategy or what's going to be, you know, focused on with the ICM pressure that you can exert as the chip leader?
Well, I'm going to pick my battles wisely, let's put it that way. And yeah, like I said, just try to play rationally, don't let emotions get the best of me, just make the best decisions I can, and yeah, see if I can do what I did yesterday.
Best of luck, mate. WSOP gold bracelet up top, 1.38 million.
Three with the queens, second time in the space of 2 orbits. Up against Reard. Comes with the 3-bet on the button to 200k. Start off this hand around about 45 effective. Wait, how deep are we here? 43 button. I mean, it's button v hijack. So very aggressive, very competent. Put out Punsri. Wow, he does announce all in. Chat, this is a chip lead pot here.
Wow.
And a snap call from Punsri. And again, he sees that he's got his opponent drawing to 2 outs. Chat, this is the biggest tournament of the feature table after 13 hours of play.
Yeah, yes. I know. Queens again. Wow, good luck. Queen 2.
Well, well, well.
Possible.
Jack 5-3, all clubs. Reard picking up a bunch of outs and just has Punsri dead on the turn.
Hey, my friend, zweimal Queens verloren. What can you do? Wow. Queens, zweimal Punkt.
Wow. Takes it on the chin like an absolute champion. Put out Punsri saying, what can you do?
Wow, nice.
Has Zidek drawing to 2 outs.
Nice.
Queens against 9s.
1.1.
Again for a chip lead pot.
1.1, yeah. 1.1, yeah. 1.6.
9 on the flop. Now had Rear drawing to 2 outs.
1 for 50.
Queens against 10s.
This is
Gets 4 flushed. Put out Punsri, still smiling somehow. Says, what can you do? I tell you what, chat.
1,450,000. Wow.
That man on your screen's right there.
450? Yeah.
Remember the name. Put out Punsri. We're going to be seeing a lot more of that young man from Thailand. And you stumble across cobras and all sorts of creepy crawlies when you're out in the dark. It's too hot to wear trainers. That little layer of protection. I'm talking out my ass. We already know that the socks don't help. The cobra wants a little snag of a toe. Chat, I'm getting delirious, okay, we're 14 hours in. I feel like Joey Ingram on one of his deep dive investigations, minus the edibles. Shout out Pappy. Bam, I'm saying Henry currently 3-bet jamming every live situation at the moment and winning. Yeah, dodging bullets, baby. I'm going to run into it eventually. BNK saying, what's the start time tomorrow? Way too early for me. I'm going to be kicking off at 1 p.m. Central European time. So, 9 hours from now. Oh, hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. We got a bit of a cooler here. Oh boy. Danny gonna have to pull an old rose stucco on Riyadh, who sucked out with the 10s against Queens for the chip lead pot against Punam Punsri earlier on. And well, 110 dead. Not helping the young Dane. .34 big blinds effective. Lift off time, chat. Danny does announce himself, and he is in rough shape. Already seen a 10 dead. Heart's working for him, but he's going to need to pull a miracle out of the hat. 14 hours into the day. 5 cards away from elimination. Could have been that 10 spot earlier. Riyad just gets the click call. Cards on their backs. 2.9 million chip pot. 43 left in the record-breaking World Series of Poker Europe main event. If the Frenchman can hold, it's going to be up to over 5.4 million. 9-5 deuce. Berkmos drawing to 1 out twice for his tournament life. 8 of diamonds changes nothing other than the tease of it being 4 across. 10 of spades and a 10 of spades only. No dice. Gonna lose Danny Berkmos in 43rd. GG's, chat.
What's up?
Good morning.
Are you ready for today?
Yeah.
See you at Kings.
But I always liked both. What I used to do when I started my career is I played cash as my job.
To build
That's
up
to pay the bills. And then at night, I would go play these like 90 tournaments at dessert.
Right.
I was playing 10, 20 limit over, making about $45 an hour.
Yeah.
You know, and then I would go play these $20 tournaments with rebuys at night because I enjoyed them.
Yeah.
Right. But it wasn't like something that I looked at as, oh, that's stable living, right? But without the cash game comes tournaments are nuts.
Yeah.
It's much more difficult.
That makes a lot of sense.
So like I would stick with, I mean, I don't know how your brain works in terms of like learning 2 things at the same time or how much it would sacrifice, but like if cash games is where you make the majority of your money, I would, you know, still do that and then like, you know, sleep into tournaments. You
That's
know.
what I've seen a lot of the guys do, and it's crazy because like I'll cover you guys, you know, like anything higher than like a 10K, and I'll feel extremely comfortable in my knowledge and understanding of what you guys are trying to achieve. That's obviously a blanket statement, but you know, from a surface level, I do love tournaments, I do, but for me, I've just always treated poker like a lifestyle business.
Well, if you play cash, like most cash players that are good, that play deep, like playing tournaments is easier, except when it gets short.
Yeah.
So like you'll have an advantage deep
At the start,
right?
yeah.
You know, when it's more like a cash game.
Yeah.
And then you'll just have to learn the nuances of like, you know, playing really nitty in spots and, you know, ICM, boring stuff like that.
That makes sense.
Boring, but obviously really important if
That's
you're
the most important,
playing for
yeah.
money.
Yeah. It's going to be a fun one, ladies and gentlemen.
你死咗個。你死咗邊個咧 ？Martin Cabral, maybe? I don't know. It looks like Martin Cabral.
Just me and Canada?
Me and Canada. D-Negs, you are in rough shape, mate. Not anymore. Daniel Negreanu flopping trips. Daniel Dvoris with the nut flush draw. 560 in the middle already. Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. Hand number 3 of this 50K. Note the stack to pot ratio. Around 4.
160.
One bet 160.
Dvoris going to continue for small. In the form of quarter pot. Man, D-Neck's just gonna click it.
借啲馬嚟洗下，借啲籌碼嚟洗下。
Clicks it to 360. And I was speaking to D-Negs. Went to pick him up from the airport. He's telling me about some of this new funky stuff he'd been working on, and I gotta admit, I'm a big fan of this. I mean, you could get Dvoris to just pile here.
而家出邊咁樣，我覺得我喺
Although Dvoris blocking some of the King Jacks, Jack 10s of the world.
擺邊度都好似唔係幾好咁。
That may try and get a sneaky one through. Yeah, Daniel was telling me how he's been coming with, you know, some limps, some like 4.5x, just taking some really unorthodox lines, some quirky stuff. And look at this. Daniel Negreanu has leveled Dvoris into 3-betting on the flop to 800K.
Oopsie doopsie. Oopsie doopsie. I might be fucked here, but I'm not.
5 seconds.
All in.
Who is all in?
Yeah, fuck it. I mean, if you got it, you got it. Just what are you gonna do, right? At this point, you got to play to win. All of it.
How much is it? Can you count?
Let's see. Okay, we got
Announces
1 million.
all
That's the
in.
that he asked, right? Because then he probably doesn't have a queen. 1.1.
Daniel fading the snap call.
6.
Absolutely loving this.
No, you can't. You have to pause the clock
Yeah, he gets
while
it
you're
at
counting.
20. So that's 1.6, 1.9. This is more than I thought. Okay, 2 million.
He could effectively
2,070,000.
increase the stack by over 50% without seeing Eternal River.
煙10葵線佢。
Dvoris just going to run the numbers in his head. Chat, I do apologize. I'm so confused as to didn't hear call announced or anything. Cards are on their backs. The dealer didn't say call.
I'm trying to calm myself because I have PTSD being all in.
This is a chip lead pot.
Stress disorder. Okay.
Ace on the turn. Changes nothing, although Dvoris does pick up an additional 2 outs. Ace or a spade needed
I didn't have one.
for Daniel Dvoris. And there it is, 6 of spades, corner
Nobody
pocket.
would believe me, I promise you. Nobody would believe me of how, like, I could feel that one. I could feel it.
6 of spades, corner pocket, and we're going to lose Daniel Negreanu.
Oh, you know, you need a fold, yeah. You got me covered, right?
Daniel Negreanu going to bow out.
No, no. If anyone knew, I swear. Like, I guess you guys see it. I'm always on TV when it keeps happening. Oh, boy.
Yeah, you almost have it nice every fucking 3 days.
Wow.
Fuck.
As I said, we have PTSD with you, Daniel.
I could never go all in. I don't think I'd ever be busted.
That is how it works.
So I'm going 7 hours back, right?
Okay.
So how do you...
I'll explain how I did it from home.
Okay.
So what I do is, my flight left at 10 p.m.
Right.
Right? I want to wake up around, it's 8 hours forward.
Right.
So 10 p.m. my time is 6 a.m. there.
Right.
2 hours into the flight is about 8 a.m.
Right.
So I'm going to eat at midnight, right? That's going to be breakfast. Before midnight, I don't have any food. I fast the whole day before noon. So like if you do earlier, it's even better. You know, anywhere from like 8 a.m. to noon, you have a big meal, satiate yourself, and then you basically the time that you will be asleep, you're not eating, right? Then when the new time, like, oh, I need to wake up here, it's like this is true in the animal world too. Like when they eat, that's the start of their day kind of thing.
Yeah.
So the body's tricked into thinking that, all right, this is the new beginning of my day. I fasted during sleep.
So you fasted from 12 p.m. your time.
Yeah.
You
so
then got on the plane at 10 p.m. You didn't eat until midnight.
Yeah.
So you went 12 hours.
I did 12. Yeah, 12 to anywhere 12 to 16.
And that was 8 a.m. Okay, I see.
Yeah. So basically, like when I had breakfast, when I had dinner at midnight, I had breakfast. Even though it wasn't a breakfast, but that was my new breakfast because I hadn't eaten, right? So your body's like,
I'm gonna give that a try.
Yeah, it's there's science behind it. I'm not just like old wives' tale from Phoenix. It's the real thing.
Yeah. I'll have to give it a try.
And then of course, if let's say it doesn't work or whatever, and you're up at like 4 or 5 in the morning, don't eat. Like, that's the key thing is like if it doesn't happen the first 24 hours, like always make sure that you're not like eating, 4 hours before you want to wake up, because then you're gonna stay all fucked up. This schedule here for these events though, it's so fucked up that I don't even know what time makes sense to wake up, because I think I'm playing a lot of 4 p.m. tournaments.
It's pretty late.
Yeah.
Pretty late.
4 p.m., 6 p.m. till 2 or 3.
Max Heinzen was his real name. Won like an EPT.
Oh yeah.
Like oversold in another one and scammed people a bunch. And now he's dead.
Let's move it along. I'm sorry I brought it up.
He goes in now. He just goes in now. He's dead.
Hey, you suck out of me, you eventually die. That's the rules.
Fair enough.
I rarely get in ahead, so most of you guys are safe.
That's some brutal table chatter. Not gonna lie. Anyway, moving on. Here we are. Green Dreams, I believe the answer is yes. Over 5,000 of you tuning in across the board as we jump back into this. How about that for a flop, ladies and gentlemen? Small blind v hijack could be absolute carnage. King Jack Jack, hand number 96 of the tournament.
He's got sweats, you know.
Adams with trip jacks, queen kicker, Pidden with trip jacks, 10 kicker, ace or a king would chop it. 2 to come, 1.9 in the middle. Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. We could be down to 5 after this cooler. We could be down to 5 after this cooler. Adams going nowhere.
12.
Understandably so.
9-5 to be exact.
Deuce of spades on the turn, changes nothing.
No.
Hidden, understandably, not slowing down on the turn. 1.3 into 3.4.
You fully retired now, or what?
Pretty much.
Pretty much.
You know that spot where you folded sevens?
No.
I opened into Tim's big
No
line.
active businesses. Yeah.
Eight. Yeah, super tight spot for me, obviously. What would you 4-bet versus or pass? What would
Adams
you?
just makes the call. 4 spades. Backdoor spades do get there. 6 million in the middle. Don't think Adams will be folding to a jam if Pidden decides to. Does an outs all in, and
Can I just have a confirm account?
he's just going to ask for a quick count before flicking in the call, one would assume. And we're going to be down to the final 5 players unless Timothy Adams folds trips here. Obviously losing to Ace Jack, King Jack. Does make the call. Jack no good for Pidden, out-pipped by 1. And ladies and gentlemen, we are down to the final 5 players here.
Good game, man.
In the 50K Diamond High Roller. So we lose Daniel Pidden in 6th place, 119,500 euros for his efforts.
What you had, King Jack?
Good luck. Good luck.
Good luck all around.
Oh, yeah.
And a warm welcome back to Heads Up Play here at King's Resort, the 2022 World Series of Poker Europe main event. And would you believe, after just 5 hours of play, we find ourselves heads up. Omar Eljak with the chip lead. Came in today as chip leader. Looked a bit rocky for him, 3-handed. Won a couple of big pots against Sean Deeb to turn things back around. And finds himself chip leader coming into heads up play.
2 stacks, right?
Same was saying, how did Deeb lose? Corner bluff. A couple of rough hands, man. No bluffs. Jonathan Pastore. Looking to become the first French player to ever win
800.
2 bracelets in No Limit Hold'em events. Chat, we are heads up. 852,949 euros guaranteed for both these players. A career best score for both these players. Jonathan Pastore said earlier on, he doesn't care much for the money, although he does have a big piece of himself. For him, it's all about the bracelet. Really wants to cement his legacy in the French poker community.
$3.5. 1 minute.
And number one of heads-up play, 9-5-4, 2 hearts, 1 spade. Pastore with the ill-timed check raise. Eljak with middle pair and a flush draw. Well, Pastore has somehow found the 7 of spades on the turn. But saying, what did he say? He doesn't care about the money? I think it's not that he doesn't care about the money, but what he's trying to say is that the bracelet means more for him. He won a bracelet this summer in the 5K 6 max. He wants to become the first French player to win 2 No Limit Hold'em bracelets. 16 million in the middle, straight off the bat. Six of diamonds on the river. Both flush draws breaking, but there is a 4-liner on board. Any 8 or a 3 make it straight. Somehow 16 million in the middle.
7.
Yeah.
First hand of heads up play. Pastore announcing 7. Eljak for the first time ever showing some signs of frustration, seemed pretty tilted. That Jack of Diamonds, 7 of Hearts showdown. GBR saying that guy's hair is awesome, looks like the main character. It does look pretty epic. Those of you that have only just joined us in the last 10-15 minutes or so.
Oh, yeah.
We are heads up. World Series of Poker Europe main event. Jonathan Pastore from France against Omar Eljak from Sweden. Crazy Swede saying, "Wow, Sweden's still going strong." I see it is indeed. Well, he is indeed, rather. It's a bit shaky. Pastore was down to 7 million four-handed. Managed to spike the two-outer to double up and get to three-handed play. That's poker. There's a lot of people in the chat asking about the cash on the table. Why it's in 50s? Honestly, I couldn't tell you. Maybe it's just easier to get hold of 1.38 million's worth of 50s. And also, as someone already put out, if it was in hundreds, it would look a lot smaller. It'd only be, what, 13,000 notes? 13,800 notes? Now, how about that bracelet, chat? WSOP Europe main event bracelet. Still around 200 big blinds in play. Incredibly deep heads-up match here between these two. Could be here for a while. If you haven't already gotten involved in the giveaway, exclamation mark, giveaway on the Poker Room Kings Twitch channel. Giving away a WSOP E snapback cap. Over on my Instagram, feel free to get involved. It's free to get involved, and everyone is in with a chance. Wish I'd started doing giveaways earlier on in the festival. It's been a ton of fun. Deep is out, ladies and gentlemen. Third place finish for the third time this series for Sean Deep. Three-bet pot. Elzak has flopped nut trips. Story going to continue for just 20% pot. Obviously, Elzak going nowhere. 10 million in the middle already. I know we're playing around 100 effective, chat. But note that the SPR going to the turn is 3. A 3-bet pot. So though we are deep, this could be over. Just a couple of hands, you never know. Story. Going to continue for half pot. Fires out a bet, 5 million into 10 million. The deuce of spades turn. Biggest pot of heads up play, 20 million in the middle. Pastore drawing dead. Does not want to see a spade on the river. And spade rolled off. May have seen Pastore fire for a third time. He paired up. Offsuit king or queen. Could have been a disaster for him as well. See if he waves the white flag here. Both flush draws bricking. Unblocking ace high. And he's going to fire a third barrel, ladies and gentlemen. 20 million in the middle. Omar Eljak flopping nut trips with his ace-7 of clubs, and he's got the purest of runouts. Eljak is about to have a 3-1 chip lead. He comes for the river raise to 24 million. That's brutal, chat. We've all been there, running a monster bluff. All been caught with our hand in the cookie jar. Obviously, this is just posturing here from Pastore. Huge pot for Omar Eljak to regain the chip lead, but not only has he regained it, he has taken half of Pastore's stack in one hand. 55 million. Plays 20.
Yeah.
Some speculation in the chat. Cannot comment on it because I don't know. Man of Straw over on YouTube asking how much the story has in live earnings. $893,941. Was $120,000 before the World Series in Vegas, where he took down the 5K 6 max for $771,000. Both players the career best score here. Looking at Pastore's Hendon Mob. Hasn't been around for too long. Already has that bracelet. Going for bracelet number 2. Both players currently guaranteed €852,949 for their efforts. We've got a spot here, chat.
3-5.
50 big blinds effective. $763 entries into this one. And we are down to the final 2 players. Pastore is about to make it. There's 10 million in front of him. Make it 8 million to go, chat. Eljak's gonna make the call. 16 million in the middle, chat. If the flop comes queen high, could have an all-in and a call. King 6 deuce. Both players brick. Pastore still with the best hand. Eljak with 60% of a royal. I think he's going to get to see future streets. 4-bet pot. Super narrow ranges. Expect to see a small continuation from Pastore. 2.5 million into 16. 15% pot. We may see a turn card here, ladies and gentlemen.
Omar Iljac not going anywhere. 21 million in the middle. Wow, the 9 of spades on the turn gives Omar 4 more outs going to the river. SPR 0.5. Oh my word, ladies and gentlemen. Pastore checking back on the turn. The 10 of diamonds has rolled off on the river, giving Omar Iljac the nut straight. Unfortunately for him, Pastore with just ace high.
How much is it? 5 million?
Came in as chip leader. Lost a bit of momentum as Deeb ran away with it three-handed. And it looked like Deeb was going to close it all out. Fast forward 2 hours. It's all Omar Iljac. Nut low run out for Pastore. Only really beating ace jack of clubs, ace jack of hearts. Maybe some ace 3, ace 4, ace 5s. Pastore folds. Omar's going to have a 5-1 chip lead. Going to be up to over 60 million. And number 356 from the past 2 days, chat. Like 5 hands into this heads-up match. Pastore really thinking this one through with the ace high. You can understand why. I mean, if Iljac has queen jack of clubs, he's going to have the ace 3s, ace 4s, ace 5s of ace 3, ace 4, ace 5 of hearts, ace 3, ace 4, ace 5 of clubs. Obviously, Pastore blocking the backdoor diamonds. This may look like posturing. He's seriously considering a call here. Elzhak. Very casually shuffling chips in his right hand. Hasn't moved an inch. Incredibly calm and composed throughout the past couple of days. Biggest spot of his career. Came second in the 5K PLO. This tank kind of reminds me of the, what is it? The Jack 4 tank of Adrian Attenborough against Espen Jorstad in the main event in Vegas. Forget chat. Let's reverse engineer it. It's a 4-bet pot. Story open the button. Omar Elzhak 3-bet to 3.5. Story made it 8 million to go. Omar called. Check from Omar on the King 6 deuce rainbow board. Still continued for 2.5 into 16. Around 15% pot. And the peeling range, the floating range for Elzhak. It's going to be pretty wide. Pretty much every backdoor combo is going to peel against that size. Ace 3, Ace 4, Ace 5 of hearts, of clubs. Ace Jack of clubs, Ace Jack of hearts, and Pastore does eventually make the fold. Here, Tarzan in the background. Couple of bad hands for the young Frenchman. Back-to-back big pots for that man right there, Omar Elzhak. One hand on the bracelet already. 64 million. Plays 12 million.
6, 7, 8, 5, yeah.
160 bigs. Plays 30. More than a 5-to-1 chip lead.
10, yeah, 10, 1, 1, 11. Thank you.
2022 going to be the year of the Scandies. Omar Elzhak from Sweden. Best live cash to date, $152,534, which came in bracelet event number 6 of this series, came second in the 5K PLO. With this cash already, he's made more money, this single cash, than his career total live earnings. As he continues here, flopping bottom to Pastore, drawing to a chop. 2 million in the middle. Neither player with $1 million in earnings before this event, as Apocalypse has pointed out. It's not very sweet, chap. Behave. Jonathan Pastore came in today third in chips. Started off the day with around 9.9 million. Omar Eljak came in with 26% of the chips in play. And it was a incredibly quick start to this final table. I mean, let's be honest. Those of you that were here for all of it, Alexander Riard ran queens into the aces of Omar within the space of an orbit. Bowed out in eighth for 138,702 euros. Quickly followed by Barney Boatman, who at the time, I believe, was third in chips. Aces were no good on a Queen Jack 4 two-tone board as he ran into the top two of Sean Deeb. And the shortest stack of the day, Armin Reze. That's final 8 big blinds in against our man Omar Eljak's ace queen. His jacks couldn't hold. Bowed out for 239,000 euros. King's Resort regular Paul Adrian Kovacic coming fifth for 321k. Lithuania's Vladas Tamasauskas going home with just shy of 440,000 euros. And then third place finisher, 5-time bracelet winner Sean Deeb was running away with the chip lead at one point. 2/3 of the chips in play, I believe, at peak. Here we are. Eljak with the flush draw. Pastore with 2 pair. Well, King of Diamonds rolling off on the turn. $4.8 million in the middle. Eljak not going to slow down. High, no showdown. Has outs, should Pastore call. Can force out some folds as well. Well, we know Pastore is not going to be folding now. The 10 of diamonds finds its way to the river. Second nut flush for the Frenchman. Eljac has rivered a pair and a ton of showdown.
All in.
Yeah, Pastore
Come, please.
with less than pot behind. This says all of it. Another one of those spots, chat, where I mean, you beat Jack 8 of clubs, Jack 7 of clubs. Don't know if jamming front door clubs makes sense. Those are the types of hands you want your opponent to have. Jack deep in the tank here.
Flush.
Does make the call, and Pastore tables the flush for a full double, and he's back up to 23 million.
Seven.
Omar Eljac rivering a pair of tens. Jonathan Pastore rivering the Queen High diamonds.
Hello.
To get back into this heads up match. 134 big blinds, plays 56. That could have been it, chat. That could have been the hand.
Yeah, just 1 minute. Slowly take my hand here or? Okay.
Some staff in the background.
Oh, sorry.
Some of the media crew. Seeing this one out. 19 days, 14 bracelets already awarded. Bracelet event number 12, WSOP Europe. Main event. Last bracelet of the year 2022. Elzhak check calling with his nut gut shot. See if Pastore barrels again on this 6 of clubs turn. Checks back and he's going to lose the pot unless he can get Elzhak to fold his king 10.
King. Also.
King 10. Kicker plays. €530,000 heads-up match. Pastore looking to make history here, become the first Frenchman to ever win 2 Hold'em bracelets. Villain Dog sent petition to rename Nut Gut Shot to Nut Shot. Done. Consider it done, mate. I'll sign. How about that for a flop, ladies and gentlemen? King, Jack, 3, 2 clubs. Nut shot for Elzhak, as well as a nut flush draw. Top pair for Pastore. Everyone in the chat typing in GG's. Depending how Pastore decides to play his top pair here. Comes with the check raise, and well, if you sat there in Omar Elzhak's shoes with a gut shot to Broadway and a nut flush draw with 1.38 million on the line and a World Series of Poker Europe golden bracelet, 8 of diamonds on the turn, 8.4 in the middle. Pastore with 16 behind. Raise. It's going half pot, half pot. Big fan of this sizing. Geometric. Setting up 0.75 River SPR. Downside obviously is he is giving Elzhak an amazing price to realize his equity. Brick chat. King of Hearts on the river. And just like that, Jonathan Pastore is right back in this heads-up match. Back up to 28 million, at least. Sometimes you just brick those combo draws, chat. The old 14 ounce twice.
All in.
Sorry, jamming river, and don't think we're going to see a hero call this time round. Only beating Queen 10, Ace 10, worst clubs. Elzhak does eventually let go of his ace high. So it looked like Omar Elzhak was going to close this one out swiftly. Had a 6-1 chip lead. Fast forward just 3 hands. Pastore has reduced the chip deficit, 28 million for the Frenchman. 48 million for the Swede. Yeah, chat, no deals in WSOP events. Those of you that weren't aware. Day of bricked front door flush draws. For Omar Elzhak at least. Pastore gets there, not in the form of a club. Instead, in the form of a pair of eights. And then gets there on the river in the form of a flush. A bit of heat for the Frenchman. Looking to become the first French player to have ever won 2 World Series of Poker bracelets in no limit hold'em events. Sam Pastore turning it around. Oh, lightning so. I wish.
3.5.
Michael asking, is that real money on the table? It is indeed. 1,380,000 euros in cash. Play a 3-bet pot, and I was about to say these hands could collide on certain board textures, and how about this one? I feel like this could have been over on so many occasions already, and we're only 20 hands into heads-up play, and we started off 100 bigs effective. 7.4 in the middle. Varmac saying again an action flop. Well, Bar saying per Trezor there with some Bitcoin on it. We all know the tournament card, the turn card rather, is going to change the trajectory of this tournament. King of Hearts, King of Spades. Instead, the 9 of Spades pairing, 14 million in the middle. Apocalypse in the Twitch chat making a great point, saying what we have to remember is that for us it's entertainment, for the players it's life-changing money. It really is. As Pastore makes the call, looking for a king, queen or an 8. 23 million in the middle, and he has found it. And he's gone from a 6-1 chip deficit to chip leader in the space of 6 hands. Now slowing down. Knows that the Queen of Diamonds is like the nut low river.
King Jack.
King Jack, no good.
Oh, sorry.
Wow. Hang on a minute.
With the right hand.
What? Omar tabled the King Jack. Probably assumed he had the best hand for a few seconds. Don't want to be too harsh. These guys have been playing long hours. I mean, yesterday played for 14.5. Monday we played for 14.5, 15 hours. It's been a long old day today. He did almost muck. Oh, I couldn't agree more. Yeah, he is tired. Very lucky. Very lucky he didn't just muck his hand. I think that's why there was no reaction from Omar Eljak. He could be here for a long time, ladies and gentlemen. The average stack is 95 bigs. No deals allowed. That's the case in all WSOP events, chat. Both WSOP Europe and the World Series out in Vegas. Elgic trying to get called by worse Queen High here. Queen High, Jack High.
King High.
Pastore makes the call with King High. And Pastore is now up to 46 million. 1.5x chip lead over Omar Elgic. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen. They thought it was all over. Two and a half X has been the standard open from both players on the button. Elgic connecting again. Again, he has top pair. Pastore not interested in sticking around with the two overs.
Yep.
Who do you think is going to close this one out? Those of you watching at home. 1.5x chip lead for Pastore. Gut shot for Elgic. 10 high clubs. For Pastore. Another action flop. Checks through this time. Jack of hearts on the turn. Jack reaching for the turn probe. Comes with close to pot. 2 million into 2.4. WSOP Europe main event final table. We are heads up. Omar Elgic against Jonathan Pastore. Both players brick. Only way for Elgic to win the hand is if he can get Pastore to fold. I believe Omar has waved the white flag, and Pastore
Tonight.
knuckles it back. 10 high, good at showdown.
Yeah, for sure.
What is going on, ladies and gentlemen? Thought we were going to be over and done with in just 10 hands. Omar Eljak had a 6-1 chip lead, 66 million. Against 11. There's more than that actually at one point. 65 to 10 million, says KML. How about that? Pastore just folding his pair of sevens against the delayed c-bet of Eljak. Maybe a bit of tiredness kicking in.
Can we have 5 minutes more to break? Like 15 minutes? Okay. You are agree or? Excuse me. You are agree if you?
Yeah, that's fine.
Pastore asking if we can extend the break. So there is a break coming up. Barracking saying weird fold. Was a weird fold. Wonder if he just misread his hand. Thought he had like 10-6 or something. Kara said Pastore looking for a 20-minute power nap. Yeah, everyone is tired. Understandably so. It's been a marathon. 5 days of poker. KRS saying he needs a double espresso. Yeah, a bit of fresh air, go for a walk around the casino, out the back. And wash the face, you know, playing for 1.4 million in a bracelet. He's already said how important the bracelet is for him. Wants to become the first ever French player to win 2 No Limit Hold'em bracelets. $500,000 difference in payouts as well. Check on the turn. 7 of clubs on the river. Finally, Eljack gonna win a small one, but he'll take it to get back up to 30 million in chips. So knuckles it on over
Jack 10. Looked in.
the third time. Announces Jack 10. And chat, I do believe we are going on break. Kara said, appreciate all the commentary, Henry. Been watching all week from sunny Florida in the US. Shout out to all of you stateside tuning in for the World Series of Poker Europe coverage from Rozvadov. When we come back, 115 bigs, plays 75. Pastore against Eljack. I'll see you guys in 21 minutes. Peace.
Yeah, that sounds good. Yeah.
Good. So, you guys, 15 minutes, 20 minutes?
Whatever.
Yeah?
Yeah. Sounds good.
Let's say 9:30.
Okay, perfect. What time is it?
9:30.
9:30.
Okay, right now it's 9:09.
What's up? Good morning. Are you ready for today? Yeah. See you at Kings.
So many times, man, when I'll come to a series like this and I'll be in the booth and I'll just be like, I wish I was out there playing. Like, I wish I was out there playing.
The Triton events here, anytime I miss them and I watch them on TV, I'm like, fuck, I want to get on a plane now, and it's too late. I get such FOMO from watching them.
No, I can imagine. I can imagine someone like yourself as well that like plays those higher buy and stuff.
Yeah.
I'm talking more about like the 2Ks and the 5Ks. I'm like, damn, you know.
Yeah. No, for me, because also, like I play at the Poker Go studio, right? And you know, it's limited because the Asians can't come, Canadians don't come. But then you go to these Tritons and it's like the fields are 8 times bigger.
Yeah.
You know, huge prize pools and stuff like that, and they look really juicy. So I definitely get the FOMO from that. But I want to play whenever the next Triton is. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think anything's been like officially announced yet.
I was surprised I came here because I was like sort of a little bit last minute. Leon texted me, showed me a schedule, and all of a sudden I was, this might be fun. And I had the itch, obviously, after winning the Super High Roller Bowl.
Yeah.
I feel like the meta is in a good place for me right now, and I'm in good control of it.
Yeah.
In terms of, just controlling the pace of play, if you will. So I want to strike while the iron is hot until people figure out what the hell I'm doing.
That's good, man. No, I'm glad to hear it, because I know it was pretty brutal. I remember watching you get to a point where, especially like the Poker Go Tour, yeah.
Selfie stick.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't see that.
Oh man, I
didn't see
trashed
that.
the selfie stick. That was the 250K. I was like,
that was WSOP.
Yeah, I was on my second bullet. Whatever, 210s against David Peters.
Yeah.
Runner spades he hit. And
yeah.
I just was like at my peak, and I had this selfie stick, and it sort of half broke, and I just threw it on the ground. And then Justin Bonimo said I beat women. As a result, because I broke a selfie stick, and he's like, well, this is clearly a sign that women are afraid to play. I'm like, have you ever watched sports in your life? Have you never seen a football player throw his helmet, a golfer throws, stick? It's called passion, buddy.
You end up gagging and almost throwing up at the smell of your own, So to counter that, this 12-hour solo commentary stint, felt like you guys would give me a bit of space, a bit of leeway.
You just love poker.
And let me off the old sock and sandals grind.
Oh, good. It is.
Like my one-time pass. Bamlam saying never an excuse. Boots saying agree, sock and sandals is brutal. All right, chat. Okay.
But apart from that, I'm all good.
And issues with our central nervous system, but other than that.
Celebson saying getting paid millions for it. Millions. All right, chat. All right. Okay, no more socks and sandals. I see how it is.
Or society.
So we jump back into this.
Other than that,
Button open from Nikki P. Deeb with the 3-bet out the small with the queens. This could be a chip lead pot, ladies and gentlemen.
5 seconds.
Orpin has woken up with ace queen O in the big.
One time button.
Button v small blind v big blind. Chat, does Orpin just rip here? So 33 bigs. Oh, wow. Oh, boy. 3.1 million from Orpin. The cold 4 out of the big. Sean Deeb looking for bracelet number 4. In a great spot to either just pick up this 5.6 in the middle or get it in with the queens and be a 3-1 favorite to have over half the chips in play. Hand number 102. Nail biting stuff here. Can't fault Orpin for 4-betting out of the big. Deeb with the 3-bet out the small. Nikki P on the background saying he's going to shove over the top of this 3-bet.
All in.
Does announce all in. And Orpin with a snap fold. Sean Deeb picks up a monster pot without even having to sweat 5. Up to 14 million in chips.
I see, yeah.
It's history about to be made here.
Well, I'm a vegan, right? I've been a vegan for 20 years, and then I started adding muscle and like learning how to, do that on a vegan diet. And I have like a very regimented like structure for when I'm home and I'm like working out. Wake up 10:30, breakfast, in the gym at noon, 4 meals a day. I count my macros, I measure everything. That's when I'm like not playing World Series of Poker. During World Series of Poker, whether it's Vegas or Rozvadov, I do whatever the hell I want. I eat candy, I eat chocolate, I work out if I feel like it, maybe not. I just all like devote myself to poker. But the idea typically is to be in shape before I start. So that way, I'm not like complete mess.
What is your favorite candy then?
My favorite candy? Man, jeez. Well, chocolate, right? Chocolate's not a candy.
Yeah,
I guess it's, yeah, but chocolate.
Which one? Which one?
Like, just peanut butter chocolate cups, and you know what I mean? Like, come on, like, they're good. And, you know, you can get those vegan very easy, just dark chocolate.
Yeah, good protein source as well. Good fat source.
Well, chocolate has protein?
The peanut butter.
Oh, the peanut butter. Well, yeah, a little bit, not a ton of protein.
No, did it not? Oh, okay. I thought
A little bit. Peanut butter's like most, like you said, it's a fat.
Okay.
With a little bit of protein. It's got protein. But
do you eat like any kind of supplements, like maybe some like leon mushrooms or maybe something?
well, when I'm working out, like I'll do like usually after workouts I'll do like I'll use protein powder and do a protein shake. But for me, like my main sources of food are like seitan, which is like vital wheat gluten. You can make it taste like chicken, beef, whatever, right? It's like a fake meat, pure protein, no carbs, no fat. And the other one is like tofu, and then also you know, protein powder. I think a lot of people who go vegan, they make a mistake. They just eat a lot of beans, and then you end up farting a lot. It's like too much, so you don't want to do that, right?
Appreciate it, chat. Really do. You guys have been incredibly kind
9.6
throughout this series. Glad you're all enjoying the coverage. Once again, if you haven't already, please do hit that like button.
Before I bust, will you tell me if I was dead there?
Really helps us spread the word and reach a wider audience. As Nikki B says, before I bust, will you please give me that info?
Yeah.
Sean Deeb, gonna look him up. 7-5 at diamonds.
Domination Nation.
Huh?
Domination Nation.
You sucked out on me in the same spot earlier, so I hope I revenge it.
I'll tell you another day. No, I can't tell you when I'm playing with open, right?
And Nikki P.
I feel like no matter what, I'm just dead anyway. I don't know if I'm supposed to call.
Has Deeb in rough shape, 4.4 in the middle. Oh no, 5-4-3. Deeb out flopping Nikki P. 6 would chop it. A deuce or an ace would win it for Nick Petrangelo. 1 to come, 8 clubs on the turn, changes nothing. Hand 126 here. Will we be down to 3? River card is the 8 of hearts. And Deeb eliminates Nick Petrangelo in 4th place, 220,000 euros for his efforts. One of the best players in the world, upswing coach. And now up to over 27 million in total live earnings. Sean Deeb, 2 away.
They come to you for advice now. How would they
from joining the 6-time bracelet winners club.
You're just used to being
2.3.
2 million back.
Thanks.
Right? 4.6. 2,060,000 back. If you want it.
All in.
He does announce all in with the A6.
The card, and then I'll have to look at the other one.
See what D-Nex wakes up with.
That's probably coming. Let's see what the other one is. Why is it always ugly? Oh, never mind. That's plenty. Plenty good against this man. He goes only with 946. I saw him before. Huh? You saw him before? Okay, I'm all in.
D-Nex makes the call. Cards on their backs.
Oh, he has an ace? How do you get an ace?
Ben Heath.
Remember what we were saying about best hand? Let's have the worst hand win.
Came into this final table as chip leader.
Yeah, have a good hand. That shoves. Yeah,
Been a bit up and down if he can hold here.
He would have shoved. He would fold A6 off for sure.
Yeah.
Play suited.
He will stop Daniel Negreanu right in his tracks from winning bracelet number 7.
Where's the spiel about the best hand winning now?
That's what I reversed it. Like, let's forget all that.
To the flop, ladies and gentlemen, and it is a king in the window. Trip kings for Daniel Negreanu.
It's not over yet.
Hunting bracelet number 7 and in great shape to get the double here. Needs to fade the running Broadway of running clubs, and Ben Heath is dead on the turn. Would you believe? Chat,
is history about to be made here in Rozvadov?
Got the defensive.
Daniel Negreanu doubles up to 20 big blinds.
People on stream were wondering why you're calling King 8. You read the completely unrelated hand from the stone bubble.
Big fan of all of these 5 players, have done so much for the game already in their own respective ways.
Absolutely.
He's not happy.
I think Sean Deeb is the main man to go on and challenge Phil Hellmuth's 17 bracelets.
Yeah, I've got a bet.
Oh, you have?
Yeah.
What's the bet? Oh, hold that thought. Hold that thought, guys and girls.
1,000% in the 8 game.
Daniel comes with call.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, let me think about it.
2.3 in the middle.
Oh, shoot, boy.
Ace in the window, ace 7-4. Couple of diamonds, saying with the jack of diamonds in hand. Came with the 3.3x pre. Gonna continue for small. Don't really see Daniel doing much other than just call here. 3.5 in the middle, Pourquoi. Jack of hearts on the turn, would you believe? He has turned a set of jacks, and Daniel Negreanu in rough shape here at this stack to pot ratio. What a sick turn card.
Henry celebrating that one like never before.
Not celebrating, pal, just sickened at how tournament poker works.
Check on the turn. 5 of hearts on the river. Backdoor hearts getting there. Daniel has the ace of hearts though. So I think if we see a bet from Foix, Daniel might well have to pay this one off.
Sick turn. Running hearts. Especially with the ace of hearts in hand, Negreanu likely to hero here.
2.8.
2.8.
Just hoping that Paul's turning a hand like King Queen, King 10 with the King of Hearts, Queen of Hearts into a bluff. Does make the call, chip lead pot. Seng up to 11 million in chips. D-Negs down to 15 bigs. Nothing he can do, blind v blind with that run out.
We like that turn just a little bit, right?
I was not going to give up.
I tell you who loved that turn. Sean Deeb, ladies and gentlemen. Sean Deeb loved that turn. Do apologise, Pourquoi up to second in chips, 36 bigs, 32% of all the chips in play.
What's up? Good morning. Are you ready for today? Yeah. See you at Kings.
parsing information. Like, she never reads something and goes, well, that must be true. She's like, where'd it come from? Double check, fact check. She fact checks everything. But she fact checks me all the time. I'm like, babe, did you see this thing? She's like, no, that was not true, because this, da-da-da-da-da-da. You know, she gives me all the spiel.
That's a good quality to have, man, for sure. 100%. Just like being able to look at something objectively and be like, hang on a minute, I'm going to do my research before I start, like,
Like, how can it possibly be where there's two sides and you literally, every possible issue you agree with them and disagree with them? That's not possible. No, that's like almost impossible.
Talking of sides, Hustler Casino.
Oh my god.
What are your thoughts?
I'm so disappointed in Gareth.
Yeah.
Just completely disappointed. Whether she cheated or not.
Yeah.
Whether she cheated, if she did cheat, the way he's handled this, imagine for a moment she didn't cheat. Just say, look what she's gone
It's
through.
like 1%, yeah.
She happens to love it, obviously, the media and all that, but like, she's literally been called a cheat, her integrity called into question, her personal life, her relationship, you know, she's an idiot, all these sort of things dragged in the mud. All because he presumptively, you know, assumed something and handled it poorly and doubled and tripled down since.
Yeah.
Like taking the money, like the way to handle that, the guy makes millions of dollars in this game, right? Tap the table, say, well, that was nice. Go to production, you go, guys, I think something might be up.
Yeah.
Privately.
Yeah.
Once you go public with something like that, you know, that's out there.
It's weird because like his gut instinct is like someone who has obviously played thousands and thousands of hands in that spot. The way he reacted straight away had me thinking, wow, she's just cheated here. You know?
She might have.
No, you know? But no, what I was wanting to say is like when you have that kind of reputation or fame or whatever you want to call it as a poker player, like you're kind of using that unfairly to your advantage because there is still a chance that she wasn't cheating, obviously.
Well, the way that I've always believed it, like when the whole Jake and Ali stuff happened, a whole bunch of things, like I didn't say anything publicly because I didn't have the receipts.
Of course.
I'm never going to go out publicly and say, this person cheated, and they said, how do you know? Well, I mean, it's obvious.
Yeah.
Is it? You have proof.
Yeah.
If you do not have proof, you need to just be way more, especially me, right, in the position that I'm in, I have to be very careful about ever, you know, calling someone a cheater without evidence. And so, in this case, like, for him to do what he did, and it's like, you know, we talk about women in poker, like, new woman comes to play high-stakes poker.
Yeah.
But the thing is about the story, which is such a great film, and the movies, there's actually a ton of circumstantial evidence that make you go, wow, what the hell? This relationship, the guy took 15K up her stack.
Yeah.
So it's like, it's not cut and dry, right? I think anyone who's 100 or 0 is, you know, they're not being genuine. I mean, they're being disingenuous.
Yeah.
You know?
I'd like to see them make it into like a docu-series or something.
Yeah, the question is, if they make it into a movie, in the movie, did she cheat or not? I think it's a better movie if she did, right?
Yeah,
Much better movie if she did.
Yeah.
You know?
Do you think we'll ever find out?
I do.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. Someone made this very good point. For some people, you'll if there is a way to prove that she cheated, you'll never be able to prove that she's innocent. Ever. No matter what. So no matter what, if they don't find anything, there'll still be those people that say, yeah, but there must have been something. So she can never, that's the thing, she's in a spot now where her reputation can never be cleansed by saying like, well, I did a lie detector test. You know, she can't repair that. You know, some people are just going to think she's a cheat for life.
More 500?
Yeah, I would like more 500.
I can also take more 500. Don't need that many.
Yeah, we lost
100K.
waste time.
So it's like,
A warm welcome back to the World Series of Poker Europe main event final table. Ladies and gentlemen, we are heads up. Is French bracelet winner Jonathan Pastore with the chip lead. 3-2 chip lead, 92 bigs, plays 60 of the Swede, Omar Eljak. Looked like it was going to be all Eljak. Got up to 65 million. Had Pastore down to 10. Oh, how things have changed. So blinds have gone up to 250,000, 500,000 with a 500,000 big blind ante. Eljak continuing off the way he started. 2.5x on the button. That blind level increase, 150 bigs in play, average stack 75 big blinds. You can see in the chat payouts from today. Quick recap for those of you that have only just joined us. French Unibet Poker Ambassador Alexander Riard bowing out in 8th when his queens ran into the aces of Omar Eljak, 138,702. Second to bust, Barney Boatman, cashing for 180,000 euros and change. His aces were no good against the Queen Jack of Sean Deeb on Queen Jack 4. Shortest stack coming into today, Armin Reze securing himself over 100,000 euros worth of ladders, coming 6th for 239,000. There's King's Resort regular Paul Adrian Kovacic in 5th for 322,000 euros. Lithuanian Vladas Tamasaskos coming 4th for 439,000. And then Sean Deeb out in 3rd for 607,000 euros.
How much?
Pappy Van Winkle in the chat saying GTO Henry came out saying, so Henry, about Chicago, what happened? You guys are you just savage. Absolutely savage. Pappy Van Winkle saying Henry rolls those names off his tongue like he's a local from on the arid side. I wish. 3-bet pot. King 9 of clubs for Eljak. King 10 of hearts for Pastore. And what a flop. 9, 8, 7. Top pair for the Swede. Open-ender, 2 overs, and backdoor hearts for Pastore. $8.9 million in the middle. Jonathan going to start leaning into some of those ace-x 3 bets pre. Ace-king, ace-queen. Try and force out some folds now, and obviously even against check call has plenty of equity. But what does he know here? He's actually up against top pair. 5 of hearts on the turn. The backdoor flush draw presents itself for Jonathan. Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. 15 million in the middle. Omar Eljak, the effective stack, playing 25. Oh boy. Jonathan continuing for 40% on the turn. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. 21 in the middle. 25 behind. Ace of diamonds rolling off on the river. Bricks out for Pastore. 27 million in the middle. Is he going to wave the white flag with so much out there?
All in.
No, he's not, chat. He's going to move all in. And Omar Eljak is being put to the test for his tournament life. He found the 5-bet jam earlier on, three-handed. And you just have to give this young man so much credit for what he's displayed here over the next couple of days, regardless of how this one plays out. Made the hero call of the tournament with 17 left. Sure, he has ran well in certain spots, but every single one of these players that reach the final table will be the first to admit that they ran well, as will any tournament player. Got to run well to win tournaments. You've also got to have the heart to pull these massive bluffs. Let's take a moment to talk about Omar Eljak as well. Young Swede. Came second in the 5K PLO earlier on during the series. Now being put all in for his tournament life. It's kind of annoying that he has King 9. Blocking hands like King 10 and Queen 10. Ace 10 now getting there, but not sure whether Ace 10 with Jam River. Also not sure if hands like 10-9, 10-8, 10-7 triple. Ace 9. Some world-class poker being displayed here by both these players. One in the chat if you think Eljak's going to make the hero. 2 if you think he's going to fold. I guess there's a 3-bet pot. Pastore open on the button. Eljak 3-bet out the big. Eljak elected to check his top pair on the 9-8-7. And he's going to let it go. And Pastore is going to show the bluff. And he now has a 3-1 chip lead. Over Omar Eljak. Going for bracelet number 2. Very strong play. Couldn't agree more, chat. Shows the bluff. Why not? Why not? From a 6-1 chip deficit to a 3-1 chip lead. Can Omar Eljak stay composed? Turn this back around. Ace King. Pastore. look at this. Elshak with another ace. Dominated yet again. Fortunately for the Swede, manages to fade the ace-high flop. Haven't enjoyed a heads-up match this much in a very long time.
Ace high.
Ace high.
Ace high is good. 59 million. Plays 17. Easy now, Pappy. No 500 euro bills. Victoria saying, do they have to take all of this cash? Yep. To pack it up in their suitcases and ship it back home. Of course not, chat. It's the same as in Vegas. The money is just there for show, for obvious reasons. Just, you know, as to the prestige, the tournament, massive pile of cash, just the way it's always been at the World Series. So just saying, Robber waiting outside the casino. Yeah, good luck with that. Good luck with that in Rozvadov. See how far you get. Beats out to saying, where is Elke? No idea, chat. No, apparently it's on the French stream. Elke apparently did a big run on the treadmill. Yeah, it's fine, chat. I mean, he's over on the French stream. He is French after all. We do have Jonathan Pastore heads up for a bracelet. Brings the delayed one big blind stab. Eljac going nowhere with his ace high. 10 of diamonds on the river changes nothing. Story with the nut low. 5 bigs out there.
Ace high.
Gonna wave the white flag. Eljac wins a small one. I must say the caliber, the quality of play today has been something like I've never seen before, to be quite honest with you. You talk about exciting final tables filled with drama, hero calls, huge bluffs, sick folds, and the odd suck out here and there. This final table's had it all. Both these players guaranteed a record cash. €852,949. Casual 530,000 between first and second. Now seeing Pastore start implementing a limp strategy on the button with close to range. Now that he has Eljac hovering around the 30 big blind mark. Let's sweat this one blind with the Swede. Pastore going to defend as the dealer just asks Omar to place his cards on the reader. 3 million in the middle. Swing and a miss for the Frenchman, top pair for Omar. Wow, Pastore, it's a very similar spot to hand number 1 of the heads-up match. Comes with the check raise, 10 of clubs in hand, that's 7 of spades, somewhat connected with the 6 and the 4 on the flop. Well, the 6 of diamonds on the turn locks this one up. Only way Eljac can lose this one is if he folds. Setting up a river jam, chat. 3 million into 9. Eljac calls. We can assume he will. It's going to be 15 million in the middle. 9 million behind. Wow. The old 6-6 run out. See if he follows through. Appreciate what Pastoria was trying to set up. So he picks up equity on any 3, 5, 8, 9 turn, as well as all clubs.
Check.
Does wave the white flag and tables the 10-7. Omar's rail. Finally gets to celebrate about something. Note the opening size, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. Pastoria had been...
No, sorry. No, not check. No.
Had been... opening 2x. Yeah, I mean, at least the last few buttons he opened to a mil. 1.2 million with the jacks. I've got a plane to catch in 6 hours. I'm not going to make it.
Save your river.
Very good river.
Yeah.
Hero Valley saying 6 hours, yikes, man. Good luck. Oh, what is this? It says 80 big blind average, 90-minute clock. That's right, saying Leon's chopper you'll manage. I don't think so. I don't think so. Noble kept saying 6 hours to a flight, always a sweat. It's from Nuremberg. Can't get the chopper because of the weather. But also, you know, Apocalypse saying DNX still around to pick you up, Henry. Maybe.
Oh.
Suddenly saying, I will delay your flight in Prague for 2,000 euros. Probably rebook. A first class ticket to America for that kind of money. So. It's going to be sweaty. I didn't go outside on break because I don't want to ruin it for myself, obviously. Hour-long delay. It's one of the worst things about doing commentary is the delay and you know, seeing spoilers and whatnot. So especially when we get to heads up. Deliberately avoid going outside.
1.3? Oh no, 1. Okay.
The real question is, why is your flight at 5 a.m.? No deals allowed, ladies and gentlemen. No deals allowed. This is WSOP rules. Project firing 2 million into 3 million. Story obviously not going anywhere. This pair of 10s. Undercard to his second pair. Rolls off on the turn. Flush does complete. Three diamonds on the river. Frenchman with 2 pair. If he knuckles it on over to Eljac, which I don't think he will after turn goes check, check. But if he does, Eljac with bottom of range. Oh boy. Oh boy. Pastore with the 15% pot river block. Eljac with the pot size raised says 7.5 to go. Pastore can find the hero call here. He's going to have Eljac down to sub 30.
How much is it?
He's going to have a 5-1 chip lead for his second bracelet of the year. People in the chat saying no way he's going to fold. Number 389. He leans back in his chair.
King 5, King 10.
Hero Valley said it's not really even a hero call. Does make the call. 22 million chip pot.
Can you, sorry, I didn't see the end. I didn't see the end. He showed the end. Okay.
63 million plays 13. Omar Eljak goes from a 6-1 chip lead to a 5-1 chip deficit. Historic limping on the button with a 10-4. Eljak checking his option. Both players look absolutely shattered.
Ace.
Ace is good. Absolutely shattered.
3 pair.
5 long old days of poker for these two.
How much you play?
550,
yeah,
sorry,
something like that.
530,000 euro heads up match.
12.5, 13.5, 14.
$500,000 on the line. It's more than 3 times Omar's largest cash, the difference between second and first. Sitka over on Twitch with the raid. Welcome, welcome to the stream. Those of you just joining us at this fine hour. 10 past 11. This could have been over quite some time ago. And I don't just mean this heads-up match. Three-handed. Sean Deeb had around 60% of the chips in play. From 60% of the chips to out in third. Omar managing to crack a smile. Shout out to his rail, by the way. Staying here. To show their support. Crazy sweet saying, I wish I can do this, I can feel it. Story flopped bottom 2. Queen of clubs pairing the board on the turn. Checks down to the river. The 9 of clubs has rolled off. Jack, the ace of clubs in hand. Story comes with the half-pot river probe. Get some value. Now Jack makes the call with the ace high.
Good there.
Story kicking things off with a limp. Jack sub 30 in the big with kings. 3.5x. Don't see Jonathan Pastore folding the 10-9. Chat a 10 high or a 9 high flop could be huge. Unfortunately for Jonathan, has completely whiffed. Jack knuckling back with his ace-10 on the king-jack deuce. Pastore still with the best of it after flopping top pair. To 3 million. Jack with ace high and a gut shot to Broadway. Gonna let it go. Back down to 15. Jack keeps waking up with monsters. Kings last time in the big. Woken up with jacks this time round. Pappy saying, I've got a feeling Henry's flight is going to come down to the wire. Maybe, mate.
The name of the game, okay, like this.
I haven't packed it either,
the button there.
so, you know.
Solid.
It's going to be a fun one. It's been a year of chasing flights, not going to lie.
How much you play approximately?
14. I started with 14. 14 and a half.
Sub 30, see if Pastori wants to 3-bet induce or just rip this in. It's for the 3-bet induce. Does anyone remember how many hands of heads-up play it took between Espen Jorstad and Adrian Attenborough over in Vegas?
I'm tired.
Yeah, roughly 500k euro heads-up match. €527,000 to be precise. King saying less than 50, I'd say. Rekik saying not many, most of the time was spent tanking. Crazy Sweet saying it takes an hour and a half to drive to Nuremberg, Henry. No stress. Thank you, mate. I'm not stressed anyway. It is what it is. Little cheese slice saying everyone's trying to trap every hand. I wouldn't say so. Story with King High. Is there enough random 4x, 5x type hands? Let's Stab River. Six to 1 chip lead. Story does make the correct laydown.
think it's possible to have a... Can you... Yeah, floor. Can you call a floor?
Just for the floor or the food?
The floor for... Because it's possible to have
Below?
Yeah.
Normal?
It's possible.
Below.
Top and bottom for Elzhak Pastoria with the open ender. 5 of hearts on the turn, changes nothing. 5 million in the middle. Steve X is saying, how long has this heads up been going for? Wait, 2.5 hours? What? I don't think so, chat. Haven't said they're going to drag it out for a week. I mean, I'd be very impressed.
Ah ouais. Là, je veux bien, ouais.
No, Deep did not shove. Wait, Hero Valley saying that definitely longer. Really? They've been playing heads up for 2.5 hours? Are you sure? Elzhak slowly grinding away. Sinnoh saying Paul Henry no longer has any sense of time solo casting this whole thing like a boss. Maybe I have lost track of time, chat. Patrick saying, how many times has the chip lead changed? Well, Pastore came into heads up with about 45% of the chips in play. I think Eljac had, yeah, it's about 55% for Eljac, 45 for Pastore. Pastore took the lead very briefly early on, and then Eljac just started running away with it, got up to 65 million, had Pastore down to 10 million. And now the tables have turned. SDP saying, can I take a 2-hour nap and come back? Please do. Try and get some shot eye in for some of us. Surprised to not see the jam there from Pastore. Eljac closing the gap. Now 3-1 chip deficit. For someone who's the first to admit that Hold'em rather isn't his game of choice, got to give him credit for his final table performance, regardless of where he finishes here today. I haven't seen people still thinking Omar's going to make the reverse sweep. Those saying, Henry, take a shot every additional 10 minutes this goes. Then I'll definitely miss my flight. Von Patrick saying this has been really good poker. It really has, man. Pastore's energy coming into this. The 5-bet bluff with the King Queen O. The hero call with 17 left for his tournament life. That massive bluff earlier on with the King 10 of hearts. Just had it all. Omar Elzak has had his moments as well. Both of them have just played so well. I think regardless of the outcome here today, we're going to be seeing plenty more of these two in the years to come. Pastore, with a win here today, will become the first French poker player to have had I'm out of it, chat, 8.5 hours in, to have ever won 2 Hold'em bracelets.
Can we have pink one for? Can we have pink one for the black? Pink. Can we have the 500 for the?
So it does.
I don't know, unfortunately, Kino. Well, I do know, but I'm not allowed to say. Chat, I will tell you this. Just received a couple of text messages. One stating that Elke is finally ready, 8 hours late. And another message saying that Sean Deeb is also willing to jump in. What do you want, chat? Elke or Sean Deeb? Sean that came third in this, or Elke showing up 8 hours late to commentary duty? Lightning still saying both would be sick. Seeing a lot of love for Sean. Okay. All right, chat. I'm gonna shoot him over a message. Carlos saying Deeb or Riot. So chat, all of a sudden, Pastore is now just a 2-1 chip lead, and his rail, or Elzak's rail rather, popping off a little bit. Chat has already spoken, indeed, Apocalypse. We all know how things go when chat throw down the gauntlet. Came out saying pretty strong of Ajak. Slowly but surely chip up. He has indeed. Elzak with the check raise. With the open ender. Bit of momentum here for the Swede. Lightning Soul saying Eljack clearly won Best Dressed and Styled Poker Player of 2022. Someone call up the GPI Awards. First nomination to that category. Omar Eljack. Although, Espen Jorstad. Best sunglasses on a player to have ever won a tournament. The story with the fold. Eljack up to 29 million.
Yeah.
Closing the gap. Chat, Sean Deeb is going to be joining me, chat. Both players at one point in this heads-up match held a 6-1 chip lead. Fun Patrick saying if you ain't first, you're last. True, 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 true. We ain't handing participation medals out up in here. 60 big blinds effective, 10-5 suited on the button. Isn't open, thank you, chat. Heads up as well. Yeah, incredibly impressed with both of these players. Story with the turn probe after the flop went check, check. Open-ender, queen high flush draw. Looking for a king, queen, 8, or a diamond. Finds it on the river, 8 of spades. Rolls off, giving him the nut straight. Looks like a close to pot river bet from Pastore. Jack with a 10 in hand. Looking queen 10 and 10-7, unblocking diamonds. Coming out calling chips. Done so well to come back from a 6-1 chip deficit. Now just the 3-2 dog. If he calls here, however, the story is going to be back up to 55 million. Eljac does get away from it. Holy Dozo. So coming up on that first shot, Henry. No shot. No shot. It's my birthday in 15 minutes, though. Matt saying, get the champagne out. Queen deuce for Eljac. It's flop trips, which funnily enough is the hand that Espen Jorstad won the WSOP main event in Vegas with. Well, Pastore turning a pair of 7s. 4.3 million in the middle. Of clubs on the river. It's always going to go check. Queen deuce gets shown. 45 million plays 31. Is it Eljac's turn to turn this around? We are getting closer and closer to the good old-fashioned rose stucco. What they're saying. Zia Marina Passalimani, it is apparently my birthday. But no, I'm not turning 47. Yeah, they both are incredibly tired, and it's completely understandable. Another action flop, ladies and gentlemen. Top and bottom for Eljac. Story with the check raise. Gut shot straight draw. Overcard to the board. And the Queen of Hearts in hand. We're going to see a flop 3-bet. Eljac just gone a flat. 13 million in the middle. 8 of clubs on the turn. Does complete 3 straights. Queen 10, 10-7, and 6-7 all getting there. Story turning third pair and picking up a ton of showdown. May opt to slow down on this turn. Stand corrected, ladies and gentlemen. It's cutting out chips. And he's setting up a river jam again. 7 into 13. Eljac calls. There'll be 27 million in the middle with 18 behind. People in the chat. Calling for Eljac to jam, just in case action killing river cards roll off. Does he just want to give Pastore as much rope as possible? Not this time. Does rip it in, and Omar Eljac is going to regain the chip lead. Going to regain the chip lead, ladies and gentlemen. After a 6-1 chip deficit. Story asking for a count. Can't call this though, surely.
Weird.
Deep in the tank. Jonathan Pastore does have 20% equity. Queen, 10 or an 8.
8, 9.
Would win it for him. Just hitting the swings. The swings indeed. They both had such massive leads.
King 10.
He's doing what he did against Tamas before, making the call with the King Queen. That huge hero call with 17 left. $45 million in the middle. 18 million to call. Jonathan Pastore looking to make history here. If he can close this out, becomes the first ever French poker player to win 2 No Limit Hold'em bracelets. His first bracelet was a special one, the 5K 6 Max in Vegas. Really one of the toughest bracelet events of the series.
Fallait vite quoi, mais j'ai envie dans les mains, c'est chaud quand même. Il a des combos draw, mais c'est trop chiant d'avoir la dame de cœur.
I understood the words combo draw. It's about as far as my French goes.
C'est trop chaud, genre, depuis tout à l'heure il a pas arrêté de me laisser bête, enfin genre, il a jamais de jam de turn.
The only reason is because
En fait je bloque dame 10 quand même, donc en fait
it's direct translation.
Je bloque dame 10, je bloque aussi dame 10 ou 3. Et du coup il jam pas straight. Et genre il jam... Ouais, c'est trop la merde d'avoir la dame de cœur, c'est un enfer. C'est vraiment un enfer. C'est jamais de jam quoi. Tous les 10x yachts. Ouais mais s'il a des valets c'est dramatique aussi.
Talking this one through out loud.
C'est vraiment drama là. C'est vraiment drama.
Ouais,
J'ai l'impression qu'il doit jamais jam quelque chose quoi. Si, genre des 2 paires quoi, mais je lock vraiment valet vite.
Open the button. Pastore check raise the 9, 5, jack, 2 hearts, 1 spade board.
Oh yeah, j'ai envie de le faire. Hein.
Fired 7 into 13 on the 8 of
faire,
clubs turn.
Parce que depuis tout à l'heure, il a slopé toutes ses mains quoi. C'est pas double flush reboard quoi. Juste flush reflop quoi. Faudrait vraiment qu'il ait genre valet vite, mais c'est atroce d'avoir la dame de cœur, c'est un enfer. Hein. C'est vraiment un enfer, hein. C'est vraiment le pire combo à bet call. Là j'étais parti pour mettre trop all-in.
I think he said
une décision turn quoi.
happy birthday to the English commentator Henry Kilbane. Thank you Pastore. It's been a pleasure to call the action.
Il jam pas de straight je pense, enfin, c'est impossible qu'il ait straight.
On your main event.
Genre 2 paires quoi, Brolo non plus je pense.
Final table.
Putain, c'est vraiment le pire combo hein. C'est vraiment le pire combo. Ah, si je me trompe, je suis encore bien. C'est vraiment le pire combo, putain, c'est chiant d'avoir la dame de cœur. C'est trop chiant d'avoir la dame de cœur. Les trucs, ils jam genre 2 paires et c'est dramatique de call quoi. même pas comment je peux me retrouver dans ce spot turn quoi. Je sais même pas comment je fais pour me retrouver. En fait, je pense qu'il jam. Il faudrait vraiment qu'il jam 8 et 9 quoi. Ouais, qu'il jam 8 et 9 quoi. Et je bloque 8 et 9. Je bloque dame 10. Bon, de toute façon, le strat il en a pas. Oh, il a roi 10 de cœur aussi. J'ai la dame de cœur.
Deep
Et du coup,
in the tank here.
Clean les dames de cœur quoi.
9 hours
Putain, c'est dramatique ce spot hein.
to the final table
Can you,
of the World Series of Poker Europe main event. For the bracelet and for 1.38 million.
Et j'ai jam que des flush draws, mais j'ai la dame de cœur, c'est atroce quoi. C'est vraiment atroce et si je colle ce spot, c'est dramatique. Hein. S'il me show de paire, c'est un spew de ouf. Hein. Le truc c'est que si je fais mourir dès que genre, le fait que je lock valet 8 et 9 et 8 c'est deux paires et qui jam. Enfin, des fois il jam. Il y a trop de 10x de cœur quoi. As 10. Non mais je me lève, c'est pas possible.
Well, those are saying huge credit to Omar for keeping the same face. Yeah, it's the same when he was all in earlier on.
C'est pas possible.
This is for the tournament chat.
Je suis en train de me lever le complet, je crois.
Enter your name in poker history.
Je suis en train de me lever le complet.
It's for a 7-figure score.
Le truc c'est qu'il a jam super vite quoi. Il y a trop de combo draw, c'est trop la sauce. En plus,
A lot of empathy for Adrian Attenborough during his long tank against the eventual champion Espen Jorstad, and I have a lot of empathy for Pastore here as well. Career-defining moment.
Comment je fais pour me retrouver dans ce spot là? Quand tu m'as 30 millions, si je fais, je suis encore bien.
You're on an hour-long delay to obviously protect the integrity of the game.
Si je fais, je suis encore super bien en passant 30-60, j'ai 50 blindes. Mais c'est trop chiant quoi, putain. Si j'ai pas de cœur, j'aurais. Il met la 0 jump turn quoi. Ouais,
Sick turnaround from both these players. Story was down to 10 million chips, got up to 65.
Il jam vraiment deux paires, c'est ouf.
Ojak is a fold away from regaining the chip lead.
Ça veut dire qu'il jam vraiment deux paires.
Can't fold a friend in this game.
Non, mais je me
can't
level,
fold a
c'est
friend,
possible,
can't
j'ai la
call
dame
a
de
friend
cœur et tout,
rather.
c'est un enfer. Et si par contre s'il a des draws quoi, on run super bien quoi. Parce que du coup on lui lock vraiment genre bah c'est tirage quoi. Bah c'est trop bien, c'est la genre 10x quoi. C'est la 10x shoot, on est trop bien quoi. Enfin on lui lock des outs quoi. Du coup c'est un peu chiant le spot si je pars du principe qu'il jamme pas des deux paires. En fait si je pars du principe qu'il jamme pas des deux paires et qu'il a des draws, et les draws en gros c'est genre mais je suis trop chiant dans la dame de cœur, ouais, c'est un enfer. Mais le truc c'est du coup c'est des 10x de cœur et c'est des 10x de cœur quoi. 10x de cœur ou x de cœur et c'est tous les combos draws quoi. Genre roi 10.
I feel like on a few occasions now,
Ouais,
been very close to clicking call. Omar's done with this hand at this point. He was stoic for the first 10 minutes.
Time, please.
Has eventually called the clock after a 15-minute tank. And Pastore does eventually make the correct laydown. Sweden's Omar Eljak has regained the chip lead. 89 big blinds
Plays 63.
Vamos! Vamos!
I believe we are going on a quick, I say quick, 20-minute break. When we come back, Sean Deeves is going to be joining me in the commentary booth. Just quickly want to give a massive shout out to all of you viewers at home. Appreciate the birthday wishes, and I'll catch you on the flip side
it's hard to kill Deeb,
of
not gonna
this
lie.
20-minute break.
Done. And Paul Flat getting right back on the horse. Two very playable hands back to back. Kardashians in the hole for him.
20 big blinds in the chip lead.
800.
Comes with the min this time. It gets out the way.
Oh, wow.
It's a cruel game sometimes.
It really is. This entire final table has just been so cruel. Ben Heath came in 1 of 9, out in 7th, I believe. Out in 6th, rather. Julian Martini announces himself, and Bourbois just gets the click call with the Cowboys. Going to win this 4 out of 5 times, and he's going to have a huge chip lead.
Oh,
wow.
King of spades too.
Queen, Jack, 10. Middle set for the Frenchman, but he's not out of dodge yet. Ace or a 9 would give Paul a straight. King would give him a bigger set, and obviously running spades also working for him.
Wow.
Ace, King, 9,
The
right?
turn.
Flat could be down to 2 million. 6-hit game. Really unfortunate for him, unless he can find a miracle river.
Ace 9 or King needed. 9-ball corner pocket. And the Triton boss man
Finally win one.
extends his arm as a token of GG's to Julian Martini. 5th place. Get some GG's in the chat for a true legend of the game. 107k. And now the Triton head honcho, chip leader with 4 left, looking for bracelet number 1.
Absolutely. Really unfortunate run out is the hope that kills you, as we say. But a valiant effort from Martini, out in 4th place.
And in seat 7, we have Jonathan Pastore with 9.925 million. Bonne chance, John. Bonne chance, John. A little bit. I mean, is that? Look at good luck. Is that 2 points?
I'm here with bracelet winner Jonathan Pastore. And Jonathan, I don't want to take too much of your time, but I just wanted to speak about the fact that you must be feeling pretty confident about your game at the moment. You took down the 5K 6 max during the World Series this summer, and now you find yourself here at the World Series of Poker Europe main event. How are you feeling coming into today playing for 1.38 million?
First, I feel very grateful because I win. When you say I win the bracelet this summer, and I played now the biggest final table in Europe, so I feel very first grateful, and for sure I will play for the win. I just want the bracelet, so I mean I play for the win, and I would like to be the first French player to take 2 bracelets in No Limit Hold'em, so I will try to do the best.
A lot of people, when it comes to tournaments, they talk about winning big flips, they talk about running well. Yesterday, with 17 left, you made the sickest call of the entire tournament. Can you explain to me a little bit about that hand leading up to the final table?
Yeah. The thing is on the river, you want to, I can explain the river? Or
Please,
just,
go
yeah.
ahead.
Yeah, the thing is I take a lot of time because I saw he was very not confident, or
So I take a lot of time, and because I check the carotid, some like physical tail, and I call only, especially for this reason, because I probably fold if I don't have the information for the physical tail and things. So yeah, I take a lot of time. Like I think it's the first time I think. 10
minutes.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, normally I like I call the time every time, or so I'm not a tanker, but. I feel like confident about my call, and yeah, I just follow my raids. My combo is close because you don't have so many bluff, but just time, just the tail, physics tail, and yeah, I just follow my read. And
You trusted your gut, you followed your read, you made the epic hero call with 17 left. Now you're at the final table. Jonathan, best of luck, mate. 1.38 for first, WSOP gold bracelet, and doing it for France. Best of luck.
What's up? Good morning. Are you ready for today? Yeah. See you at Kings.
Good boy saying, yeah, I've been using the no fold quite often. It's pretty cool. It is pretty cool. I'm not going to lie. He's just like, yeah, nope. I'm out of here. GG's. German just like, we've spotted the tanker, chat. We've spotted the tanker. Red Misty said, Poker Room Kings, good afternoon, sir, and thank you for the great coverage. Red Misty, welcome to the stream. I understand, like, tanking and whatnot in marginal decisions, but the tanking with, oh boy. The tanking with, you know, the Queen 7 from +1 earlier, now the 10-4, it feels a bit. Poker City now saying, hi Henry, great job as per usual, keep it up, greetings. Peter from Poker City, provide Dutch commentary for Kings every now and then. Shout out Poker City, and now shout out to all the Dutch community members. A lot of love for the Dutchies. They've been a big support over the years as we dive back into this, ladies and gentlemen. If a club finds its way to the river, could be losing a true legend of the game very quickly here on day 3. See what Open brings on the turn. 72k in the middle. I'm going to slow down. Comes with B50. Two-tone broad texture. Feels like a dicey turn proposition against the big blind range. Although Orpin is going to have, you know, every every combo of King 10 suited and King 10 offsuit, and then I guess every combo of 10-8 suited from the cutoff, as well as set advantages on this board. But Victor going to attack this smaller sizing. Did feel like an attackable size B50 on this turn card. Takes it north to 147.
Thank you.
Been getting laid 2.5 to 1 on a call. Obviously doesn't know that he has the best hand. Nine clubs in the deck. I suppose the 3 10s, 12 outs once, getting around 25%. So not really getting the direct odds on a call from a mathematical point of view. That's if he assumes that, you know, his ace and king are no good. Victor Blom just picking up on this weak turn barrel. I say that with the utmost respect and love for Orpin, you know, fresh off a bracelet. Just felt like a turn sizing that's asking to be attacked. I don't know, chat. Feel free to weigh in, by the way. Feels like a turn card where we don't want to be half-potting a lot. But again, zero authority from me in the booth here. Just felt like a natural big size or a check. Orpin does make the call. 3-6-6 in the middle. Brick rolls off, and Victor Blom with the slap jam on the river with 8 high. Says Isildur, ladies and gentlemen. The fact that Orpin has taken this long with this decision here, with just ace high, actually thinking this one through. I mean, this isn't posturing, chat. This is one of the best players in the world, #1 on Turkey's all-time money list. Competes festival in, festival out with some of the best players in the world. Typically see him traveling the circuit with Daniel Dvoris, Sam Grafton, Timothy Adams. Orpin is legitimately considering this spot here. He's thinking of making this call. He's reverse engineering the way that this hand has played out. You've got to think about the range of hands that check raise turn and jam river for value. Blocking King 10, that's obviously one of the immediate good things about this as a bluff catcher. Unblocking diamonds also feels nice. Is Blom ever turning a hand like King 8, King of diamonds into a bluff? Tip of my hat.
And 5 of diamonds or something.
Yeah, see, Orpin's dialed in, bro. 10-5 of diamonds. This isn't TV table time. He doesn't need it. This is Orpin just doing what Orpin does, man. Note the shift in body language from Victor as well. An immediate smirk on his face. The last thing you want to hear from your opponent when you're sat there with 8 high is 10-5 of diamonds or something like the soul read. You're just turning a hand on the turn into a bluff. I tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, if he makes this call, am I allowed to go out there and just give him a hug? Am I allowed to do that? He makes the call, ladies and gentlemen, with ace high. Hand number 13.
Good luck, guys.
#1 on Turkey's all-time money list. What did I just witness, chat?
We really had bad hand to call as well, but
Orpin, take a bow, my friend. He wasn't posturing on the turn.
That's some risk there, but
Smelt like 10-5 a diamond, something like that.
enough.
He makes the call. Wow, blind v blind. Sam Grafton, 5 cards away from being up to 8 million in chips and number 99 of this final table.
Are you rooting for me?
No.
You're too professional. You're too professional.
Yeah, no, I want to see a 7 right in the door.
Nicky P being honest, saying he wants to see a 7 right in the door. If Squiddy can hold here, he's going to have over 30 big blinds, needs to fade a 7, and now needs to fade a 6 or a jack. 7 would give him the straight. Adams going from 3 to 7 outs.
I wish you called them the Kings.
10 on the turn. Now giving Adams some chop outs. Queen of Spades on the river. And Sam Grafton, ladies and gentlemen,
Somebody's gambling around.
now up to 8 million in chips, looking for his first bracelet.
Okay, we have 2 million, 3.5, 6.
What's up? Good morning. Are you ready for today? Yeah. See you at Kings.
It's 20 past midnight, ladies and gentlemen, and we are back at King's Resort. We've already awarded 14 bracelets here.
during the 2022 World Series of Poker Europe Festival. And we have one more bracelet to award here. The question is, where is it going home to? Sweden or France? Omar Eljak came in as the chip leader to this final table of 8. And, well, to be honest with you, lost it pretty early on into the final table. It was held by none other than Sean Deeb for most of the way. Jonathan Pastore, in my opinion, winner of the best hero call of the tournament. If there was an award that we could give out in the commentary booth. And winner of the best bluff of the tournament. Although some could argue the ace-9 of clubs bluff by Sean Deeb up there as well. Jonathan looking to become the first ever French poker player to win 2 No Limit Hold'em bracelets. Omar Eljak looking to not repeat a second place finish here. I'll be honest with you guys, this has been one of the most epic heads-up matches I've ever had the privilege of commentating on. Both of these players, after 5 grueling days of poker, have put on an epic display of some high-level poker. And someone else responsible for some high-level poker is about to jump in the booth alongside me. It's Mr. Sean Deeb.
Hey,
Sean,
guys.
welcome.
I'm happy to be, well, not happy to be here. I prefer being on screen, but unfortunately some things didn't go my way. I made, you know, a hero call, and this is where we're at. But been quite the battle. I'm not surprised how deep these two are. You know, Omar admits he's not too much of a Hold'em player, but he's definitely holding his own.
He really is, man. Really holding his own. Both of them have held a 6-1 chip lead at one point during this heads-up match. 74 bigs, plays 53, 90-minute clock. Sean, you're talking about hero calls. One that was world-class, the 10-4, but that ended up snowballing into just some brutal hands for you.
Yeah, I mean, I was correct that I didn't think he was bluffing there, and there were very few value hands, but I felt like he had it, and I folded. And then the ace-7, you know, kind of had a timing tell on Omar pre-flop, so I knew he was weak, and I kind of just induced and trusted my read that there's very few value. He didn't have aces or ace-king or kings, you know. So I thought when he got to the river and like basically shoved, I really thought Jack-10 or 5-6 were like the value combos. You know, occasionally maybe a 9-8 or something goofy like that, but I don't think those bet the turn that size. So obviously the king-deuce suited was not something I was considering an option. But whatever, you know, you make some mistakes, but I was trusting myself and I was going for the win, and sometimes you're wrong.
After the dust has settled, maybe not today, but when you get home with the family and you look back on this series, I mean, looking at the Hendon mob, 7 cashes here, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think I cashed 7 out of 9 events I played.
Wow.
One of the ones I didn't cash was the short deck, which I bought in while I was still on the 50 or 25K final table.
Right.
And I had 1 big blind, so I bought in when Reg closed. I blinded off a bunch of my stack. I ran it up in the 25K, so I ended up, you know, blasting my stack dark in a couple hands, got it in really good, and lost, and then went back to the, you know, 25K.
Multi-tabling.
Of course, man.
Multi-tabling live events. This guy.
I'm, you know, Roland Izraelovich, whatever the fuck is. I can't even pronounce his name. Just call him Roland. But, you know, the World Series cash leader, he's my hero. He was 3-tabling at one point during this series.
Wow.
He was on hand for hand of the main and the half and half, and then he bought into the turbo. What a fucking sicko. That should be everyone's idol in poker.
True legend. Victor saying we're still heads up. We are indeed about 4 hours into
this heads-up match. I believe you went for a massage to the spa.
Yeah,
called the family.
I talked to the wife, got the approval to book my Tokyo trip that got delayed. Mark Gregorich and Dan Wyman are already there. I was supposed to be there with them. So meeting up with them, I got to go get a COVID test to get through, you know, Japan customs equivalent. And so, yeah, it's going to be like 4 or 5 days there, do a lot of food and drinking.
Was that? That's just purely leisure?
The first vacation in 10 years for me.
Very nice, man. And that's just always been a bucket list place?
Yeah, so Dan Wyman and Sam Pansko went there a few years ago for a WPT, like, South Asia tour. They did Vietnam, like, Philippines, and Japan. There was events everywhere. They loved it. And me and Dan been talking about going there for his bachelor party. Unfortunately, he broke up with his fiance. And Dan was supposed to come with me to World Series Europe. So I was like, hey, to convince him to come here, I said, let's do World Series Europe and then go to Tokyo, thinking that we were most of the way there. Once I started booking flights, I realized I'm further away from Tokyo in Czech Republic than I was at home, which is pretty crazy being from New York. But yeah, so.
Yeah, that's very true.
And obviously it's a couple hours ahead, so it's difficult to get there.
Yeah, it's not the easiest place to go through. I remember during the pandemic, the options were like San Francisco to Japan, or having to fly all the way across Europe to get there. And yeah, it's a long flight. It's a very long flight. B. Santos saying, Deep, as far as cashes overall during the series, any idea of how much you cashed for? 1.5 million in profit, question mark?
No, it was like 1.2 million.
1.2?
Yeah, and obviously I sold for the 25K and 50K, so my cut wasn't that much, but it was still very good. Had all myself in the main, so nice. One of my, you know, better personal scores, but I was going for more.
Oh, well done, man. 3 third-place finishes here during the World Series, cashing, what, 7 of 9, you said?
Yeah, I think it was 7 of 9.
7 of 9, I mean.
It's pretty fucking good. I'm quite happy with myself. You know, and also like besides 3/3, there was like a 10th in the PLO where I actually played with Omar a bunch.
I saw that.
He was super short. He sucked out on me. I sucked out on him. You know, we had some crazy hands. He's a super nice guy. I really enjoyed playing with him. We had a great rapport at this final table. I was definitely hoping to get heads up with him because I think we'd have fun. We'd do some drinking, you know, make it a little bit less stressful and have a little bit of gamble. But I think, you know, Pastor and Omar are really fucking on the grind. Pastor said three-handed he was playing for the win.
Yeah.
You know, and
bracelet means a lot to him. I mean, he'd become the first ever French player to win 2 Hold'em bracelets.
Why do you got to be so specific?
I know. Hey, listen, man.
I mean,
it's his thing.
I'm the only player in the world who's won 2 25K PLO.
There we go.
Like,
that's your title.
You don't got to pick and choose, like, just to, you know, find the filter of where you're the top of the list. Just accept it, accept all events. Not to say anything he did was less impressive. It's just kind of silly to say that's what you want to do. Just be happy to win bracelets. Learn to play other games besides Hold'em. They're way more fun.
I mean, I'm the first person to have had 2 cheesecakes in the commentary booth today.
Which is shocking that I've had no cheesecake. I'm sure everyone expected me to out-cheesecake you in a day.
The cheesecake here.
But I'm not. I know it's going to be shocking to the chat. I'm not a big dessert guy. I rather fill up on the other food. Dessert is a very rare thing for me.
Yeah, I'm getting trolled by the chat for always mentioning it. I don't know. Look, it's his thing that he's going to potentially be, you know.
Everyone's got a thing. You're the voice of every poker thing that ever goes on now.
Wow.
You know,
we're getting there. We're getting there.
I'll let the chat know. So Henry came up and introduced himself to me, and I'm like, "You think I don't recognize your voice?" Like, he's very distinct, and which is saying something because there's a lot of, you know, accents out there. But Henry's just got that voice that, you know, he's kind of like a Galfond-esque person where you hear it, you know where you heard it last, and you hope to never hear it again.
I've peaked, chat. I peaked until that final comment. Getting compared.
It wouldn't be a Sean Deep comment with a little
Galfond.
backhanded compliment. I don't know how to give proper compliments. Just ask my wife.
Oh, I love it, mate.
I see QWERTY asking if I'm a better Nobleman Hold'em or PLO player. I'm a better tournament player of either game, but I'm definitely think I'm better at PLO tournaments. It fits up with my style of being more aggressive pre. You know, those who watched Final Table saw I had a lot of wide, you know, bullshit hands, and they don't really have equity too often.
There's a couple of questions further up great question by Apocalypse asking about just like the inflow decision-making process. Saying, Sean, I've been curious, did the fold you made with the trip fours affect your decision in the next hand with the ace-7 at all?
No. I trusted my instincts on my timing tell. I could have reacted differently and just 4-bet or ripped on his face. But there was a couple things that Omar did early in the tournament, like when he 3-bet the ace-8 of diamonds, he insta-3-bet Reard's open, and then he got jammed on by the Romanian guy. I'm terrible with names. And then when he had aces at the final table and Alex opened again, he kind of took his time, looked a little more serious. And so when he limp raised me to 3.5 mil, he did it instantly. And so in my eyes, I'm like, he does not have the top of his range. And I could have reacted a few different ways.
Eljack.
Just going to call on a chop. He's never folding. He's never re-raising.
$16 million in the middle. Story just taking his time with this one. Certainly, it's funny because the pace of play throughout the final 3-4 tables was so swift. Now these players, after 5 hours of play, taking their time, obviously 530,000 euros on the line. And they are going to chop it up.
I see someone in the chat asking about my thoughts on his excessive tank with Queen 8. I think that he's just kind of in a spot where he kind of has a hand with some equity. He doesn't want to make a bad fold, but I think that it was kind of, he was never going to call. He shouldn't call with that hand, but you never know. Like, we've obviously seen some impressive hero calls from both players so far this final table, so I wouldn't be surprised to see the final hand go out kind of like the World Series Vegas final table, where, you know, the second pair calls and just shown the nuts.
Yeah, my crazy Swedish friends are not here.
Even as it can get here. 65 bigs for Eljack, 61.
Everybody left.
And one of my favorite things is, you know, when you see the flags here, it's just, it shows how geographical poker is. And at King's here in Czech Republic, we get everyone from so many different locations, all come here, all have a great time. The event was insane. Everyone will talk about how soft it was. And yes, obviously the people we got four-handed were really great players.
Yeah.
But, I mean, some of the stuff you saw on day 1 and day 2 is stuff I haven't seen in 15 years. Even Henry could probably beat this game.
I got to say, the quality of poker that was played, the final 3 tables all the way down to the final table, there's some world-class stuff being done. I'm Bastang saying, Henry, could you please tell Deeb he's my idol? There you go, Deeb.
And what?
That you are his idol.
Oh, you got to have a better idol than that, man.
And Lightning Soul said, what did Deeb think when he punted at him with ace-9 of clubs in that huge pot? I don't think it was a punt.
I mean, so here's the thing. So that hand will be talked about for a while. I mean, if I won, that was going to be the one that really catapulted me. But if you watch my table talk for 2 days with that player and the other people, you know, I kind of said, like, hey, I'm going to be aggro, but if I bet big, like, we're talking about some sizings. He was like, oh, there's always a sizing someone will fold to. And his hand was so face up as King Jack. He knows that I know he has King Jack. And then when the offsuit 3 comes, or offsuit 2, whatever it was, like, I just think he never thinks I'm bombing that river. And there was actually, I had a plan going to the final table, which I won't share, that actually if I had it, I would have done something different. But yeah, so I kind of felt like when I bet the turn, when Omar tank folded 8-4 clubs, which, you know, I talked to a few people about his fold, whether they think it's good or not. You know, I think most Hold'em players wouldn't fold there, but most PLO players are afraid of being overflushed. And it seems likely that either, you know, the first guy had Jack X of clubs, I could have the nut flush draw. I mean, it's tough for him to continue, but getting that price close in the action with some possible bluff cards and some really hidden improvement outs, I think, you know, he should have probably called.
Could also just be dead. 10-9 of clubs.
I mean, that's one combo you're dead.
One combo, definitely, yeah. So you're saying there's a chance?
Yeah. I mean, if you want to just put people on the nuts, then that's why you play 5-card PLO.
Well, that's why I play 5-card PLO.
Like, oh, he has the nuts and a redraw. Yeah, I mean, there's not any other combos in 9-10. I'm opening there four-handed. I'm opening every 9-10 off.
So you're saying, Henry, are you playing against Sean heads up whilst we talk? No. No, I like money, believe it or not.
Do you, though?
I do. Not trying to give this man any more. It's already earned
Hey,
enough
I got
here.
kids. You got nothing. You're 28. You got your whole life in front of you. You can go broke, get bailed out again.
No.
It's okay to just give it away early on your career.
Early,
I've
I've already gone broke like 6 times. I'm not going broke again.
Really?
Yeah. Not going broke
Is
again.
it just because you suck at poker?
No, just terrible bankroll management. Like, just shot taking ridiculous stakes. Stakes
Like-
I'd like never played before.
What stakes? What was?
I was playing like 50, 100 heads up against like a French businessman once, where it was a spot where, in my opinion at the time, I couldn't afford to miss. But the reality is that his pockets were thousands of times deeper than mine. He just kept reloading and topping up until he had me covered every time, and eventually sent me home with my tail between my legs.
How big did your stack peak in that match?
40,000 euros. Yeah, 45,000 at one point.
And he probably, if you interviewed him, he'd be like, I had the fish on the line. He was going to give me all his stack with like the second nuts, and he got you good.
Got me good. Cleared me out for like.
I see someone asking, would Adams have been the biggest threat to me? For sure. I actually, when me and Tim played together on day 3, we played a lot. We obviously played in the 50 together.
Yep.
And I'm always impressed by his game. I love talking with him. Super nice guy. And I actually, I'm very rare that I'm afraid to ask for a swap. And I wasn't even sure he would accept. But when we got kind of deep, I said, hey, if we get close in stacker, do you want to swap? He said, sure. And unfortunately, for me, we never got close because I would have loved to have some equity in him. I think he's a great player. He's like, his instincts are spot on. He's great for his fish. He's not that straight GTO guy. He's got great live instincts. And I would have been very happy to have a piece of him. And when he busted, because I didn't have a piece, I was quite happy because he was one to my left. And I knew that if anyone was going to, abuse me even off a short stack, it was going to be Tim.
Yeah, Timothy Adams, one of the best in the game at present.
He's been the best of the game for like 15 years. Like, we go way back.
Yeah.
He's stayed at the top of the game for a long time.
Yeah, really enjoyed actually that little conversation, that tangent that you guys went on about players from
the Turning Stone days.
Yeah, the Turning Stone days. Yeah.
Yeah, I had at the time Cliff Josephy was sending me hands, and he's like, I forgot to keep sending you hands. I was just listening to Turning Stone stories.
Yeah.
But that's the thing is like, poker is all about your group, and your group got pretty famous this year, and that's kind of the way it goes. You all come up together, you all learn together, you all buy each other's action or swap or talk hands, and it's amazing how much the tournament community brings each other up. And I love that side of it, and I'm so glad so many friends I had from 20 years ago that me and Tim were talking about, these old Turning Stone people. And then there's people like Tim who I didn't even remember ever from there. So I actually been meaning to go look at his Hendon mobs, his first of any cash, to see if I was also at that final table or not.
Should we have a look?
Yeah, let's pull it up.
Timothy Adams.
Yeah, like casual 29.5 million in earnings. Click that for the bottom one.
This one?
Yeah.
Is this going to be at May 2007?
I probably was there. Nope.
2 million.
He was trying to think of Rich Frobach. Okay. He was saying Rich somebody.
I don't recognize any of these names.
Mark Flowers Jr. is Randall Flowers. He got famous, won a couple WPTs a couple years ago. He was usually my roommate on a lot of those trips. But back then, they didn't have his first name the way he liked to go by.
Yeah, so Timothy just like disappeared for 3 years and then just comes back, and
I don't know if it's disappearing when his events were 300, 500s. He was playing cash games. He'd just go to Turning Stone, a couple Canadian tournaments, and then pop up at the World Series finally in 2010.
Yeah. Jumping back into this. Story with king high and the check mark.
Really tough board to call off, though.
Oh, take a bow, young man.
King eye.
Some world-class poker being played between these two, and it's just been the case for the last 5 hours. No one can begrudge the length of this heads-up match when they're just playing.
Except for you.
The quality. No, honestly, mate. When I say this has been one of the most entertaining heads-up matches I've ever had the privilege of commentating on. Some truly world-class poker being played. Sean, have you ever played Omar before in PLO outside of the 5K?
No, I believe it's the first time we play together. He's a very sociable guy, but you know, I don't have the greatest memory. I've played a lot of tournaments with a lot of people, but I think this was the first time.
It seems to, I mean, he got your vote of approval, if you will, when you were speaking about it earlier. It seems like he's a very competent PLO player, and looking at his Hindenburg results. And his flag as well, you know, he's Swedish, so.
But yeah, so like he played really well off short stack, understood the situation better. There was one hand he played that didn't love his line, but it made sense a little bit. And then, you know, we were talking about some other hands that people played at the final table, and we were laughing about how bad they played, because he's similar to me, is kind of balls to the wall, really aggro pre, you know, a little more solid post flop most of the time, but you kind of have to steal a lot of pots.
Jack turning top pair. Pistori obviously going nowhere with his pair of eights. 2.5 to call, 6.1 in the middle. Still incredibly deep here. Over 100 big blinds in play. Average stack around about 60 bigs. Seems like Henry's missing his flight. No, no, no.
Hey, I offered to Henry I would take over the whole booth capabilities so he can make his flight. My flight's not till 2:30 tomorrow.
Do I have to assume full responsibility for anything you may say live on air, though?
I think, depending on how many more gin and tonics I have, you know, we might get more aggressive. But I think the chat loves a little drunk commentary. Nah, I'm not drunk yet, but I'll get there tonight.
It's going to get there.
How much? 6?
Pappy Van Winkle saying, I'll say Pappy Van Winkle's overrated. You know I always say that whenever you're in any chat. It's not nearly as good as the other for its cost. There's 1,000 better whiskeys that are cheaper than that. It got this stupid cult following because of the fire, and too many barrels weren't even destroyed. So sorry, it's just not as good as other stuff. I'll take Booker's any day, and you know that.
Is that Neuville in the background? I believe so.
Yeah, Pierre loves to sweat the poker. I remember meeting him early on the EPT circuits, and one of the Stars reps said, "You'll never guess it, but that guy has won more satellites this tournament than anyone else. He was the grinder of the EPT satellites."
That's love the game. Played some cash with him. Some PLO cash. A few years back.
One of the times you went broke?
No, actually. Although the way I was playing at the time easily could have, to be perfectly honest with you.
Finally, your friend Azer. Your friend.
So wait, so the name Pappy Van Winkle is a type of...
That's a type of alcohol. Come on.
I don't drink.
But you still got to know good alcohol.
No, if you don't drink, you don't. No.
You hear some things. Have you ever heard of Louis the 13th?
No. I'm sorry. I don't know my alcohol, right?
We gotta send him on his fucking flight. This guy does not belong in the booth.
I grew up in Eastern Europe. Okay, we grew up on like cheap tequila and dangerous vodka.
Potato-based vodka,
and
at least.
Rakia as well. Like that's 80% proof. That stuff will set your throat on fire.
That's not 80% proof. Is not a statement.
All
So
right.
80% alcohol will be 160 proof. Let me teach you some math, since you clearly don't know it. That's why you keep going broke every time in your career.
Sean Deeb, ladies and gentlemen. It was indeed Nerd King. Perry Hit saying, do you know any good
Poor
soccer
Henry's
teams?
been too nice to me. I gotta give him a little jabs. I know my family was in the chat. They're not here anymore, so I can, say some things, and he knows it's all in good fun.
It's bad news for you because
You got my Aunt Chrissy's number now. I know.
What? That and I feel like the Deeb family back home are open to adopting me. I am homeless at the moment, so
We have an empty house if you want it.
there we go. I'm thinking of moving to Vegas, of all places.
We're not in Vegas, so Albany, New York. There's a little 5-10 no limit. You can play a couple days a week. That's your only hope. No PLO there. Even you could beat the game there, though.
Wow, thank you. No chance of me going broke. Oh man, this chat's out of line. Jack was just king high. 7.2 in the middle. Spoiler asking why you would swap action deep in a tournament. If you're already winning big, more than you buy in, then swapping action would potentially result in giving that money away.
So basically, when you're deep in a tournament, you have a lot of equity, and the variance is usually very high. So it actually makes a lot of sense from like a bankroll perspective, game theory, whatever that Kelly criterion type stuff, that you actually want to split action with another great player, because then you get a likely result. Like if we swap 5 or 10% and we're 9-handed, one of us is getting top 3 very frequently. So whether it's me or him, it kind of diversifies my variance, so it makes a lot of sense to swap with other good players deep in a tournament.
Yeah, 100%. Hear that a lot from pros that I've had in the booth. I've got to ask you, when you come here, come to Europe, cash 7 out of 9 events played, your Twitter bio says professional poker player that spends more time with his wife and family. Do you not get the itch to grind, or do you think that the time that you spend at home with the family in between series is what actually gives you the motivation and the energy to grind through these series?
So if I didn't do that, I would lose over half my net worth in my divorce. So it would be way less profitable to play poker, and I would have a much worse bankroll. So no, I think it's very important for me. I love spending time with my wife and kids. It sucks that, I have to leave at times for a couple weeks at a time or a couple months.
Yeah.
But my kids, they love watching these streams, so it motivates me even more to go a little bit deeper. So I know they can watch me. My sons are doing the, math on chip stacks and other stuff. And my wife taught them, small blind, big blind, button today.
Really?
Yeah.
I love that.
I didn't want to teach my kids poker, so at least if my wife teach them, they're going to suck and not be successful enough to stay in it.
You don't want to continue the legacy?
No.
You don't. What about it?
You think poker's going to be that good in 20 years for people to make a living off of?
All right. Okay.
So that's when they're 6 and 8 years old.
It's impossible to say though.
It's very likely.
You got all these TikTokers and YouTubers and Instagram influencers now.
Yeah,
that have large followers and they bring millions of dollars to the game, think they're beating the games and they're not.
Yeah, but just because some people are bringing fish to the game does not mean it's going to make a good profession. It's going to get tougher and tougher. I mean, you look at this, there's people I play with I've never seen before who are better than me, and I played for 20 years, you know, and I was the highest volume guy for a long time. The game has passed me by. The game has improved so much, and the resources they have to study and learn from, and they just play so many stack sizes differently. Their sizings are so creative. Their board texture understanding is so in-depth. It's too much effort to become a profitable player now. There's just no reason for them to start.
Fair. It's fair enough. I think that's why we're not seeing as many young superstars as we did, you know.
Well, I think part of the reason you don't see it is because the gambling connotation as well as the monetization of esports. You see so many people switching to being streamers or YouTubers on various, you know, video games, and they never get into poker because they have the money. We all played video games as a kid, but we couldn't make money from it.
That's
now
very
that they
true.
can make money from video games, that their idols tend to be those people. And so a lot of people who have the mind for poker and the reactions and the instincts end up doing that stuff instead.
Yeah, shout out Simple. Any CSGO fans? What are your boys into?
I know it's going to be shocking, but we were into Fortnite for a very long time.
Nice.
Played with REA, Glance, Panska, Wyman, Volpe. You know, we had a good crew who would regularly play Fortnite every single day for multiple years. My 2018 results, I give credit to Fortnite, because every break we used to go up when they had this stage set up with these computers, and whatever company had them, and we just play Fortnite every single break and every dinner break.
Omar's rail consistent after 5 hours of play.
Oh, I heard them after the King Deuce A7 end.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I did not have a rail being the lone American here, still in Rozvadov since everyone left me.
It's all right. You got the fans in the chat.
Hey, I know I got some enemies too. Stop acting like everyone supports me. It's okay.
I think you just love pointing out that you got enemies, but I haven't seen many, not gonna lie.
Oh, I was in the chat a couple times after I busted. I saw some of the comments. I debated getting in there and getting fired up, but you know, my typing is so bad that it's just better I come in the booth and then lay down the law.
There we go. Dunning-Cougar saying PLO is still going to be profitable 100 years from now. I agree, Dunning-Cougar.
It's not even profitable for you now, Henry.
Wow, jeez, he just won't let it slide.
The only thing you let slide is your bankroll.
That's true. That is true. Keep touching myself like I've lost my wallet.
You should be careful using that line.
What, touching myself it's like I've lost my wallet?
Yeah.
What's wrong with that line?
Because when you say the second part, people are like, what are you fucking talking about?
Wallet? You don't know what a wallet is?
Touching yourself has different connotations.
Oh, mate, you can't twist words. Like
That's what you said. There's no twisting words. Those are the exact words used. And
you're never rushing out the door looking for your car keys and you like checking your pockets and your jacket and no?
No.
Never?
I have a wife for that. She
Oh,
carries
see?
the car keys and does all that shit.
There you go. I don't have a wife.
Wonder why.
What have I got myself into, chat? Holy Doge saying, happy birthday, Henry, getting roasted by Deep. Honestly, this is a dream come true. This is a great start to my 29th orbit around the sun. A lot of people trying to get some football questions or soccer questions out of Deep. Lightning
yeah.
Soul saying he's American and doesn't even know the rules, most likely.
First off, both my kids play U8 and U6 soccer. All right? I know the rules. I was just actually reading this morning about the Maradona handball infamous thing, because the ball's going up for auction, you know.
Oh, well, we just got scammed again. I'm not even getting into it. I'm not getting into it.
You weren't even alive back then.
I know. Poker Bratster saying, I guess a lot of people respect you because you're brutally honest and you chase the liars and the cheats. I got to agree with that. I do respect the directness and honesty. You've never been scared to kind of call a spade a spade.
Thankfully, I usually have the truth behind me, and there's usually stuff I know that's not public yet, or I can't divulge the sources or say exactly. But, you know, Henry got to pull me. We talked a little bit this trip, and he learned some things that I know and opened his eyes a little bit.
Yeah, I think a lot of people
take what they see on socials at face value, and yeah, you know.
Yeah, those are the people who fall for the scams and the bullshit. You know, it's unfortunate, but there will always be people in society trying to steal from other people.
Especially in a game like this. He's back to hand number 430, which isn't true, chat. This is the 430th hand since we started yesterday's stream. $852,000.
I will apologize to the chat, because if I was heads up, it would not have taken this long. Win or lose, I would have punted it off, or they would have punted it off. It would not have been a 7-hour heads-up grudge match.
Man, you were so close as well. 60% of the chips in play.
I got up that high?
Yeah.
Thought I only got up to 40.
You got up to 43, right? 42, 43?
I don't. You guys keep track better than I do.
Yeah.
I thought I was like 41.5 was my peak.
Maybe I'm off by it. But yeah, it looked like you got up to.
It felt good at one point when I had all those chips in front of me. And then a few hours later, I have the stack I started day 2 with, and I'm out.
I normally ignore stuff like this. Jay Crafty saying, yo, if you just turned 29, you're actually starting your 30th orbit around the sun. I just turned 28, hence me saying I started my 29th orbit around the sun. But thank you for your comment.
Oh, wait. You just turned 28? I assume you just finished 28.
No.
You're such a child. You're almost closer in age to my kids than me.
What are you doing? Oh, man. Sage saying a side bet on USA and England in the World Cup. I honestly don't follow football. I'm terrible with this stuff. So I'm not really even remotely interested, to be honest with you. I'm sure Sean and I can come up with some prop bets in the future.
I don't know if you can pay him, though.
Let's have to call up Espen.
I mean, I hope Pastor's going to bluff with this combo. It's just too weak of a hand, too good of a runoff. It's going to be tough for Elijah to call.
Appreciate the fact that there are people in the chat backing me up on, the old lost keys when you're rushing out the door thing. I don't sound like a complete weirdo.
I'm just shocked you have a car.
I gave it to my brother. Been looking after it, and last time I hadn't been back in the UK for 2.5 years. It wasn't in the condition that I left it to him in. Let's put it that way. How about this?
Oh.
How about this?
All right. I knew he wasn't going to call, but the old bluff raise, great combo to do it with. And it's definitely going to work.
Omar Eljak.
Now this is a PLO hand.
The check raise to 14 million. And chat, when Pastore folds, which maybe in some worlds is overly presumptuous of me, they're going to be neck and neck, both with 38 million apiece, unless Pastore somehow comes back over the top with the 10-4. Swift fold. It's even, chat. 38 million, plays 38 million. Lightning Soul saying the good old 2-card PLO hand.
Thanks. I had more chips than that once.
Oh man, you did. You did. Well, you've won 5 bracelets. Longest heads-up match for a bracelet for you?
None of them were that long, I don't believe. Maybe the most recent 25K PLO versus Kakwao, Lon, or whatever. We played like 2 levels. But usually I'm a fast baller. So I'm full potting, I'm 3Xing, I'm going for it. The 2 times I played Volpe was not that long. Ben Yu was not that long. Maybe the one I lost versus Ben Yu would have been the longest. When I lost him in triple draw.
Yeah, so you have 3 second place finishes? And a few thirds now, obviously.
I think I have 4.
4, okay.
I have Volpe, not Volpe, sorry, Ben, Friedman, the random guy in Europe. I feel like there's another one in Vegas that I'm forgetting about.
Knocking on the door, mate. Knocking on the door here in Europe for sure.
No, the door is heads up, okay? I was on the outside looking in.
All right, yeah.
I wasn't there with the cash and the bracelet on the table.
You're about to go through the front gate. Yeah, to enter
Looking
the
for
garden.
my key still,
yeah.
and I just never got in.
No, the Rottweiler just came running out and you ran off.
I hope the chat knows how much I love that. Because it's Europe, we have real money on the table. There's no fake ones in between like they do in Vegas. This is real €1,000,000 on the table in cash. I'm sure security's around the corner with some assault rifles waiting to get some if they go crazy. But it's just a great show here. I mean, King's event has been awesome. This property is amazing. I love it. I'm happy to come here every year. I'm sure you enjoy it as well.
I love it, man. I love just...
Just imagine how much fun it would be here if you also drank.
Yeah?
You see us at the bar every night.
I do. And I deliberately try and avoid coming over because I know how that can go. But no, I mean, over 70, I want to say 72, was it? Over 70 nationalities here for the World Series of Poker Europe Festival. I mean, a lot more accessible to, you know, the Asian countries, the Europeans as well. Also, a lot cheaper for the Americans now, given the exchange rate.
Dude, when I came here, the euro was less than $1. My wire was in USD. And like, yeah, you have, you know, X number of euros. I'm like, that's less than I wired. I pull up XD, and that's where it was. Thankfully, it went up a few points since I've been here. So, you know, I made an extra 3 or 4% on my cashes thanks to that.
Nice, man. Just running good. Wow. Depends on how you look at it. Little 3-4%.
Hey, those percents matter when you start dealing with, you know, 7 figures.
Oh, 100%, mate. That's no small amount. It's a business class flight back. At
No,
least.
I'm not that big time.
No?
No, I'm a nit when it comes to that stuff.
Yeah, same. So's Espen.
It's just, it's a silly thing to waste money on.
We won the main, and then we're flying from like Vegas to Miami, all just like crouched up next to each other on some, God knows, what is it you've got over there, Spirit or whatever it is.
You got to know to never take Spirit, never take like, that's the Ryanair of the U.S.
All right.
How did no one warn you of that?
I don't know, man. I don't know. But we found out about Jet Suite, so.
Oh, now you guys are living the life.
Yeah, I mean, it's $200 from Vegas to LA. Like,
Yeah, but when you ever go to L.A., you doing commentary out there?
No, just private games.
Oh, Mr. Big Time.
Mr. Big Time, trying not to go broke again.
I don't get invited to private games, but Mr. Henry Kilbane with his 0 bracelets gets the invites.
Oh, man. It's all about image, Sean. You know, people know that you're bloody good at poker.
I'm good at tournaments. People don't see the difference. You see me get lit up when I get 100 blinds deep with people. I just call down with 3rd pair or 4th pair every time. Occasionally they have it, occasionally they don't.
It's a flip. But yeah, going back to the money on the table, there are a few people in the chat earlier on questioning whether, you know, what about security, this, that, and the other. We're in Rozvadov, okay? Leon Turkonik owns about every square meter of land within, I want to say, a 20-kilometer radius of the casino. So, you know, good luck.
This would be like top 3 place I'd want to be if like some apocalyptic event is going to happen, because the supplies they have, the ammo, the guns, like the people, you know, it's going to be good.
Like, this isn't the place, like this isn't America, chat, okay? This isn't the place you come to come and try and do anything fun.
Let's say if Pastor chooses the King 8 off as a 4-bet bluff. Pretty good candidate for it.
Haven't had many during heads up.
Comme un rock. T'as cru que c'était un podium ou quoi? Ah.
That's all right, said. Nothing wrong with Ryanair. Can fly to Germany tomorrow for 10 euros.
Yeah, and you can't even wear your own clothes. They probably pay you to be dressed on the flight.
Or you have to pay to wear your own clothes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Those of you just joining us, heads up here in the World Series of Poker Europe main event. 852,949 euros locked up. 1.38 million for first. About 5 hours in to heads up. Thereabouts. It's been...
Yeah, it was less. I spent less time on this final table than they've spent heads up.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it started off three-handed play, incredibly deep.
Someone asking who do I want to win. Obviously, I had more conversation with Omar, so I'll be rooting for him. But, you know, Pastor, me and him had a lot of good conversation on day 4, so he's obviously a great player. That king-queen hand was pretty cool. You know, it was...
5-bet riffing the king
Oh,
queen.
no. I'm talking about the one where
against the tens.
he checked, against the tens.
Yeah.
I was so sure that Vlad had tens on the button. I was going to feel so smart if he ended up folding. Be like, show him the tens that you have. And then when he got called, I knew the tens were no good. But it was a cool hand, and I was happy at that point because I wanted their stacks to even out, because I didn't want one of them to get deeper, because they were definitely, I knew, better than me. So if I had the stack leverage, I could abuse them more. But if one of them covered me or got close, they were going to go to war.
And that was with 17 left. There's tournament life. Fast forward a day and a half. It's heads up against Omar Eljak.
Yeah, there also was a heads-up match at a WPT between Cuz and I forget who was it? One of the mixed game players, and they played like 12 hours, something absurd, like crushed the WPT record. It was like 350 hands heads up. They end up they started like 50 blinds deep each, and they ended up like 8 blinds each. Chad Evans was who won it.
Conning asking Sean, whilst looking at this heads up, are you trying to find more tells? Yeah, that's an interesting question, because
I'm surprised Pastor, he kind of did the whole robotic arms under the table for the whole match, and for the whole couple days. And when I came and looked at the King 10 hand, he had his arms on the rail and his arms crossed, but it seems like he's kind of keeping that pose regularly. So I've definitely noticed a change in him there. I don't know if that's just comfort or if he's just exhausted, and it's more relaxing to have your arms supported than under the table. I don't like the way he checks. I think that's going to give off tells, whether I picked up any or not. That slamming down the table, it's also going to hurt your knuckles long term. So he's got to figure out a more gentle checking pattern than what he was doing earlier at the final table.
Because going back to that 10-4 hand, Pastor made a comment to you after the hand, right, saying something along the lines of, "What were you looking for, Sean? What did you?"
Yeah, he thinks he's not going to give off anything.
And like you straight away, you're just like, well, maybe I saw something, pal.
Listen, he's a good player. He's still young. I don't even know how old he is, but he's not as old as me. Has been playing poker for 20 years. There's some things that, the white magic shit is real, and I think more and more of the GTO guys are starting to believe in that stuff, especially in these big field events. There's always going to be someone giving off something.
Is Eddie saying congrats on a sick European series, Sean?
Shut the push the euros.
She's saying this will go down to a flip soon. I don't think so. Still incredibly deep.
I mean, if they get the queens, ace king, jacks, ace queen, like there's a lot of combination. Those two hands get dealt, they're going to get the money in.
Shout out to Kev Math. OG putting the word out that Sean Deeb is in the booth over on Twitter.
I had a nice little tweet of you with the birthday cake. I didn't get it before the candle was still lit. I accidentally took video. I don't know your thing, so I didn't tag you. Sorry, buddy.
That's all right, mate. Just like, don't tag the creators, you know.
You're a creator now?
That's all right, mate. I follow you, but you know, it's fine.
Hey, I follow under 100 people.
I know. I'm the same.
Let me see how many.
I follow 173.
Double.
Okay, but it's the same thing for a poker player. Come on.
I don't know. I got pretty solid 91 people I follow. That was one of my most famous things early in my career. I was one of Helmy's 13 follows. Very young in my career. And there was, I remember someone, like some article in some newspaper like wrote about who Phil Helmy follows. And they had all these bios of Chamath and Goldberg and all these like big time friends.
Tiger Woods.
And then Sean Deeb, he's a poker player. Like they had nothing to write about me. I was nobody. And then Phil got mad at me because I made fun of him a few times and he unfollowed me.
Standard.
I see someone asking if I'll play the W Coops or Coops again in the future. Seems unlikely. Scooping in May, it's before the World Series, just not worth it. W Coop is around, you know, World Series Europe. There's just no justification in playing online tournament series where I'm not good enough at no limit. The mixed game fields aren't big enough to justify it. So I'm just losing too much money. So there's no reason to leave my family to donate to the online wizards.
50% if you get divorced, was it? Of your net worth you'd have to give up?
More than that.
More than that.
I have no prenup. I purposely did it to keep myself in line to do no shady shit. So I definitely don't partake in all the things that Rozvadov has to offer.
Back to the action. Top pair v middle pair, modern day cooler.
Ooh, and now they both got open-ended.
7.6 million in the middle already to this two-tone turn. See what size Omar brings.
He's going to go heavy. PLO player on that wet of a board. He has 2 key cards, you know, blocks both flush draws, has, you know, straight blockers and the open-ended. He's going to bomb and check back a lot of rivers.
Yeah, 6.5 into 7.5. Nearly pot on the turn.
Pastor just can't fold this good of a hand.
Over 20 million in the middle now, chat. Omar with 26 behind. To regain the chip lead, needs to fade an 8. 9 or a 4 would chop it.
That's one of the cards he might go for value on.
Who's the clubs? Brickest of bricks. It really doesn't get any brickier than that. That is a ridiculous river card.
Huh? 8.
Check, check.
Pastor thought he won by the quick check back, but if I'm Omar there, I think you got to think about betting that river. You got a lot of bluffs. We've seen Pastor is very stationary. The way he calmed down with the deuce on Jack 3 deuce 7. You know, I think you're playing for too much money. Take your time. You know, that's the time. Take 20 seconds. Think about, do you want to value bet this particular hand or not? He's having the most fun.
Yes, indeed. One of Omar Eljak's rail. Mr. Tarzan loves a bit of PLO himself. Always in the 10-10-25 streets. Only sipping on some red wine and just enjoying himself. King's Resort regular. Yes, chat. See many of you drifting in the late or early hours of the evening or morning, depending where you're tuning in from. Shocked that we are still live, but here we are. Wouldn't have it any other way for a main event, for it to end with an epic heads-up match.
I had a way for it to end three-handed.
You did.
With the chip lead, just
You
cooler,
did.
cooler.
If you would just 4-bet jam the ace-7.
Or the ace-deuce off 5-bet was one of the spots I thought about.
The ace-deuce off 5-bet. Which hand was that?
The one Pastor up 5-bet shoving king-queen.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I really didn't think Omar had it, but I thought Pastor was more likely to have it. So that was kind of an interesting spot to fold.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
I thought that whole hand kind of played out really strange because you open button, Omar's got king, queen, O. Felt like he's just going to flat.
Pastor had king, queen off.
Oh, sorry, Pastor had king, queen off, yeah. Thought he was just going to flat a lot out the small.
No, he was 3-betting a very high frequency with those offsuit broadways, Jack 10, a bunch of those hands. I was race folding a lot, but he didn't realize that I just had the bottom of my range every time. Like, I never folded a suited hand. I never really folded anything of value. I'd have like ace-deuce off, ace-3 off, you know, then 9-8 off. I never really had a good hand to even consider calling. I definitely had a decent calling frequency, especially when he's going smaller. You know, one of the hands, like I finally flatted king-jack and he had ace-jack. So it was just kind of, I think he thought I was more exploitable than I was, but I just really had, you know, reasonable hands to open the button and just not good hands to continue with.
Yeah, it did feel like there was going to be a huge collision, eventually hand v hand, and then it just ended up being
King deuce, ace-7 is a big hand.
Yeah, three-handed.
But yeah, I mean, obviously, it's easy to play, you know, Monday morning quarterback and say, I should have done this, but I trusted my instincts that he was light, and then I played post-flop accordingly.
Who does Sean think is the GOAT?
Ivy, there's no question. There's no one else even in the running.
Straight up, chat.
What is that call?
Jack keeping Pastore honest with the ace high. Don't want to answer on your behalf, so I'll continue reading out the questions. You into crypto?
I have a little exposure to it. Might throw some of the money I won this week towards it. Seems like a good spot, a lot of upside. Could go to zero, so I won't, you know, go all in like some other people in poker have done throughout their career. But I definitely am not as anti-crypto as I was, you know, 4 or 5 years ago when I was clearly an idiot.
So kind of like I was 4 or 5 years ago when I was going broke.
I mean, we both made a lot of mistakes in those years.
Hey, listen. It's the only way to learn.
There's other ways, asking people.
Nah, come on. How many times have you been given some sage old wisdom, advice from people that have been around the industry for 10 years longer than you when you were first starting out, and you're like, no, I'm not going to do that?
No, I always take people's input.
I do as well, but then I get myself in the situation. I'm like, well, hang on, this guy is clearly happy to lose 300k to me right now. Going to keep reloading. I'm just going to sit down with 8% of my net worth, and you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got him. Do you still see that guy? Do you tell him the story?
You know, I've never seen him again ever since then. Never seen.
Maybe he got cheated. It was one of those pure hustles.
Maybe. I have been cheated before.
We all have.
Yeah, yeah. I went on a podcast, spoke about that. That was one of my first experiences, actually. It was good fun. Maybe not the right time or place to talk about it, though.
I see someone saying that I lost confidence or misreading Omar and staying up a couple times. No, I was getting relayed the hands, and my opponents actually weren't getting relayed the hands in real time. So I have a huge edge getting information before they do. They were waiting till break, so I'd already kind of had my reads on both of them and instincts. So when they played a pot, I was going to get the information of the previous hand, so I have that knowledge of their frequencies and their ranges from an hour ago quicker than they do. I think that's, you know, one of my skill sets is using that information to extrapolate, find exploits, to figure out if they're playing the way I perceived, if their hands were what I thought, you know, kind of like the 10-4, you know, it felt great to read that I was right on that fold because, you know, my instincts were I got very lucky in that river and I had him until then, and I was right.
Pokerboard saying, Deeb, who's the best UK player? And don't say, well, it ain't Henry. It's not me, so.
I mean, Stephen Chidwick, 1,000%. He's great at all games, works so hard. He's got great table presence. You know, if he just made his decision 15 seconds quicker, everyone would always rave about how good he is. I'm a little disappointed the last hand that Omar didn't 3-bet the ace-8 suited. For these button frequencies and big blind ante, you really got to ramp up your 3-betting frequency. And ace-8 suit is just too good of a hand.
Yeah, I'm a big Chidwick fan. So 3-bet pot, 11 million in the middle, chat. These hands could collide on certain board textures.
This might be the one. You're going to see some barrels from Pastor, and Omar is going nowhere.
Ace, 7, 6, 2 diamonds, jack high diamonds for Omar. Pre-flop 3-better with equity. Pastore with the gut shot. This could be it, chat. Comes out with 20% pot. 15 mil in the middle going to the turn, 24 behind. And well. Eljac with the check mark on the deuce of diamonds turn. Thoughts on Jonathan's spot here?
I mean, since he bet so small on the flop, even with no diamond, I think he's going to continue. Get the king high hands to fold.
Kind of sucks having the 10 of clubs though, right? Blocking some of the...
It doesn't. It's heads
Jack
up. The
10,
ranges
Queen
are wide
10.
enough. I wouldn't be surprised to see like a small bet here. Oh, he's going big. Ooh, this could be the hand.
$7 million into 15, 22 million in there, and Omar has his opponent drawing dead in position as well. He makes the call. Be 29 million in the middle. Story was 17 behind. Offsuit 8 would end it. That's for sure. Is there ever a world where Omar goes for the jugular here right now?
I don't mind it actually versus Pastor.
This comes with a smooth call. 29 million in the middle.
Oh, that's card he just never bluffs. It's very unfortunate for us and you making your flight.
Ace of clubs pairing the board. Sean Deeb predicting that is an action killing river card.
I mean, he could bet like 5 million and get, you know, the king or queen high with 1 diamond to fold. But I just imagine he's going to give up. He doesn't want to get on to 30 bigs.
Surprised, Sean. I thought math was your strong suit.
17 million is not 30 bigs at 300, 600.
You said you don't want him to get under 30 bigs.
Oh, sorry, 28 and a half.
That's
Really? We round up in America?
Well, you know, you speak with people like Timothy Adams. I listen, there's a strategy difference between 28 and a half and 30 big blinds.
Yeah, says the guy who went broke 6 times to the guy who went broke 0 times.
Never been broke in your career?
No.
Fair play.
I had family money too. I was safe.
Ah, okay.
But my account was all in a couple days of my career. That was just like the online money, and I just always won a tournament that day.
Story. Checks it on over to Omar, who jams and now has a 4-1 chip lead.
And the great celebration is coming up. Does he do different songs or just that one every time? Where's his drink? So he's a red wine drinker?
Red wine drinker.
That's where you know, like, Omar's a good guy. Like, one of the, you know, you say kind of key fun players of the circle. He's
Yeah.
sitting here around him late in the morning because he really likes Omar. He's a good guy.
He is a good guy. Yeah, regular here. Everyone loves a young kid that loves the great game of PLO.
Now you're an old kid. Now you had your birthday.
PLO cash games, you know, for the most part, seem to draw some really cool people.
If you think they draw cool people, why do you play mixed cash games?
Nah, there's too many killers in those mixed cash games, man. I've seen the lineups that, the circles that you run with.
It's like a
Dan Zach.
Yeah.
Hey, he's a little autistic, but I love Dan Zach.
I mean, what's the Dan Zach, eh? What's the Dan Zach? Stone cold killers. What's the biggest cash game pot you've ever played?
I think like 250K. I ran it 3 times. I got 1/6 of the pot.
You ran it 3 times?
Yeah.
Cool, okay.
And the worst thing is, like, we were playing a super long session, and I was completely oblivious. And so I end up getting, I like raise king deuce off because that's what I do. Comes like king 5 deuce, get all in versus guy with like king high flush draw, king 6. And I thought I got 2/3 of the pot. And then he realized that we chopped one of them, and then he realized he won the other one as well. So like I went from, in my head, getting 2/3 of the biggest pot I've ever played to getting 1/6.
Wow.
Yeah, it was pretty brutal. I was a little annoyed.
Did you leave?
No.
Straight after, no?
I was playing 4-handed. It was me, the guy I played the pot with, Jennifer Tilly, and like one other not pro. So it was a good spot. It was during the World Series many years ago, before I decided to fully commit to the Player of the Year and tournament schedule.
The grind. Pastore's sub 30 now. It is big blind ante.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the min raise in big blind ante. When I do this, 2.5 is the smallest I go. I do a lot of 3x, even this shallow, just because you are getting a great price. You want folds, and you want to just keep chipping them down.
Lightning Soul Sen, it sounds like Patrick Antonis, who ran it 4 times, having 75% and lost them all there. That was against Roble, right?
Yeah, Roble, first time he ever played PLO.
Yeah, I mean, it's just Roble, chat. If you ask anyone who's ran the best over the last 10 years in high stakes poker scene, you know, I've heard the name Roble pop up.
I've always said I've ran pretty much the best.
Yeah?
Than most people. Like, some of my final tables, some of my results are way too skewed for any player, let alone myself.
That was Barney watching in the background.
Thank you.
The Barney Boatman assassin in the booth.
I don't know what camera angle you have, but the Barney hand had a beautiful moment for me. So when he bet the flop, you know, I stare people down, as you know, like I'm tuned in. He blew me a kiss on the flop.
Did he really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's fantastic. I didn't see that.
Yeah.
Didn't see that.
I probably should have blew him a kiss on the way out the door, but no. No, Barney's awesome. He's one of those old school guys, just good sense of humor, good table talk. His 5-4 suited squeeze was super nice.
Yep.
Like I knew Reze's never continue. Omar's opening too much. It's a great spot. Terrible hand to do it with, but a great spot. And that's what old school guys do is they look for good spots, not for good hands. And the GTO guys look for good blockers in good spots.
To be fair, he was blocking the 4-bet bluffs. Ace-4 and Ace-5.
You think one of those guys was 4-bet bluffing
Barney
with Ace-4, Ace-5 suited?
We were listening to the rest of the table after the hand. They're like, right, if that's not aces or kings, and like I think Jonathan said it definitely wasn't Ace-5 suited or something along those lines. Like,
oh no, I think I called him out for some bullshit. I think I said like Ace-Jack off, like something weak, like because he was Hollywooding like he had a strong hand. I knew that he had marginal. I felt like it. Because you just don't get aces and be like, oh, what a great spot to wake up with that hand.
Yeah,
like, it was just so over the top. I felt like he was reaching to keep his image good. And, it's the same reason when me and Tim talked about his bust out first hit, well, the crippling hand, is Barney does kind of those, like, cheeky little small 3-bets off a shallow stack and abuses his old man image.
Yep.
And that's why Tim ended up shoving the ace-queen. I had a similar hand on day 3 at the end of the night where I 4-bet shoved on him because, you got to know those old guys who still have some tricks up their sleeve.
oh yeah, he's definitely got some tricks up his sleeve. Apocalypse saying, I'm off in a minute, guys. Thank you, Henry, for the amazing work all festival. Been absolutely brilliant. Been lucky to have you. Apocalypse, thank you to you and all of the moderators on the Poker Room Kings Twitch channel. And everyone for tuning in across the board. Would love to know the total number of viewers we've had over the last 2 weeks. I know it's
at least 30 Deebs were in here.
At least 30 Deebs.
My dad had you on the big screen. It was nice. So now if you come visit, my whole family will be like, recognize that voice.
You're going to get scolded when you get home, mate. Keep trash talking me in the booth.
Do you want to see what my wife's texting me right now? I'm already getting scolded.
Oh, man.
Yeah. She was kind of on the fence about the Tokyo trip, and she didn't want to be the one to say no to me. She knew I was kind of tilted. And so she's like, well, if you're looking for me to say no, I'm not going to. I was like, okay, I'm going then. And then her voice kind of changed. So I realized I made the wrong decision. But, I promised Dan I'd go visit him. And it's going to be a couple weeks of making it up to her and then going out to Vegas for the Win Series. Should be fun.
Diving back into this. Astoria with 8 high.
Tough hand to call. A lot of things got there. You blocked the most likely bluff combo.
Jack with 3rd pair, no spade. Getting a great price on a call. As Sean already mentioned. Blocking some of the bluff combos. If he can sniff this one out.
Oh.
Pastore
he
is
doesn't grab chips and fold. I think when he calls them, he's going to call.
To get Pastore to down to sub 20. You know what's going through his mind. Wow. Omar does lay it down. Pastore back up to over 30 bigs. Pappy saying, just bring her back something nice. More like a bottle of...
No, I bought my wife like 5 things in our 10 years of relationship. She has hated 4 of them with a passion, where she still tells the story of each individual 4 items and usually brings them out to showcase how terrible a job I did buying it. The only thing she's ever liked that I got her was this Icelandic chocolate I got in the airport during a transfer. So that's like about all I have going for me.
Can I hear the other 4 things that you bought?
Yeah. So I bought her like this handbag. I think I was leaving World Series Europe.
Okay.
I went like in the Prague airport. You know, they got this fancy stuff. Bought like 100, 200 euro handbag.
Right.
Looked nice, a little small one. She doesn't like big stuff.
Yeah.
Hated it. Called it the ugliest thing she's ever seen.
Okay.
She literally brings it out to people and says, "This is what happens when my husband tries to buy me gifts." I tried to buy her a wedding ring once.
Okay.
After we got married for a couple of years, she complained she only had an engagement ring. I bought her 2 to see which one she would like. She said they both suck. She went and returned it and got a different one. What else did I get her? Oh, this Christmas I got her caviar.
Caviar?
Caviar.
Oh, come on. Even I know that. You're just drawing dead with that.
Are you kidding me?
I don't even
Caviar's
know
a-
your wife, and I know you're drawing dead with that.
How could you be drawing dead with caviar?
I mean, based off of you saying you fly economy, you know, you don't go around buying bougie Gucci hoodies and whatnot and Louis Vuitton handbags.
They don't come in my size. Not like I would rock it anyway.
That's not true, because
Really?
they do, yeah.
They have 3X?
They do, yeah.
Oh, okay.
So like, go based off the read and the fact that you both seem like you love needling each other, especially if she's kept the presents that you've given her that she hates just to show them off to other people. I feel like caviar was a bad read on your
the
part.
caviar was so like the whole history was I had some really good caviar in Vegas. Told her about how amazing it was. It was great. I then say I'm gonna get her a gift for Christmas. She always buys herself stuff. I think we should just see a shove here. And anyway, so I get it for her. It arrives. It's like from the caviar guy. Like he's in my phone as Caviar Joe. Like I got it from Ben Lamb, you know, who knows high-end stuff. He shipped it across the country. Like great stuff. Got it like 500 grams worth. And it shows up. We get both, and I get COVID around Christmas. I'm like telling her about it. She's like, "So what you got me for Christmas was something you want me to make for you?" And I was like, "No, I think you'll like it." My wife loves fine dining like I do. Like we bond over food. That's clearly important looking at me. And so, come on, just rip it in. You're not doing anything else. But yeah, so she got real mad. I couldn't even eat the caviar. She brought it to my sisters, brought no garnishes whatsoever, just opened it up and served it with crackers. And unfortunately, she let it all go to waste.
Let it all go to waste, eh, chat? Jesus. The money some of these poker players have lying around. Calling up a guy called Caviar Joe, eh? And it just sits under the tree.
It was great. Sorry, his name's Caviar Pete.
Sorry, Pete.
I had to Google caviar in my phone contacts to see his name. So if Pete's in the chat, you're the fucking man. I want to get some more of your shit, but my wife won't cook it for me, so I have to have other people get it and serve it to me.
Like it's all saying, how do you like the King's Restaurant, Sean? I think it's one of the greatest casino restaurants there is.
Oh my God, I had my best meal of the trip here after busting. I went there, they had a lobster salad as
Very
a
nice.
special, some oysters, got the steak with foie gras. Really, really good. The
Yeah, it's
chef
good
there,
food.
like when you meet Leon, you know he knows the finer things in life. And for him to own a restaurant in his casino, you knew it's going to be top quality chef, top quality staff, great, great customer service. And you can't beat it.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. Food here really
Like
is
where
exquisite.
else can you be? I've been here 2.5 weeks.
Yep.
I've not left. I've gone outside, got fresh air for 1 hour one time because the massage here was booked, so I had to go across the street to Chiquita to get a massage. Yeah. All right, let's see.
You've been outside once in the
Yeah.
Jesus, man.
I'm sorry, I go deep in every tournament, man.
That's true, that's true.
Do you know what? I literally bag, go to sleep, wake up, go right. I literally wake up 5 minutes before the tournament starts. Like,
Chat, I'm out here trying to biohack every part of my life, not drinking, not smoking, like 8 hours of sleep, different supplements, Whoop bands.
well, how many third places did you have this trip?
You know, all of this stuff, I'm getting knackered, and he's out here. I'm getting sunlight every morning, you know.
Sunlight doesn't grow money.
Hey, listen. Right, there's a lot of science behind the positive impacts that sunlight exposure first thing in the morning or first hour of waking up. It's some great effects. But listen, I'm not gonna argue with you with your results. I think Andrew Huberman's been pieing us all off.
I don't even know who that is. But He's probably wrong.
Having a posh voice only gets you so far. I wish. I wish. Worst beat in 2.5 weeks was the massage was booked and he had to walk across the street. He did. Warren said, how has there not been one big cooler heads up? Well, I mean, there have been a couple of setups, but they've just managed to avoid each other. Not many 3-bets.
Yeah, I would be 3-betting a lot more with the big money ante. I've seen very few walks, so these guys are opening so wide in the button. You got to ramp up the 3-betting frequency and pick a lot of trash if you think you want to have your calling range be stronger. Like no one's 4-betting. We haven't seen one 4-bet since I've been in here. So if no one's 4-betting, your 3-bet bluffs are just printing money. Very weird to me to check back flop and bet this turn. I think it's a good one to also be checking.
Story with the check raise.
Yeah, I think once you bet and get check raised here, it's really tough to continue. Kind of just got to tap the table, and he's called with so many draws. I don't think he's check raising, 10x or jack x too often.
All in. Count, please.
What did I miss, Sean?
The check raise got called, and now he's shoved for a little bit less than pot.
Your thoughts on this calling combo?
Not the fan. I was not a fan of bet calling the turn.
Okay. Just based off of the way Pastore been playing up until now in these turn spots, or?
Yeah, I just don't think a spot where he's representing weakness. A lot of his bluffs would have just led turn on this board texture. So he doesn't have too many check raise bluffs. A lot of them would have just led turn themselves. They're, straight draw with no showdown value.
It wasn't a check raise.
But you check raise the turn.
He's on the button.
Oh, sorry. It's been a long day.
It is, mate. It's been a long few weeks. Mistakes were made. Half the time, I forget that I'm talking. It wasn't for the viewers.
Elzak in the tank.
But I'm sure Omar's thinking, like, you know, twice Pastore has shoved as a bluff, and he's seen it both times now.
Yep, yep.
So it's like, ah, is this guy always just shoved? Yeah.
Wow, he does make the call. And just like that, Pastore gets the full double and is back up to 44 million chips. Sean.
And the match goes on.
And the match goes on. I just got a glimpse of the Sean D desk there in the booth after the chips found their way to the middle. Well, 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 ladies and gentlemen. Believe just heard Jonathan asking about the break.
You understand French?
I don't, but I understand the word break.
Okay.
So
You're sharp.
I am, you know, trying.
You're sharp as the keys when you're losing.
Have to get one of those. What they, you know? I mean, you guys probably have some fancy porcelain bowl by the front door with all your keys. And
we have a tile
Okay.
on all our keychains, so we can hit a button and find them. Or, you know, you can look on your phone, it'll show you where it is. Or my wife also has, you know, her Apple Watch also tied into that. Like,
And you guys are. I need to seriously come and visit the D family and just see. I need to plug some of the leaks that I'm making. I'm being a bit of a life fish. Clearly.
I mean, it's not your fault. You just had bad, you know, mentors.
Wow.
Blame Espen.
It's not Espen that I'd blame.
Check.
Bit of a life fish. Still got time. Pastore with bottom pair. Omar. With the gut shot, Pastore just going to fold. Not interested in keeping him honest after the huge double. The show goes on. This is fantastic. Gorshu said, I've been out all evening at the local pub poker evening when I left these guys with heads up. I'm shocked they're still going. It's been an epic back and forth. Pastore early lead, then dropped down to a 6-1 chip deficit. Managed to then turn it around, held a 6-1 lead for a good hour and a half. Just couldn't finish off Omar Elzak. And now they've both switched between 20 and 50 million several times over. Kept saying, Henry, you're missing your flight, right? I've got about, I'd say, an hour and a half.
Is the car already booked?
The car is booked.
Are you able to sleep on flights, considering how tall and awkward you are?
Yeah. Yeah, I've got to drive back to the hotel. That's 20 minutes. Pack my stuff, shower.
Wait, you didn't pack knowing that?
Well, I assumed that, you know, we'd be done by.
No, I knew it was gonna be a long day. I mean, look at it. We're at 300, 600. There was 75 million in play. That's 120. Like, I got unlucky, but everyone in the viewers got lucky to get heads up so quickly. I really thought this was going to be like six-handed for many, many hours.
Look, if you
I try to go fast.
If you 4-bet the ace-7 of clubs, you win your 6th bracelet, and we would have been out of here.
Yeah.
3 hours
I would have
ago.
forced you to drink with me on your birthday.
And I would have said yes.
Oh man! All right, I'm locking him in the booth. 6th bracelet in Vegas. It's going to happen next year. Henry's going to leave his 5-card PLO game and come join me for a little champagne.
That's if I'm still rolled to play any 5-card PLO game.
I think your backer's doing okay.
He's doing all right.
He's still got to get paid though.
Jack, 9-7 on the turn. Double gut shot.
There
for
might
Pastore.
be a card that could end this match if it comes on the river. So let's all hope for that.
Carlos saying Sean Deeb would have closed this out a long time ago. He tried.
I would either close that or would have lost. All right, I'm a go big or go home type of guy. Now, kind of crazy that Omar, I don't know if people know, when he got heads up earlier in this series, him and his opponent chopped and then just flipped for the bracelet.
Yeah.
So, you know, and he had some good, we drank some champagne, had a good life.
Yeah, it's always baffled me that people do that. Seen it before. I think it was Adamo that I first saw do that back in 2018. Go big or go home, or go to Henry in the commentary booth. Hey, forgot to add that part.
Hey, I'm kind of disappointed it didn't go sooner. I was talking to, you know, the main guy who runs everything here at Kings, and I mentioned to him how I love to do commentary. I've done it a lot in the past. Did it even a couple times in 18 and 19, I think. After I busted, I went and did some commentary and was quite tilted after POI, and then got even more tilted on my flight home when I realized what happened actually with POI.
All right, chat, 15-minute break. They're
right.
still heads up, blinds are going up, and when we come back, we are presumably going to be crowning a champion here, 2022 World Series of Poker Europe main event. With the Queens, second time in the space of 2 orbits. Up against Reard. With the 3-bet on the button to 200k. Sign off this hand around about 45 effective. How deep are we here? 43 button. I mean, it's button v hijack. It's a very aggressive, very competent Panat Punsri. Wow, he does announce all in. Chat, this is a chip lead pot here.
Wow.
And a snap call from Punsri. And again, he sees that he's got his opponent drawing 2 outs. Chat, this is the biggest tournament of the feature table after 13 hours of play.
Yeah, yes. I know. Queens again. Wow, good luck. Queen 2.
Well, well, well.
Possible.
Jack 5-3, all clubs. Reard picking up a bunch of outs and just has Punsri dead on the turn.
Hey, my friend, zweimal Queens verloren. What can you do? Wow. Queen, zweimal Pop.
Wow. Takes it on the chin like an absolute champion. Panat Punsri saying, what can you do?
Wow, nice.
Has Zidek drawing to 2 outs.
Nice.
Queens against 9s.
1.1.
Again for a chip lead pot.
1.1, yeah. 1.1, yeah, 1.6.
9 on the flop. Now had rear drawing to 2 outs.
1 for 50.
Queens against 10s.
This is not
Gets 4 flushed. Putting up punts 3. Still smiling somehow. Says, what can you do? I tell you what, chat.
1,450,000.
Wow.
That man on your screens right there.
450? Yeah.
Remember the name. Putting up punts 3. We're going to be seeing a lot more of that young man from Thailand.
All in.
Daniel ships it in. Deeb with the king 8, going to get out of the way, as will Kim in the small. See if Paul wakes up with anything. Wakes up with 4s. May look this up here. It's for 10 big blinds more.
4. Well, 4, 3, 60, yeah.
And it does make the call, and would you believe Negreanu is in great shape. Gonna win this.
You better get there. You got 2 suits though.
4 out of 5 times.
You rooting for me?
I think he's rooting for you.
If Paul can drill a 2-outer or find some clubs or spades, he's going to have 20 of the 30 million in play. 5 to come, chat.
I'm like, I had him. You know, he's a monster. All of a sudden,
Phoenix
like,
looking for bracelet number 7. Can he find the hold here?
12 of them on my stack.
Jack 4 deuce. Paul flops middle set.
You do have hearts.
Nasty.
Up 3.
A 6-8 game, chat.
I know, just like that. Yeah. So at least it's not a selfie stick.
Deuce of hearts on the turn does present a flush draw, but unfortunately for D-Negs, Poir has boated up.
You too. All right. Early, maybe this helps.
Premature handshake between the two.
GG. GG.
GG's all around as the ace of spades rolls off on the river, and we lose 6-time bracelet winner. And let's just name it, all-round poker legend Daniel Negreanu in 4th. Great start to him, or for him rather, here at the World Series of Poker Europe.
Yeah, really swingy day for Daniel. Did ever so well to build his chip stack up to 11 million, and then the blinds got big. It became a bit of a shove fest. He got it in good, was in pole position to jump into 2nd place, but a very cruel ending for Daniel Negreanu. And Paul Foy with 20.7 million, 2/3 of the chips in play.
But I always liked both. What I used to do when I started my career is I played cash as my job. That's to pay the bills. And then at night, I would go play these like nightly tournaments as dessert.
Right.
So I was playing 10, 20 limit hold'em, making about $45 an hour.
Yeah.
You know, and then I would go play these $20 tournaments with 3-buys at night because I enjoyed them.
Yeah.
Right. But it wasn't like something that I looked at as like, oh, that's a stable living, right? Like without the cash game, tournaments are nuts.
Yeah.
It's much more difficult.
That makes a lot of sense.
So like I would stick with, I mean, I don't know how your brain works in terms of like learning 2 things at the same time or how much it would sacrifice, but like if cash games is where you make the majority of your money, I would, you know, still do that and then like, you know, sleep into tournaments.
That's what I've seen a lot of the guys do, and it's crazy because like I'll cover you guys, you know, like anything higher than like a 10K, and I'll feel extremely comfortable in my knowledge and understanding of what you guys are trying to achieve. That's obviously a blanket statement, but you know, from a surface level.
Yeah.
And I do love tournaments, I do, but for me, I've just always treated poker like a lifestyle business.
Well, if you play cash, like most cash players that are good, that play deep, like playing tournaments is easier, except when it gets short.
Yeah.
So like you'll have an advantage deep
at the start,
right?
Yeah.
You know, when it's more like a cash game.
Yeah.
And then you'll just have to learn the nuances of like, you know, playing really nitty in spots and, you know, ICM, boring stuff like that.
That makes sense.
Boring, but obviously really important if you're playing for money.
Yeah. December. So I'm going 7 hours back, right?
Okay.
So how
So
do you...
I'll explain how I did it from home.
Okay.
So what I do is, my flight left at 10 p.m.
Right.
Right. I want to wake up around, and it's 8 hours forward.
Right.
So 10 p.m. my time is 6 a.m. there.
Right.
2 hours into the flight is about 8 a.m. Right. So I'm gonna eat at midnight. Right. That's gonna be breakfast. Before midnight, I don't have any food. I fast the whole day.
Right.
Before noon. So like if you do earlier, it's even better. You know, anywhere from like 8 a.m. to noon, you have a big meal, satiate yourself, and then you basically the time that you will be asleep, you're not eating, right? Then when the new time, like, oh, I need to wake up here, it's like this is true in the animal world too. Like when they eat, that's the start of their day kind of thing.
Yeah.
So the body's tricked into thinking that, all right, this is the new beginning of my day. I fasted during sleep.
So you fasted from 12 p.m. your time.
Yeah.
You
till
then got on
midnight.
the plane at 10 p.m. You didn't eat until midnight.
Yeah.
So you went 12 hours.
I did 12. Yeah, 12 to anywhere 12 to 16.
And that was 8 a.m. Okay, I see.
Yeah, so basically, like, when I had breakfast, when I had dinner breakfast at midnight, that's breakfast. Even though it wasn't a breakfast, but that was my new breakfast. Because I hadn't eaten, right? So your body's like...
I'm going to give that a try.
Yeah, there's science behind it. It's not just like, old wives' tale from D-Nex. It's the real thing.
Yeah. I'll have to give it a try.
And then, of course, if let's say it doesn't work or whatever, and you're up at like 4 or 5 in the morning, don't eat. Like, that's the key thing is like, if it doesn't happen the first 24 hours, like, always make sure that you're not like eating, 4 hours before you want to wake up, because then you're going to stay all fucked up. This schedule here for these events, though, it's so fucked up that I don't even know what time makes sense to wake up, because I think I'm playing a lot of 4 p.m. tournaments.
It's pretty late.
Yeah.
Pretty late.
4 p.m., 6 p.m. till 2 or 3.
It's going to be a fun one, ladies and gentlemen.
Martin Cabral, maybe? I don't know. It looks like Martin Cabral.
This me in Canada?
Me and Canada. And D-Negs, you're in rough shape, mate. Not anymore. Daniel Negreanu flopping trips. Daniel Dvoris with the nut flush draw. 560 in the middle already. Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. Hand number 3 of this 50K. Note the stack to pot ratio. Around 4.
160.
1.160.
Dvoris going to continue for small. In the form of quarter pot. Man, D-Nex just going to click it. Clicks it to 360. And I was speaking to D-Nex. Went to pick him up from the airport. He's telling me about some of this new funky stuff he'd been working on, and I got to admit, I'm a big fan of this. I mean, you could get Dvoris to just pile here. Although Dvoris blocking some of the King Jacks, Jack 10s of the world. That may try and get a sneaky one through. Yeah, Daniel was telling me how he's been coming with, some limps, some like 4.5x, just taking some really unorthodox lines, some quirky stuff. And look at this. Daniel Negreanu has leveled Dvoris into 3-betting on the flop to 800K.
Oopsie doopsie. Oopsie doopsie. I might be fucked here, but I'm not.
5 seconds.
All in.
2 is all in.
Yeah, fuck it. I mean, if you got it, you got it. Just what are you gonna do, right? At this point, you got to play to win. All of it.
How much is it? Can you get a count?
Let's see it. Okay, we got
Announces
1 million.
all
That's the
in.
moves that he asked, right? Because then he probably doesn't have a queen. 1.1.
Daniel fading the snap call.
1.6.
Absolutely loving this.
No, you can't. You have to pause the clock.
Yeah, he gets
while
it
you're
at
counting.
20. So that's 1.6, 1.9. This is more than I thought. Okay, 2 million.
He could effectively
2,070,000.
increase his stack by over 50% without seeing Eternal River. Boris just going to run the numbers in his head. Chat, I do apologize. I'm so confused. I didn't hear call announced or anything. Cards are on their backs. The dealer didn't say call.
I'm trying to calm myself because I have PTSD being all in.
This
You know what
is
that
a chip lead
Post-traumatic
pot.
stress disorder. Okay?
Ace on the turn. Changes nothing, although Dvoris does pick up an additional 2 outs. Ace or a spade needed
I didn't have one.
for Daniel Dvoris. And there it is, 6 of spades, corner
Nobody
pocket.
would believe me, I promise you. Nobody would believe me of how, like, I could feel that one. I could feel it.
6 of spades, corner pocket, and we're gonna lose Daniel Negreanu.
Oh, you know, you need a fold, yeah. You got me covered, right?
Daniel Negreanu gonna bow out.
No, no. If anyone knew, I swear. Like, I guess you guys see it. I'm always on TV when it keeps happening. Oh, boy.
Yeah, you almost have it. That's every fucking 3 days.
Wow. As I said, we have PTSD with you, Daniel.
Never go all in. I don't think I'd ever be busted.
That is how it works.
Very warm welcome back, one and all, to the World Series of Poker Europe main event final table. For those of you who have just stumbled.
Just tuned in. I mean, you should have been watching for a long time now.
Stumbled.
Once you're committed, you're just pot committed. You're here to the end.
You're here.
You don't want to be the one to go to sleep and not see the final. That's why I'm still here.
For those of you that have just stumbled here on the off chance, we are entering hour 6 of heads-up play between Omar and Jonathan, and it has been quite the treat. Epic heads-up battle for the main event bracelet and 1.38 million. My name's Henry Kilbane, joined by none other than
Mr. Third Place himself.
Sure, let's go with that. Mr. Third Place himself, Sean Deeb, who came third in this very event. Also came third in the 25k and 50k high rollers here at Kings. Rooting for, I mean, you meant to remain impartial, but you're a big fan of both, right?
Yeah, I mean, obviously they played great. They played better than me. You know, like I said, I played with Omar more previously. We chatted, you know, before this tournament. We played a little bit on day 3. Where, you know, we always seem to be seated next to each other, so he was always in my direct right, unfortunately for him. So we just chatted a bunch, talked about different things, and, you know, just the usual conversation that go down poker table that I love. I love the small talk with, you know, new people.
Yeah. There's, again, going back to that conversation, you were chatting with a few people, man. But you also giving out that deadly stare of yours. Very deadly.
Ooh, we got some potential here. A little flush over flush draw action.
Do indeed. Jacket said this could be the first WSOP bracelet of 2023. Maybe. Maybe. You never know. That could be carnage on the river. 8.8 million in the middle already.
How much?
Jack firing out half pot. Story not going to go anywhere.
I don't know about you. I know you have some great hair, but you got to be jealous of Omar's look, man.
Mate, he's already been, the chat were trying to come up with some new GPI awards specifically for Omar's hair.
and
I just
style.
think the whole look,
the whole
the
look.
mustache, the goatee, the his ethnic skin tone. I mean, I'm just very jealous of him.
Yeah.
Ooh, we got some action going down.
I'm also very jealous of his PLO skills. Pastore with the check Rizzle. It's the 12 million.
Surprised he chose this combo.
What combo would you prefer? The club draws.
Just the lower ones where I have less showdown value.
Makes sense. Makes a lot of sense. And a quick fold from Omar. So Pastore regains the chip lead. I feel like they've switched the chip lead a good 10 to 15 times now. It's finally less than 100 bigs in play, Sean.
If they start limping buttons, it's really going to slow down the play. Go back to raising, guys. Henry's got a fight to catch.
Silent saying, what time is it there? It is 2:15 in the morning. That part of cash. All in 50s, 1.4 million. Plus the bracelet.
Almost what I cashed for out here.
All right, mate.
Listen, man, my ego is hurting right now.
All right, mate.
I got to stroke it a little bit.
Could have made it 2 million. Could have made it 2 mil.
Yeah. One day. I'll definitely be back here next year, so hopefully I get to battle some more on the streams.
Would love to have that happen, and if not, have you here in the booth. Sean saying, and Sean H saying, Henry, great calls all tourney. Real legend for all the hours and hours. Happy birthday, mate. Thank you, mate. Arcane said, do you ever wish they could do deals at WSOP? Honestly, I don't.
No, I think they have to eventually.
Yeah?
Yeah. There's just too many scammers. There's no reason not to. There's ways to get around it. There's ways to make it legal. And just let the players, change the prize pool. That's really what a deal is. So there should be a way to implement that into the system. And you just shouldn't force people to play for, life-changing money just because it's a World Series Poker bracelet. These guys are playing for €500,000, bigger than their biggest score ever, massive swings in their net worth. And it's just, if they want to make a deal and play for 100K or play for less, they still have the bracelet up top and you're still going to see people battle. Even though Omar flipped for one, but that was, a smaller one. And it's Omaha, so every hand's a flip.
It's true. Every hand is a flip. At least it feels that way. Story with the best of it on this ace 10-8-4. Fun Patrick saying, I think Henry's had 2 birthdays since we've been here.
You had 2 cheesecakes, so that counts.
I did.
I guess I gotta try this infamous cheesecake.
It is
if
good.
it's that good.
It is good. And the kind of different spreads that they have with it. The fruit. Yeah,
You think I eat fruit?
Hey, listen, if it's served on cake, then yes.
No, if it's dipped in chocolate, maybe.
I mean, there are some sauces, mate. Some sauces. Yeah, Deeb's final bust-out hand was blind v blind for 13, I believe. 13.5 bigs. Omar open jammed from the small with queen, 3 of clubs. Sean called it off with ace, jack, and Omar spiked to 3 on the flop and held.
but it was for very few chips. Like, even if I won, I still would have had 11 million.
You
know,
still would have had
half
30
of it.
big blinds.
Yeah. And they were just kept outplaying me like they were doing.
I'm going to have to stop rooting for you, mate. Is that where your headspace was at when you got down to 11 mil? You were just like, I'm out.
No, I trust me. When I start today, you know, you have that. The ground always talks about these things. Like, you have that feeling. Like, I felt like third was so likely this scenario.
Really?
And then when I got 25 million, I called my wife. She was still at the gym, and I was like, "Hey, do you want spoilers?" She's like, "Oh, I'm not watching stream, so okay." I'm like, "I got 25 million. Omar's got 25 million. We have 2/3 of chips in play. We're six-handed. Like, me and him are getting heads up."
Yeah.
And then once once Pastor kept chipping up, once Vlad kept winning pots, I was like, these fucking guys four-handed, I'm just getting lit up. So I was trying to increase variance, but I just never even had a spot to gamble. Never really flopped equity to kind of push an edge.
But you didn't get lit up four-handed. You came into three-handed as chip leader.
I bled a little bit four-handed.
Did you?
Pastor was 3-bet me a lot out of the small blind.
Okay.
He chipped up like 10 million just off me.
Fair.
And like Omar was respecting me to his left, so he wasn't opening as much. So I really didn't have 3-bet spots. I never even had close to a good hand. I 3-bet the Queen Jack suited was the best hand I saw really when he opened. And he snap folded and showed me a deuce.
Yeah, I remember that. Ace deuce of clubs, I believe.
I heard it was ace deuce off was the hand I was sent. Because he said he didn't have ace deuce suited. So I think it was like ace hearts, deuce clubs.
Oh, you're right, actually. Yeah, you are right. Yeah.
You saw a lot more hands than I did. I was just getting texted the key hands from my boy Andy.
Shout out to Andy. A little bit disappointed that Ashley didn't have the stream on at the gym, but, you know, I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed. No big deal.
She loves you. The other commentator she also liked. She's given you a lot of compliments, said a lot of good things. All my relatives who don't even made Twitch accounts just to communicate with you.
That's fantastic. I love to hear that. Absolutely love to hear that.
Twitch should give you a little residuals from these new accounts.
Yeah, should hope get some royalties.
Do you stream regularly? You have your own channel?
We used to, but then Espen decided to win the main. Yeah.
You guys had a shared channel?
Yeah.
Ah.
Overbet Express. We were streaming mid to high stakes PLO.
How can you have that be your stream name and then play PLO? You can't overbet in PLO. It's the whole fucking
I know.
game.
It was Espen.
That was a terrible name for a PLO
It was Espen
stream.
that came up with the name Overbet Express, and Espen's a Hold'em player, and he's the only one out of our group that plays Hold'em as well. Because me, Ben, and Jonas are all PLO players. And we were, you know, I was in Thailand. The boys were all spread out over Europe, and we were on Discord, and we were trying to come up with a company name. And we were just coming up with just random names, and it was just nothing was sitting. And then Espen just turned around and said, "About Overbet Express." And we're like, yeah, you know, like let's just, yeah, it sounds cool. Let's do it. And yeah, we're playing like higher stakes
and you
tournaments.
weren't drinking or doing drugs when you thought that was a cool name?
No,
Wow.
I wasn't.
Your instincts are terrible.
I mean, we were like envisioning this over-betting on life kind of mantra, you know. Sucks that we can't overbet in PLO, but
well, on GG you can, because they have their
yeah,
no limit
yeah, you
PLO.
can. Yeah.
Played some of those. That was so weird to be at a final table, knowing people can just shove for 4x spot. Caused some weird dynamics for sure.
Well, yeah, we're streaming. You know, had a lot of momentum. Like our channel just grew. Like we were like, you know, competing with the top dogs within a couple of months, and then we went to Thailand for a month. Ended up staying for 6. Espen then went to Vegas for his first World Series trip. I got a video of him leaving the villa, leaving the house in Thailand. And I say something along the lines of, "Don't come back unless you win the main." And then fast forward, like something ridiculous.
So when I saw the film crew in Florida, was that Overbet Express, or did he change? Did he cut you guys out and now it became big time?
No. That's Tumlock, who was like our main videographer, and he was basically the mastermind, but behind all of the social media, all of the Twitch channel, all of the, you know, the editing of the podcast with like Galfon and Berkey and some other poker players.
Oh, thanks for the invite for your podcast.
Listen, I didn't know you in person up until now, but I definitely want to sit
Do you
down.
think most people who ask me to be on a podcast know me in person?
I prefer to. I like knowing the people. I try and avoid the typical generic poker player podcast because they're so monotonous. I feel like they're super repetitive in everything that's been said.
So if you just start needling people like I do, you're going to get non-poker podcasts. You get them fucking fired up and you get them a little feisty, then you're going to see some fucking jabs and some uppercuts, some body shots.
I mean, look, we do need a new podcast to just go viral. Poker Twitter's died down a little bit over the last week or two.
It was going off tonight. I was fired up. Part of the reason I thought of going commentary was Savannah Hale, Rip's wife, went on a tweet tangent about what a piece of shit Robbie is, and that she wanted to go on Joe Ingram to talk about it. She was tweeting at him, and I told Joe I was ready. And Joe's like, I thought you were winning WSOP main. I was like, nope, I'm out. Let's go fucking podcast. So, unfortunately, Joe was a little busy, so now I'm here with Henry. Not a terrible trade for me.
Definitely. We'll arrange something, mate, when you get back from
Tokyo.
Yep. Diving back into this modern day cooler. Omar with top pair on the Queen Jack 6. Pastore with second pair.
Yeah, but the 8 of hearts is going to slow things down.
That just seems to be the consistent theme of this heads-up
match. Just the card kill, the action killer, yeah.
100%.
Like, and then even worse river card. Like, just going to go check, and the best hand's going to win, but there definitely were a lot of runoffs where a lot more chips went in.
Oh, for sure. I mean, when Omar turned the flush, but then the ace paired the board on the river, just like Pastore shutting it down with the 10-9. There was just so many different spots where it could have ended.
So I didn't watch it all. Was there any all-in on calls where someone was at risk?
Pre or with the card to come?
Yeah, with the card to come.
No.
Just river.
Not a single time.
It's crazy, man.
Not a single time. Yeah, not a single all-in or a call.
Okay to see the card.
Yeah, my eyes are also bit fucked.
Yeah, so Omar came into heads-up play with 55% of the chips. Jonathan took a quick lead to like, it was like 40 plays 36. Then Omar just chipped away at Jonathan up to, 65 million, played 10 million. Then Jonathan turned it around, his 65, played Omar's 10.
Like, there should just be a hand that's like raise 2.5x, shove, call ace 10 off, you know? Those hands should have happened already.
They just didn't. They just didn't happen. And then they've just traded blows. Chip lead back and forth for the past 3 hours now.
All right, Omar, 3-bet this hand. Let's go. Start ramping up 3-bets with some good hands.
Here's a crazy 500k heads up. As it's already been pointed out, Omar Eljak came second in bracelet event number 6 here, the PLO 5k for his career best score. And this cash, this second place finish, worth more than his total live earnings to date. Playing heads up for 530,000 euros after 5 days of play. Santos saying, Henry, life gets in the way. Do you know what happens if you miss your flight? I book another one.
Yeah, your flight's a lot easier than mine.
That's an action turn card all of a sudden. King 9 deuce. Thought this hand was going to be over and done with. Jonathan's turn an open ender. Omar with a pair of 9s.
Jack is saying, Sean, do you know if some of the old 2+2 high stakes regs are still in poker? Bobby Boy,
1,000 of them.
Yeah.
Who do you ask about? Jimmy's doing Pokemon cards.
Yeah.
Danthar, he's doing a lot of crypto trading, politics. He worked for Stars for many years. UCLA Bruins, have not heard of him. Below above is Kevin Saul. He retired from poker, and you know, I think he's doing real estate or something now, but he plays once a year or so. Below above was not a 2+2er, by the way. He was a pocket fivers. You got to remember who was who. A good give up here by Pastor.
I must say I've been incredibly impressed by Pastor's discipline to give up in certain spots. So there are a couple of key hands throughout the final 3 tables where I felt like it could blast off.
Yeah, I mean, I felt like that on day 4 versus him. I had a couple spots. I got to river with like the nut worst hand I get to, but I just felt like they knew I was kind of going to bluff with my missed draws or whatever bullshit I had, and I just didn't go for it. But I think that's part of the reason why I got the fold on the ace-9 of clubs hand, is because, you know, I built up that image of not taking every bluff spot in small to medium pots, and then I exploited that in the really high equity spot.
J'ai l'impression que je fais que ça depuis tout à l'heure.
Like sometimes building up your image and not 100% bluffing in obvious bluff spots can be useful for later on.
Ashley Deep said, Sean, it's nice of you to go spend Henry's B-Day with him.
Yeah, the wife is chatting with me, asked me what I was doing, and I said I'm doing do commentary. So thanks for coming in, Ashley. I still love you. I know you put up with my ass. And Henry enjoyed our text messages. I showed them to him earlier.
And shout out to Josh Aria as well. Love that, man. I mean, that's like, that for me is like, you know.
Really? That's one of your like poker heroes?
I mean, look, I've only been around for, you know, a year and a half, 2 years, and there are legends that have paved the way and just made my life, you know, so much easier, whether it be directly or indirectly. And yeah, there are a lot of OGs that I just have the utmost respect and love for.
Oh, you have the worst read ever on Josh. He's a giant fish.
For their,
I actually
like,
cross-book him.
I can't even give him a compliment without
No,
Sean
I
ripping
mean,
him a new one.
Josh is my boy, but I tell him all the time. Let me hold on. I got to show you this group message because it was great.
Oh man, Ashley saying happy birthday. Thank you, Ashley.
She did tell me to say happy birthday to you. That's the only reason I knew. And then I saw him giving you the cake when we were at the great Shisha Lounge at King's Casino, by the way.
Yeah.
Elke let me know a couple years ago when that got built because I was pumped because he knows I love Shisha. Go to it wherever I can.
Those of you just joining us, heads up here, WSOP Europe main event, 852,949 euros currently guaranteed for both Omar Eljak and Jonathan Pastore. And talking of Omar, how about this? Jack deuce with the Jack of Spades. Oh, I love that.
Yeah, so I was tweeting about the bad beat I took versus Barney Boatman, and I said, he wins a flip, then 80-20. Old idiots who suck, it's like playing versus you, Josh. And Josh says, F you. So, listen, if you can't needle your friends, you need better friends. But yeah, I mean, Josh is an amazing person. I've learned so much from him in life. You know, I've always been there for him. He's always been there for me. We're very, very close. You know, I can't believe it. You know, growing up playing tournaments at my house at 16 was the year that he got heads up and, you know, remember the infamous bust that fat fuck, and now he uses that in regards to me getting that famous quote all the time. But Josh is the man. He's had amazing success the last couple of years. My biggest goal coming to World Series Europe was oddly enough to pass him in all-time money list, and I did. I knew where my fucking bubble was today. So I can't wait to show him that I'm ahead of him again, because this summer he needled me after he cashed in like the 25K no limit or 50K PLO We got some action going down here.
Yeah, so Eljac bet 3.5 on the turn. Pastore made the call and has now led river with the ace-6 on the 9 of hearts river. Yeah, no dice. So you passed him by coming third?
Yes. So I've now passed him. I'm now like 400K ahead, or 300K ahead.
Okay.
So hopefully I can keep that lead, because he constantly reminded me in our group chat that he has more money than me in earnings. And considering how much better I am at poker, he just keeps laughing about how good he runs. I see some B. Santos asking about an interview with Doug in 2017. So I still think I'm down lifetime in tournaments, which is one of the bigger shocks for people who know me with my success online, with my success in cash games. You would at this point think I've gotten there. I mean, I've had plenty of wins, just haven't had at the millions I lost over my career. Well, thankfully, in 2018, I won a tournament for 800K and 1.4 million. Then I won another tournament for 800K, got second for 500K, and then another 1.3 million score. So I'm up lifetime in tournaments now live, thankfully. Took me 16 years, but yeah, I mean, I definitely played bad early on. Negreanu loves to needle me about stuff I used to talk about back in the day about 5-bet shoving with king-queen off because I block kings and queens, ace-king, ace-queen. He's like, but the guy always has aces. But it's funny that, you know, some of the solver guys realize king-queen goes up in value now, and it's different than what Negreanu's generation initially thought about it. So it was more close to correct. I just punted in spots where people are not as wide as I thought they were.
So wait, you've only been profitable in tournaments since 2018?
In live tournaments. I won a lot online that offset that. But yeah, I was down probably $2 million at peak in live tournaments early on in my career.
Wow.
I mean, I never had a final table, never had a big win. I just play every tournament, play every buy-in level. My biggest win in my career for the first 10 years was a EPT high roller that had 3 entrances in Kiev. You didn't know about this one, did you, Henry?
No, I didn't. Mate.
Oh, yeah, the EPT Kiev. All right?
Back in the days, eh?
Yeah, so it was supposed to go to Moscow. Russian laws changed, so they moved the event. All right, we got some action.
I don't think Omar's going to be folding to a 3-bet, depending on sizing. Queen 6 of clubs.
I think he should, based on Pastore's 3-betting frequency. I mean, have we really seen him go with some bullshit yet? He's been flatting a ton of hands, and 3-bets have been value since I've been in the booth.
That's fair. That is fair. See how this one plays out. Pastore, the effective stack, hovering around 35 bigs to start the hand. That is a sizable 3-bet as well.
3.5x, pretty standard. 6.5. Oh, even less.
$9.3 million does just fold.
Yeah, I think Omar has a good understanding of Pastore thinks he's a better player and he's trying to play more post-flop, so his pre-flop lines tend to be more value. He's trying to get his rail going, but he doesn't realize they're more exhausted than he is. I was shocked, by the way, and like after the first break today, going to the bar, grabbing a drink with Omar, and he's the Orient double espresso. I'm like, dude, you're chip leader at the World Series. You're up final table. Like, how's your adrenaline not pumping? Like, why do you need caffeine right now?
Yeah, that's
like that's crazy to me. Like, I'm not a big caffeine guy in general, but I was just shocked. I'm like, you know how long today's gonna go? If you start pumping the caffeine in you now, you're gonna crash. But you know, clearly he knows something I don't know because he's still in there 7 hours later. And I'm sitting in the booth with the birthday boy himself.
For those of you just joining us, Henry Kilbane alongside Sean Deeb.
Do you have any plans to get home for your birthday?
No, I'm flying to Cyprus.
Oh, more work?
More work, going to Cyprus. Gonna head back to the UK.
Are you trying to be the Sean Deeb of commentary with your volume?
I think so.
I like it.
Yeah, I think
I
so.
got respect for the grind, man. Putting in these hours.
I love the grind. And honestly, whenever I like take time off, I took like 2 weeks off before coming here. I was in Bulgaria, and, like rented an Airbnb, And after like the first 2 hours of the day, I just end up walking around my apartment like, well, what do I do? Like,
I need a Twitch chat to communicate with. Like,
yeah, like, you know, should I fire up a stream?
just start
like,
live streaming your life. Just be like, do like the what was it? Ed TV. What was the?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
There's some.
There was 2 movies that came out like the same year. I'm sure Twitch chat will tell us.
I mean, there are some real IRL streamers that I know personally, like Jake and Bake. He's like a famous live streamer that moved to Japan actually. You know, before YouTube and Twitch became like huge. Yeah, loads of people.
I had a crazy idea that unfortunately the World Series shut down, but I love some of the IRL streams as well. And I thought about IRL streaming my whole World Series.
That'd be epic.
I mean, it would be awesome.
That would be epic.
Live hands, like the whole thing, like involving Twitch chat, like get the streaming backpack. Ooh, this could be the action hand, boys. Pastore with ace 8 off. Elijah with queens, 3 bets. Totally reasonable hand to rip, you know, sub 40 bigs.
Could this be it? Could this be it? We were talking how we haven't seen many 4-bets.
But like, it's kind of cool to choose his hand to 4-bet after there's been no 4-bets, because he's probably not 3-betting, playing on calling. He's 3-betting some hands that play good post-flop. You know, and also remember the 6-4 suited hand from super early at the final table, where Pastore ended up calling the king 10 of spades. You know, he knows that Elijah likes to 3-bet some lower combo hands and deny that equity, pick up the, you know, 7-8 million in the pot.
Wow, he announced his all in, Sean.
He's getting snapped.
Snap call from Omar Eljak, 64 million chip pot. And Sean, do you know the crazy thing is, over the last 19 days here, queens have been the hand of all of the tournaments.
Really?
Really, like, just like queens have just been winning like all of the crucial
That's what I'm
pots.
saying, like Queens lost a lot in the spots I've seen.
They did, yeah, that's the crazy
but
thing.
they win the actual tournament.
And to close this out with the Mamacitas at 3 a.m.
Just in time for your
Rozvadov.
flight.
After an epic heads-up match between these two.
Ooh, he gets a little bit of equity. Now he's got 2 more outs with the 8. No back doors. Elijah has the backdoor spades. Don't come into play too often. But some of Pastore's 2 pair or trip outs, you know, give a spade. Oh, takes away 2 of those outs. 93% chance for Omar.
On the turn to become the World Series of Poker Europe main event champion. Is it going to be the year of the Scandies? Norway won it in Vegas. Sweden going to close it out here in Rozvadov. They are indeed.
Wow, what a celebrate.
They are indeed. And Omar Eljak, after 6 hours of heads-up play, can finally go over to his rail and celebrate.
Where's his singer? Where's your boy? Don't tell me he quit on us.
Oh my word!
This blonde
man.
guy's been on the rail for like 2 days.
He has
a great
indeed.
friend. Oh, there's your boy.
Sean, what an epic heads-up battle between these two. Commiserations, and obviously GGs to Jonathan Pastore, who I've got a funny feeling, Sean, we're going to be seeing a lot more of these 2 poker players in the upcoming years.
I think Omar loves his life. I don't think he's going to go in the turn and grind. I think Pastore, you're definitely see grind a lot more.
Oh, yeah.
Where's my recess?
Definitely wins the hero call of the tournament. Found the 5-bet jam with the King Queen O 3-handed, but comes up short for bracelet number 2. That man right there.
One day he'll be the most winningest no-limit tournament players in France.
Omar Eljak, PLO crusher, closing out bracelet event number 12, the World Series of Poker Europe main event. Bracelet is going back home to Sweden, 1.38 million.
always an awkward time here. He doesn't know where to get interviewed. He doesn't know what to do. You're just like, please, someone tell me what to do. I want to go collect those euros from the table, put them in my pocket, go get some drinks, have some fun. Like, Omar's going to party real hard tonight. Hopefully can I go have a drink with him.
Man, after such a lengthy heads-up battle.
First of all, how's it feel to win your first bracelet? I mean, you came in second last week in the 5K PLO.
I don't even know what to say. Can't describe it. It's incredible. It's amazing. So draining. I'm so full of adrenaline. Still can't believe it. I mean, this is what we play for, right?
6-hour heads-up battle. I mean,
yeah, it was such a draining battle. I mean, super tough opponent. It was, not easy at all.
well, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Turn you over to Jack Effley, my boss in Vegas. Actually, we should probably come on this side. Can we do it on this side of the table, on the other side? Is it okay? We'll take him on the other side? Let's walk over here.
There's poker room. I think he's poker room director, Freddie. Is that his official, or did he get upgraded? He's the reason he sets up the schedule. Does a lot of great things here. Yeah. He's the reason why King's the #1 poker room in Europe.
Yeah, Freddie is the top dog. This is
Congratulations, my friend.
Jack Effel.
On behalf of Caesars Entertainment, World Series of Poker, King's Resort, unbelievable finish. You guys had an epic heads-up battle. You played for so many hours. You looked so tired, but it was amazing. You did great. You are the new 2022 World Series of Poker Europe main event champion. And now, for what you really came here for, Freddie Bernardo, Director of Poker, King's Resort, I'd like to present you with the WSOP Europe main event bracelet. It's yours, my friend.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
You deserve it.
Thank you so much.
This is your
Wow. Wow.
Now let's take it out. There you go. And let's hold it up so they can see it.
Love that, man.
What's amazing to me is when I talked to Omar after the PLO, because I was joining for a few drinks, he's like, I don't care about a bracelet. Now you see the true emotion. He didn't want to care for it until it was the one that meant a lot to him. And this is why we all love poker and why World Series will always be on top with the best events.
Yeah, like that.
Omar Eljak with his first WSOP gold bracelet, taking down the main here in Rozvadov. Once again, massive shout out to all of the staff, the dealers, the waiters, the waitresses, just the floor staff, just everyone, the production crew, the videographers, and of course to all of you people at home that have tuned in from across the globe as we present our final bracelet of 2022 to Sweden's Omar Eljak. Sean Deeb, thank you so much for joining me in the booth, man. It's been an absolute honor and privilege to call the final 3 hours of play here alongside you. And thank you for blessing our screens over the last couple of weeks as well. It's been a pleasure to call the action on some of your plays.
Hey, Henry, you're the future of poker commentary. I'm proud of you. You're going to have a great future, and we'll definitely do this again some other stuff.
Really appreciate it, man. Chat, lastly, to all of you at home that have made my life so much easier. Honestly, I do it for you guys. You really make my life so fun, and appreciate all of the well wishes for my birthday, for keeping me company for the last 18, 19 days. And from us here in Rozvadov, I wish you good night and see you at the next stop. Peace.
Kom alle her, kom alle her. Kan alle her komme? Yoshi og alle de supporters ham.
Du är så jävla... Yes!
You did it!
Yes!
You did it!
Yes!
Hey, alle mal Daumen vorne. Komm, alle Daumen vorne. Good. Hey,
We talked about... Do you remember we talked about the tournaments yesterday?
Weiß ich.
Genießt das Leben.
Oh mein Gott, oh mein Gott.
So geil. Ich bin noch Großaufnahme.
Was sitzt du? Will ich mich da hinstellen?
Mit dem Kopf drüber, das ist geil.
Hier, so.
Ja.
Thank you. Yeah.
Hey, congratulations. You got time
Thank
for
you
an
so
interview
much.
with
Sure.
WSOP?
Sure.
Check TV first.
Okay.
Check TV's got to get it in. Check TV wants to give you a quick interview. If you don't mind?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Kind of the bonus fun stuff that happens when you win one.
Yeah.
So I hear this gentleman right here. We'll take you over.
Hello.
Congratulations. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much. Thank you.